System of the Vampire Lords, Part 1. Ha ha ha. Your time is up, apocalyptic dragon. A valiant warrior clad in gleaming armor let out a triumphant laugh. He wielded a colossal warhammer, radiating a rainbow aura, pointing it at the skyscraper-sized dragon before him. The dragon's dark scales shimmered with a purplish glow under the twilight sky. With a deafening roar, the beast prepared to strike, but the warrior's hammer began to expand, growing to an impossible size. With a mighty swing, he slammed it against the dragon's head. Bam! Bam! Stars exploded upon impact, stunning the massive creature. Its reptilian eyes spun into spirals of confusion. Sensing his chance, the warrior prepared his ultimate attack. His body blazed with fiery energy as countless stars and rainbows swirled around his hammer, ready to deliver the final blow. Then, just as the hammer descended. Alex! Can you stop playing already? The entire world shattered into blackness. His body jolted as the VR safety system kicked in, forcefully yanking him out of the game. Alex barely had time to process what happened before a familiar, dreadful thought crossed his mind. I knew it. Not even an apocalyptic dragon is as terrifying as my mom. Who else would forcibly disconnect someone from a fully immersive VR battle? Yeah, only his mother. He had spent $10,000 to get the Star Rainbow Hammer just to solo this dragon. But his mother? She had spent $10 million on the best VR parental override system, just so she could ruin his world anytime she pleased. Before he could react, a phone smacked him on the head. Whack! Alex groaned, rubbing the sore spot. Mom! That's domestic violence. I could sue you for this, you know. His mother, Luca, crossed her arms, unimpressed. Domestic violence? Sue me? Are you serious? You lazy boy, all you do is play games all day. If you're going to waste your life like this, at least make money from it. How do you expect any woman to like you? She didn't even wait for him to respond before launching into her favorite speech. When I first met your father. Alex sighed. Ah, here we go again. He had heard this speech more times than he could count. The inspiring story of how his parents built their empire from nothing, the struggles, the romance, the triumphs. It wasn't that he didn't want a girlfriend. He did. But every single woman he met only wanted him for his money. And as for a job, why bother? He was already born rich. His mother, however, wasn't done with him. Noticing his absent-minded expression, she stomped on his foot. Ow. MOM. I don't care anymore. Either you find a job by the end of the week, or I'm blocking your credit card. Alex's face turned pale. No. Mom, not the credit card. How am I supposed to buy the latest novel chapters? Then find a job, my dear son. Her tone turned deceptively sweet. Stop being a parasite. Wait, Mom, I'm not a parasite. Do you have any idea how much I contribute to society? Alex straightened up, voice full of conviction. If I didn't buy game items and novels, do you know how many people wouldn't be able to eat? How many developers, writers, and artists rely on people like me? I single-handedly support thousands. They can pay rent, send their kids to school, and keep the economy going, all because of me. His mother narrowed her eyes. Just how much are you spending every month? Alex gulped. Mom, the hammer I bought just now was already 20 times the average salary. Of course, he didn't dare say that out loud. In the gaming world, he was known as Whale God, the undisputed king of pay-to-win. In the novel community, he was God Reader, the one who rained gifts on authors, turning obscure books into bestsellers overnight. The amount he spent in a single month? Enough to buy a house in cash. But compared to his mother's spending habits, even that was nothing. She donated millions every month to charities, orphanages, and shelters. Her entire life revolved around helping others. Seeing her son standing there, lost in thought, she delivered the final ultimatum. 3 days. Find a job. Or say goodbye to your credit card. And with that, she walked away. It wasn't about money, his family had enough wealth to last 77 generations. What she feared was her son having no purpose, drifting into the same reckless lifestyle that had ruined so many other privileged kids. But Alex? He wasn't worried about that. Bang! Critical hit. -1 million HP. After his mom left, he didn't look for a job. He logged back into the game, bought another hammer, and finally defeated the apocalyptic dragon. A flood of notifications filled his screen. Congratulations to Whale God for becoming the first player to solo the apocalyptic dragon. The global chat exploded. Well, looks like Whale God just bought his way to victory again. Breaking news, boss defeated by the deadliest weapon of all, his credit card. I heard he threw so much money at the dragon that it died from a paper cut. Why grind when you can just swipe your way to glory? #WhaleLife. Does he even realize the real final boss is his credit card bill? Alex grinned. Ah, the sweet taste of victory. The global chat continued to flood with similar comments and private messages, but Alex ignored them all. For him, gaming followed a simple formula: whale to the top, make everyone envious, then quit. That was how he built his legendary reputation as Whale God. Game companies had a love-hate relationship with him. Every time he pulled off one of his extravagant spending sprees, forums were flooded with complaints from frustrated players. But instead of banning him, developers treated him like royalty. Why? Because Alex alone generated more revenue than 100 whales combined, not to mention the publicity. YouTubers even dedicated entire channels to tracking his ridiculous in-game purchases. Final boss? I didn't even see the credit card statement. Alex smirked as he recalled one of the chat messages. But his amusement didn't last long. Right. He needed to find a job. Sighing, he opened his browser and typed, "How to make money online." Instant regret. His screen filled with clickbait ads. Asterisk, get rich or die scrolling, make $500 daily with this one simple trick. Asterisk, earn $1,000 a day from home. No experience needed. Alex frowned. Scams. All of them. But what annoyed him most was the pathetically low numbers they advertised. $1,000 a day. He scoffed. At least make it $1 million. Who would waste time for just $1,000? If he had said that out loud, people would have beaten him up. Most folks lived on $1,000 a month, yet to Alex, it was pocket change. Scrolling through the results, he realized something. He didn't actually need money. He just needed an excuse, something that would get his mom off his back. Ideally, something that forced him to leave the house and socialize a little. Then he remembered. His inbox was filled with game testing offers. But as he checked, most of them were useless. They didn't pay cash, only rewarded in-game credits. Worse, they didn't require him to go outside. With nothing promising in his inbox, he checked his spam folder. And that's when he saw it. Seeking beta testers for next-gen VR implants. Tired of using devices to access the VR world? With our new neural implant, simply close your eyes, and dive in. Alex raised an eyebrow. He vaguely remembered hearing about this technology before, but it was still experimental. The details were scarce, and official sources barely mentioned it. Feeling skeptical, he researched the company behind the offer. Pandora Research Facility. Turns out, it was legitimate. The parent company specialized in studying Awakener's abilities, and that alone made the offer intriguing. The payment was small, but he didn't care. He just needed something to shut his mom up. Without hesitation, he began filling out the registration form. A world changed by awakeners. Alex's world was not like the Earth of the past. 50 years ago, everything changed. It started with a massive global earthquake, shaking the entire planet. Scientists couldn't explain the cause. But rumors claimed it was the result of a secret government experiment gone wrong. A week later, the real phenomenon began. Certain areas started to feel off. Gravity fluctuated. Fire ignited in midair. Cold water felt boiling hot. Some lakes froze solid overnight. At first, people fled in terror. Then, the real horror appeared. These areas soon twisted into portals, gates leading to nightmarish dungeons. Governments rushed to contain them. Military expeditions were sent in. Most never returned. Then came the first awakener. A person with supernatural abilities, capable of fighting back. With their emergence, dungeons were no longer seen as disasters but as opportunities. Awakeners delved into them, slaying monsters, recovering rare materials, and uncovering other civilizations hidden within. New technology surged into the world, one of them being the hyperrealistic VR systems Alex now spent his life inside. Inside the Pandora Research Facility. Meanwhile, deep inside the Pandora Research Facility, 3 scientists sat in a dimly lit lab, looking utterly exhausted. One of them, a silver-haired woman, held up a vial of murky red blood, frustration evident on her face. "I don't get it. Why won't it react?" The blood was an artifact, something retrieved from a dungeon by an awakener. At first, the research world buzzed with excitement over the discovery. But after countless experiments, it led to nothing but dead ends. This blood was alive. When they added chemicals, it rejected them. When they tried to separate it, the liquid moved on its own, resisting like sentient slime. Even when someone drank it, the blood forced itself out, refusing to stay inside the host. "Professor Ferrith, maybe it's time to give up," one of her assistants sighed. Ferrith frowned. She couldn't give up. Something about this blood called to her. She didn't know why, but she was obsessed. If only she could find the right person, someone the blood would finally react to. Her assistant shook his head. "You've been saying that for months. It's been a year, and we've got nothing." Ferrith sighed, slumping into her chair. Her eyes drifted to her tablet. A new beta tester application had just come in. "Maybe this one will be different." "Yeah, the committee also just called. They told us to stop looking for test subjects with a lie." Ferrith smirked. "What lie?" "I did give them the ERX-89 implant for free, and that thing was expensive, you know. I even gave them money, and all they needed to do was get close to the blood to see if it showed any reaction." The assistant looked at Ferrith with pleading eyes. "But Prof, they also threatened to stop our funding. You know we needed the money." "Humph. Money. Money." Ever since the dungeons started appearing, every investor wanted quick results. In the past, it was normal for them to spend years without any results, Ferrith said grumpily. Their conversation was then interrupted when Ferrith received a new message about her ERX implant. "Oh, the test subject has arrived." She then looked at her 2 assistants, who had hopeless eyes. "Both of you should take a break for a few days. I will talk with the committee myself tomorrow." Hearing what she said, both assistants quickly left. The only reason they still stayed on the experiment was that they owed Ferrith. The others had already escaped to other projects. With the appearance of the dungeons, there were many new things to be experimented with, raising the demand for researchers to a new level. Now, no one bothered with a project that showed no results in 3 months, they would move on to new things. Alex waited in the lobby room, busy playing with his phone as he awaited his call. Deep in his mind, he was still surprised he got a direct reply almost instantly after inputting his information. But after seeing the research facility, he didn't feel worried at all. Instead, he felt strange, as if something was calling to him. Die, you bitch. In another world, a beautiful woman with long black hair reaching all the way to her waist was pushed down into the void. Her name was Muua. Just wait, Lianhua, if I survive this, I will come back to kill you. Minua's amber eyes looked sharply at Lianhua. But deep inside, she knew the chance for her to return was very slim. They had just entered a new secret realm found by their sect, Blue Lotus. Both of them were prodigies. But problems started brewing when both were chosen as prime disciples. The sect wasn't rich, so it could only nurture one of them. This made the sect often send them to obtain their own resources. Even though both of them fought a lot, Mingyue never imagined that Lianhua would push her into a void crack. Passing through the void was normal when entering a secret realm, and sometimes, a void storm appeared, creating a few cracks in the path. It wasn't that dangerous as long as they avoided it. No one had ever returned after entering a crack, not even the immortals. Some theorized they would enter another world or just get shredded to death. Inside the void crack, Mingyue felt her body being torn apart as if thousands of needles were slashing over her. She used her chi to the max to protect herself. Each second felt like an hour. After some time, she was thrown out onto cold, dark stone. Her enhanced robe was already tattered to pieces, revealing her jade, alluring body. Fortunately for her, she was alone in the place. Her body ached all over. Mingyue was glad she had spent all her contribution points to get the best protection talisman. If not, she was sure her body would have been shredded to pieces by now. That bitch! How dare she push me into the space crack? Just wait until I return to the sect. I will tell the elders to make your life hell, she cursed. She then took a deep breath, trying to calm her nerves. As the cold air filled her lungs, she looked around the area. It was a vast space made from dark rock, the only light source coming from a crystalline light on the ceiling. But her eyes froze as she looked at the center of the room. The center of the area was elevated, with a coffin in the middle. The coffin was made from black metal, carved with inscriptions she couldn't read. It had a goblet floating above, radiating a mystical aura. As if hypnotized, her curvy body started walking closer to the goblet. Meanwhile, in his world, Alex now lay on a bed, having just finished the procedure to get the implant in his brain. It was fast and quick. He had thought they would need to operate on him, but he only needed to stay still while a cluster of nanomachines was injected with a special needle directly into his skull. After that, he felt a little weird, as if many ants were moving through his brain. He then lost consciousness. Ferrith took the opportunity to bring the vial into the room. But then the vial started shaking and cracked apart into pieces. The blood then moved as one entity and flew with unnatural speed, seeping into Alex's body through his orifices. The reaction made Ferrith freeze in her spot, not knowing what to do. Back at the mausoleum, the black goblet was now in Mingyue's slender fingers. With a swift motion, the thick red liquid, oozing a black aura, flowed down her throat. Then, an ethereal voice was heard in their minds, the hosts for Adam and Eve to resurrect the vampire race have been found. Reading both world information. Looking for the best way to link both worlds and make both hosts into the primogenitors. A strange interface then appeared in front of her amber eyes, which now glowed red. Update completed. Welcome, Alex Campbell and Mingyue Sweki, to the vampire system. Alex had opened his eyes, finding himself in a strange place, with a red moon hanging in the sky. He could see black fog surrounding the area as he stood above a grassland. The fog gave him a feeling of dread, he was sure he would die if he touched it. This made him question his situation. Wait, is this a new VR game? Can they now even create things that give a feeling of dread? In the other VR games he had played so far, even though they were very realistic, he had never felt like this. They could replicate the sense of touch, sight, and smell, but not things that triggered people's instincts. He then looked down. The grass was green but had red veins. As he looked around, his eyes widened in surprise. He saw a woman lying in the grass. He couldn't see her face, but he was sure she was beautiful. Her white robe seemed to come straight out of a cultivation novel, but parts of it were shredded, showing the woman's smooth skin. Based on the shreds, Alex was sure if he flipped her around, he could see her most sensitive parts. "Is this an H game?" he mumbled. He started walking closer, and the woman's appearance became clearer to him. Her skin was pale white, without any blemish, and her figure was a perfect hourglass, exuding an allure he couldn't deny. "Yes, I am sure this is a VR world. No way a situation like this happens in real life." Feeling the dread from the fog, Alex first considered the possibility that he had somehow been thrown into a dungeon, but there was just no way a dungeon had no monsters and only an unconscious beautiful woman in it. He then started feeling relaxed, his steps becoming lighter. But before he could get closer, the woman's body began to move. Minua's eyes opened. She could feel her head hurting, and as the memory of what had happened resurfaced, she began to look around to ascertain where she was. Using her palm to push her upper body up, she looked over her shoulder, sensing a presence behind her. As a cultivator, her mind's clarity quickly returned. She knew her clothes were not decent, and she wanted to make sure what the presence behind her was. What she saw made her frown. A man stood there, stupefied. Alex was mesmerized. The woman was very beautiful, not just in her looks. There was an otherworldly aura emanating from her that accentuated her beauty even more. Thinking this was just a VR world, Alex started moving closer, wanting to enjoy the game. Her amber eyes, with a tinge of red in them, looked very beautiful in his eyes. He had never felt this attracted to a woman before, and part of his heart regretted that she wasn't real. Is this what they call love at first sight? Alex thought. Feeling the lust in Alex's black eyes, Muua quickly shouted, "Stop where you are. What do you want to do with me?" Her chi was still recovering, and she could also feel something had changed in her body, making her unsure if she could fight back or not if the man attacked her. Hearing her shout, which sounded like an angelic voice in Alex's ears, made him frown. "Is this that kind of H game?" he mumbled. He had played this type of game before to satisfy his desire. But he always looked for vanilla ones. The idea of rape or forcing himself on someone just repulsed him. It wasn't that he couldn't hire a real woman. It was just that the romantic stories from his mom influenced him a lot. As he was still considering his next action, suddenly, a red smoke appeared between them. It started solidifying into a round, chubby creature with soft pink fur. It had two small legs with sharp claws at the end, and instead of arms, it had dragon wings. The creature had two pairs of ruby-red eyes and a big mouth. Based on its appearance, Alex speculated that if the creature opened its mouth, it would be half the size of its body. Two long ears, resembling bunny ears, protruded from the top of its body. The creature then looked at Alex and then back at Muua, its lips turning into a grin. "I am Vesa, the personality of the vampire system," a childish, cute voice came from it. Vesa continued, "Welcome, new king and queen, to Adonia. Well, what is left of it? I know both of you feel confused, especially King Alex since you were unconscious when the system was activated. I can assure you this is not a game." It then turned its ruby eyes to Muua. "Queen Muua, you are here and not here at the same time. You should understand what this means." Muua was still confused about her situation, but she quickly grasped the concept from what Vesa had said. She realized she existed only as a soul here. As a cultivator, this concept wasn't strange to her. With a thought, her robe returned to its pristine condition. She then stood up and looked at Alex and Vesa warily. Realizing she was just a soul made her feel worried, as she had never cultivated her soul before, focusing instead on her chi and secret techniques. Seeing Muua stand up, Alex noticed that her height only reached his shoulder. He was still mesmerized by her beauty, but Vasa's words brought him back to reality. He remembered that every country in the world had agreed that all VR games or apps must make it clear they are VR games. This was to avoid confusion and prevent delusions from forming in players' minds. In the early days of VR, some games failed to do this, leading players to believe the VR world was the real one and their actual world was just a matrix. This led to many problems, from suicides to crimes, as they didn't take the law seriously. He looked at Vasa sharply. What do you mean this is not a game? Is this a dungeon? You could say that, King Alex. It was like the dungeons from your world. In fact, every dungeon was just an entrance to another world. It's just that some were opened in dangerous areas, making them dungeons. Then what about a dungeon break? I didn't know the details, but based on the information I got from you, I speculated that the portal in your world was man-made. Someone made a protection over it, allowing only your species to pass, but when the red aura filled the portal, it meant the protection ran out, or something from the other side forcefully found a way to pass through it. But as I said, this was just speculation. There were still many holes in my explanation, but I was sure part of it was right. Muua frowned. Dungeon? What was that? She then looked at Alex. You're Alex, right? You said something about an H game before. What did you mean by that? Vesa was about to answer again when Alex quickly ran and put his hand over it, muffling its voice. Vesa's size was just right to be hugged and held in hand. Alex still had doubts about Vesa's explanation, but he wasn't going to take chances. If what it said was true, that meant Muua really existed. As Alex held Vesa, he whispered, "Don't tell Muua the meaning of it." Vesa looked at Alex, feeling wronged. It hadn't done anything wrong and hadn't even said anything. If this had been her real body, Muua would have been able to hear his whisper, but Alex didn't realize he was just delaying the inevitable. After seeing Vesa nod its head, Alex released his hold. He then looked at Muua. A dungeon was like a portal that allowed us to enter another world. Inside, we could hunt monsters and find treasure. As for the game, it's nothing important. I just didn't think this was real. Muua felt suspicious. She was sure Alex was hiding something, but it was normal since they were strangers. So it was like a secret realm. She then addressed Vesa, "How could I return to my world? And why did you bring our souls here?" Vesa took a few breaths, then glared at Alex for a moment, thinking, "If you weren't the king." But its lips turned into a smile again. "Don't worry, Queen. Your body has already returned to your world. The moment we finish here, I will send you back safely." Wait, both of you mentioned souls. Did that mean I was just a soul here? And why did you call me a king and her queen? You also said you were the personality of the vampire system, Alex asked. Vesa looked at both of them and sighed, "Please don't cut me off again. I will explain everything. First of all, congratulations, since both of you had made contact with the vampire progenitor's blood and were chosen to continue the vampire race. What you saw around you was our home planet, Adonia, where the vampire race once prospered. However, attacks from other species and betrayal destroyed everything." Vesa's eyes then turned gloomy. He never wished to push this burden onto anyone, but the traitor gave him no choice, forcing him to hatch this last plan. Muua frowned at Vesa's explanation. "Why should we resurrect your race?" She then pointed at Alex, her cheeks starting to turn red. "And you said both of us were the king and queen. Did you mean I needed to marry him?" Vesa chuckled. "My queen, it was our race, not my race. Since both of you had consumed the progenitor blood, your race had started to change. Your bond was far more than just marriage. In the past, we only had one progenitor, but now both of you shared the same power, which meant your lives were linked. You would understand what this meant in the future. And I was sorry to say this, but both of you had no choice. You must become true progenitors in 10 years or die. You still haven't explained what you meant by system. Also, you do know there's no way we could continue a new race by ourselves, right? Did you expect our kids to marry each other? Alex asked. Even the thought of it made his skin crawl. Even if the kids were born healthy, the idea was still repulsive to him. Kids? Who wanted to marry you? Muua complained, glaring at Alex. We barely knew each other, and why were you so accepting of this situation? This confused Muua the most, as Alex's expression had been calm from the start, even when Vesa threatened that they would die. What should I do? Panic? Didn't you hear what Vesa said? We had no choice anyway. Look, our souls couldn't even return without its permission. Did you think we could reject it? It's better we understand our current situation, what the system wants, and what we could get from it. Muua knew what Alex said was true. It was not like she had another choice, but that didn't mean she could accept it easily. Marriage was a very important matter for her. As expected from our king. You don't need to worry about that. After you become progenitors, you could change other people into our race. What you needed to do was just find the right candidates. Vesa's voice then turned cold. We didn't need another traitor. Couldn't we just use a slave contract or bind their souls? Muua asked. It was normal in her world to do this with people working under them. A vampire was different, my queen. We could do that for the weaker ones, but the contract or soul binding wouldn't work on pure-blooded vampires, Vesa explained. Why did we need pure-blooded vampires then? Alex felt weird about this. It seemed like taking an unnecessary risk. He didn't like the idea of slavery, but as long as they were not mistreated, he was fine with it since every world has its own rules. Only pure-blooded vampires counted as our people, my king. You will understand the real reason for this in the future. Now, for the benefit, first, I would share some information about both of you so you could know each other better. Vesa's ruby-red eyes shone, and then a flood of information started coming into their minds. This new information made Alex and Muua look at each other. It was knowledge about their worlds and a little background about their lives. Muua came from the Sweki family, a middle-level cultivation family in her world, and then trained in the Blue Lotus sect. As for Alex, Muua was surprised to learn about his world, filled with technology. A desire started to form in her heart as she wanted to visit his world. Comparing the entertainment levels between their worlds was like comparing a small mound to a big mountain. So, cultivation worlds really existed, not just in novels, Alex thought. Based on the information, the highest cultivation was immortal, but there should be higher levels in higher worlds. If I could cultivate and utilize the information, wouldn't I be able to increase my family's wealth? Then Mom would stop nagging at me. For Alex, his mom's nagging was his worst enemy. Nothing was worse than that, not even the evil apocalyptic dragon or the weird things happening now. In fact, Alex felt excited. He had already grown bored reading the same type of novel with the same repetitive plot or wailing in games. As you became closer to being a progenitor, my power would also grow. I would be able to allow you to move between worlds. For now, my ability only allowed for this kind of meeting or sending small items between your worlds. Other than this, since both of you shared the same source of power, you should be able to telepathically talk to each other anytime. The system would also help you use other progenitors' abilities so that you could maximize your growth. For example, King, with the system, it could help find the most suitable person you needed for a job, as it would constantly detect people's auras around you. As for Queen, it could help you look for any treasure. Not only that, when you wanted to practice alchemy or your secret art, I would help calculate the most efficient way to do it. So, it was basically the ERX chip function, Alex mumbled. He then walked closer to Muua and extended his hand forward. No matter what, our lives were linked now. I would properly introduce myself. I am Alex Campbell, the only son of the Campbell family. Hearing this, Muua frowned. What only son? You still had a sister. Alex chuckled. As you said, she was the only daughter, and I was the only son. Muua felt confused but then understood he was just joking. She shook his hand. I was Muua. You should already know my family. And honestly, you had a bad sense of humor. Couldn't you see our situation? Alex laughed, enjoying the handshake and feeling her soft palm in his. Without releasing her hand, he said, you were too serious. There was nothing we could do about our circumstance for now. Let me be direct then. I wanted a cultivation method. In exchange, I would get you something from my world. You should know the cultivation method I used was my family's secret. I couldn't just give it to you like that. Even if I did, we needed to find out your element and talent grade first. My queen, he was the king, not a stranger. And as I said before, both of your bodies had been transformed. Even an all-elemental heavenly grade talent fell short now compared to his talent. A half-vampire in Eldonia could easily crush an immortal in your world. And both of you had progenitor blood. Hearing this, Minua's eyes lit up with excitement. Wait, you were saying he was even more talented than those heavenly chosen geniuses because you transformed his body? Didn't that mean it was the same for me? Yes, my queen. But I suggested you don't tell anyone in your world about it. Muua scoffed. Vesa, did you think I was stupid? It was dog eat dog in the cultivation world. I would only trust my own clan and parents. Queen, I knew you wouldn't believe me now, but I meant including them. When you went back later on with the system, you would be able to feel their intentions toward you. You'll understand later. Hearing this made Muua frown. She still wanted to retort, but Alex interjected, just hide it for now, Muua. You would lose nothing anyway. So, where did we stand on the cultivation technique? Give me time, Alex. I needed to think about it first. I also needed to consider what I wanted from your world. Alright, just tell me after you've decided or if you need anything. He then turned his gaze to Vesa. How did we become progenitors? Did we just wait until the blood finished changing our bodies? Vesa laughed. If only it were that easy, king. Other than the blood both of you received, the progenitor ability was split into many things across many worlds. But don't worry, I know all their locations. When I felt both of you were strong enough, I would start giving you some quests to take them back. Vasa's expression suddenly changed to a frown. Queen, you should return first. I'd moved you into a forest near the secret realm entrance, and I sensed some movement coming close to you. Alright, see you later, Vesa, Alex, Muua said as her body turned translucent and then disappeared. Alex's hand then became grasping nothing but air. He pulled it back and then looked at the pink creature in front of him. Vesa, what were the characteristics of the vampire race? You should know how they were portrayed in my world. It wasn't wrong, King Alex, but that was only for vampires with low blood purity. There was a reason you were chosen. In the past, vampires existed on your planet, and you had part of their genes. But as the progenitor, you didn't need to drink blood, what you needed was a life force. There were traces of it in blood and even in the food you ate, but you wouldn't get enough from just meals. You needed to absorb real life force from sentient beings. As for how much you needed, you would understand when you returned, King. That's good to know then. By the way, I noticed Minua's amber eyes had a tint of red in them. Was that because of the transformation? In response to his question, Vasa's ruby eyes shone, and then a mirror appeared in front of Alex. He could see his own appearance, noticing that his blue eyes also had a tinge of red in the center. Did this mean my eyes would turn completely red when I fully transformed? Yes, King. Your hair would also turn silver, but you could easily learn some illusion runes later on. Runes? Runes were an ancient magic of us vampires. As you became stronger, you would start learning them. Vesa then became confused, seeing Alex keep looking at the mirror, but then understood what Alex was doing, making it laugh. King, you really were something else, huh? Well, I was just imagining my face with white hair and red eyes. I knew I'd look even more handsome that way. Alex then smirked and struck a cool guy pose. Don't you think your king is handsome? Understand that I don't take no for an answer. Vesa laughed. I don't get it, even by your world standards, how you could be so calm. Even the queen was still worried. At the mention of Muua, Alex smirked. I was sure she would become more beautiful when she transformed, too. As for panicking, you should know about my abilities, right? Vesa nodded with its round body and replied with a chuckle, seems the king was quite smitten with the queen. Well, the situation would guarantee you end up together anyway. Even without it, I was sure she would fall for me at some point. Alex looked once again at the mirror, nodding to himself before his eyes turned serious. Alright, send me back now, Vesa. I knew creating this space took a toll on your energy. Vesa gave a royal bow with one of its wings and replied, as you wished, King. The progenitor blood seemed to have chosen the best candidate. Alex then felt like he was being pulled out by something. The world turned black for a moment before he opened his eyes. He found himself in the same room where he had the treatment before. In front of his eyes, a few interfaces started appearing. From the information injected by Vesa, he already understood how to navigate through it. He then checked his status. Underscore 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 underscore. Name, Alex Campbell. Power level, 5. Progenitor transformation, 10/100%. Life force, 324/200. Underscore 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 underscore. Seeing the data, Alex knew the system simplified their strength into a power level to make it easy for him to understand. He could also use it to check abilities and other information anytime he wanted on anything. This made Alex feel elated. The progenitor blood really enhanced the ERX chip to a whole new level, he thought. Life force showed his hunger level. Right now, he was overly full because of the life force remaining from the progenitor blood he had consumed. When it dropped below 75%, he would start feeling hungry. It would intensify as it got lower, potentially driving him into a berserk state if it reached below 10%. You finally woke up. You almost gave me a heart attack, a worried voice came to his ear, making Alex turn his face. He could see Professor Ferrith sitting there by his side, her eyes moving, reading data on a tablet. Her slender fingers kept scrolling through the information. Your body seemed to have become stronger than before. Based on your last data, it should be at least double. How about your abilities? Looking at her expression, eyes, and lips, Alex's lips curved upward into a smile. It enhanced my abilities too, Professor Ferrith. Alex then raised his upper body, stood up, and pulled the 4 drip from his hand. I should thank you, but wasn't what happened to me illegally? I was sure you used the ads as bait to find someone who could trigger the blood, right? I could sue you for that, Ms. Ferrith. Hearing what Alex said made Ferrith frown. Your abilities were such a hassle. Cognitive matrix, was it? It allowed you to analyze every single piece of information you got from your senses and make various scenarios and conclusions from it. It used to make your head hurt when you used it, but now it seemed you could use it as you liked, she sighed before continuing. So, what did you want? I have checked your information. As someone who came from a billionaire family, I doubted you needed money. Now sitting on the bedside, Alex said, nope, what I needed was you, Professor Ferrith. As he said this, many pieces of information were shown from the system, helping his ability to make a conclusion. Alex laughed. Not in that way, Professor Ferrith. I wanted to hire you, and the contract would be for a lifetime. I also wanted you to keep everything that happened today a secret. With what I knew, I was sure your investors were giving you a hard time, right? Since the blood didn't give you any results, they shouldn't be suspicious of your sudden move. Also, look for a few more items to research so they don't think I'm hiring you because you made a breakthrough in blood research. He then stood up and started walking toward the door. I would give you a week. Call me after that. I would prepare the research complex and the contract at that time. After that, he left Ferrith alone. Ferrith's eyes widened in surprise, and she wasn't even able to utter a word before she finally returned to reality. Rich kids are really different. He wants to build an entire research facility just to hide information about the blood. Well, that's good news for me anyway. I can keep studying him and see what changes he got from consuming the blood. If Alex had heard this, he would have smirked with pride. As someone with the nickname, Whale God, of course, he would wail if he could. He also had a feeling he could do the same with cultivation. Alex had a few reasons for building the research complex. Firstly, he used Professor Ferrith's name to take credit for any secret arts and cultivation methods he would publish after he got them from Muua. Next, this would also make his mother happy. Not only was he working, but he was also starting to build his own business. And finally, to track the change in his own body. He needed to make sure there were no bad effects from the transformation. For example, an old soul was taking over his body. I'm sure Mom will be surprised. She will probably keep an eye on me at first to make sure I'm really serious. Alex chuckled to himself as he made his way to the car, waiting for him outside. I also need to create my own hunter guild. Who would be a good candidate to front it, he wondered. In his world, hunters were what people called awakeners who earned their living by diving into dungeons. There were a few classes of hunters, not separated by strength but by achievement, starting from 1-star to the most elite 5-star. As Alex was busy planning to expand his family empire and get his mom off his back, Muua was facing problems in her own world. Even though she also came from a wealthy family, being a woman in the cultivation world brought many challenges. She was now standing in a field with blood dripping from her sword. 5 mutilated bodies were scattered around her. Her eyebrows raised as her eyes looked coldly at the remains. When Vesa had sent her back to the cultivation world, Muua found herself lying in a forest. She swiftly changed into a new robe. Not long after she finished, a few people wearing robes with her family crest approached her, all with worried expressions and asking about her condition. But their arrival surprised Muua. She was still alive, and barely any time had passed. There was no way her family knew she was in danger. She thought it was people sent by Lien Hua who were coming to look for her. Her suspicion became more solid and the system informed her that all of them had bad intentions. But Muua still couldn't believe it. How could her family attack her when she was the only prodigy in her family, the one they hoped would bring the Sweki family to new heights? So, she feigned fake injury and chi exhaustion. Seeing Minua's weak state, they didn't miss the opportunity and attacked at once. Overwhelmed by anger at their attack, Muua brutally killed them all, not letting anyone escape. This made her regret her actions, as she couldn't find out who sent them. TCH, I will learn soul cultivation the next chance I get, Muua cursed. If she had soul cultivation, Muua could have taken their souls and read parts of their memories. Her amber eyes then glowed red, turning the blood and bodies into particles that moved into her body. 215 life force absorbed. Life force already full, converting the surplus to boost Queen's cultivation. Jade Lotus spiritual vein and Ice Kirin bloodline have been absorbed with the progenitor blood, as they are deemed inferior. Muua could feel her body reinvigorated as pure chi coursed through her body to her dantian. A sphere started forming inside it, quickly raising her cultivation. Underscore 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 underscore. Name, Muua Sweki. Power level, 6.5. Progenitor transformation, 7.35/100%. Life force, 150/150. Cultivation level, core formation stage, mid-level. Underscore 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 underscore. Before drinking the progenitor blood, Muua was already at the foundation stage, the late level. Now, with the leftover energy from the blood and the remaining life force she absorbed, Muua easily made a breakthrough, advancing one major realm directly into the mid-level. I lost my spiritual root and bloodline, but it's worth it. They are nothing compared to the progenitor bloodline. Just how strong was the past progenitor? Muua thought for a moment, but she quickly dismissed these thoughts as she focused on more pressing matters. Should I return home first to check or go to the sect to report Lianhua? Muua felt worried. Even though Vesa had already warned her, she still found it hard to believe. Muua has always fulfilled their expectations and wishes, except for the last time when the family patriarch suddenly told her to be betrothed to another clan. She quickly rejected it, and in the end, they compromised on her reaching the golden core stage within 10 years. But now, only 2 years had passed. She was sure something had happened to her parents. Otherwise, no way people from her family would come and attack her like that. Even though they were not the patriarch, they still had some authority and power in the family. Then, she started connecting the dots with Lianhua. She suddenly had the gall to attack me like that. Does she have some agreement with my family? If something happened to me, normally the blame should fall on her. The sect wouldn't pursue it since a dead prodigy has no value, but my family should go all out for revenge. Muua frowned at the thought of it. She also thought of seeking help from her elder and master, but now that she was out and thought about it calmly, the most she would get was taking some of her cultivation resources. But that held no value for her now, as she could raise her cultivation by absorbing life force. There was no way they would kill Lianhua for her. Why not ask the king for his opinion, queen? The king? You mean Alex? The man's face resurfaced in her mind. She then remembered how he remained calm through all the situations. Even if he is calm and collected, he is not from my world, Vesa. I doubt he can analyze my situation. Oh, yeah, I forgot to tell you about the king's ability. Information started pouring into Muua's mind, making her eyes widen. So such an ability exists. But that doesn't explain how Alex could stay calm in that situation. That's just his personality, queen, thanks to his upbringing. So, do you want to ask the king? Muua shook her head. No need. For now, I will go to the secret realm first. Let's see how that bitch faces me. With my current cultivation, she should not be my opponent. Now, which direction should I go? Suddenly, a display appeared in front of her eyes, showing her location and the direction to the secret realm. You can use this, queen. The map should be quite accurate. I made it based on your knowledge so far. Also, I need to remind you that although you can raise your cultivation with the help of the life force, I will only do it when you have enough understanding of the stage. Otherwise, your foundation will be unstable. I know, don't worry about it, Vesa. By the way, why did you need to consume my spiritual root and bloodline? Is this because I became a vampire? Muua asked, partly worried it might affect her cultivation in some way. I could keep them, but it would be a waste of resources, queen. As you progress to become a progenitor, you will become stronger quickly and interact with stronger bloodlines and spirit roots. So, it's better to prioritize my strength to unlock more features of the system. Reading Vasa's message, Muua became excited. Wait, you mean I will be able to absorb their bloodline and spirit root in the future? Yes, Queen. It's possible to do that. But remember, there is a price we need to pay for it. I will tell you the details when you reach at least 25% progress in becoming a progenitor. Time passed, and Muua found herself standing in front of the secret realm entrance. She felt conflicted, wondering whether she should enter or just wait and ambush her outside. After some deliberation, she decided to enter. Passing through the void, she found herself standing on a small floating island, the area littered with monster corpses. Looking toward the end, she could see a stairway leading to another island. It seems this realm is an inheritance ground. She mumbled. Muua felt relieved she had decided to enter, otherwise, it was possible for Lianhua to come out with a major breakthrough. Queen, it seems this is an inheritance ground left behind by a golden core cultivator, but I sense evil intentions coming from the soul at the peak island. You can sense that much, Vasa? Yes. A new map then appeared in front of Mua's eyes, showing the full layout of the secret realm. Since this realm was created by a cultivator's chi using a formation array, I could easily crack it open and read all the flow of information in the array. That's why I know every trap, treasure, and the purpose of this realm. In total, there are 10 levels. After finishing every level, you will receive rewards, including 1000-year herbs, top artifacts, and cultivation techniques. Your enemy, Lianhua, has reached the 7th level now. Based on her chi level, I'm sure she's taking a break now. Can you take over control of the secret realm then? Muua asked. It's possible, as long as we take care of the soul first, Queen. I can move the array to teleport you directly to the soul's location, but this will alert the soul. Isn't that dangerous? That means it can attack me and try to possess my body. That is the opportunity we are targeting, Queen. With me inside you, nothing will be able to possess your body in this world. I will then extract useful information from its soul and use part of it to recover some of the system's strength. So, do you want to do it, Queen? After experiencing many benefits of the system, Muua started believing in Vasa's capabilities. She didn't hesitate to agree. Information from a golden core cultivator was worth the risk. Even in her family, the strongest was still at the late nascent soul stage. Since she obtained the information herself, she felt no burden to share it with Alex. She then remembered the existence of weapons in Alex's world. Vasa, how strong are the weapons in Alex's world compared to a cultivator like me? That really depends on the type of weapon, Queen. Based on the information I have, the strongest should be able to kill someone at the heavenly ascension stage easily. But the king's knowledge of his world is also limited, I don't know their real strength. It's best for you not to underestimate them. In Mua's world, cultivation is spread across 10 levels. It starts with the foundation stage, followed by core formation, nascent soul, golden core, spiritual transformation, mystic integration, profound enlightenment, heavenly ascension, transcendent, and finally, immortal. Those at the immortal stage live eternally, with their bodies in peak condition. Each level is then split into 3 minor stages, early, mid, and late stage. The surroundings around Muua began to change as Vasa manipulated the formation, transporting her to the core area. Muua now found herself in a brightly lit room with rough rock as the walls and ceiling. But before she could analyze her surroundings more, she suddenly felt an overwhelming presence enter her body. I don't know how you entered, but don't blame me for this. Everyone is out for themselves, a melodic voice reverberated in her mind. Muua felt her mind starting to turn blank as something began gnawing at her consciousness, but it only lasted for a moment. The voice screamed in despair, and then the presence from her mind disappeared. It's done, Queen. It will take me some time to extract the information, but for now, I have already taken control of the secret realm. What can you do now with this place? My understanding of formations is not that good yet. I could only use existing traps to open or close the secret realm. I also had access to all the treasures prepared in this secret realm. It seemed the previous owner saved quite an amount for her rise back to the Golden Core stage. Hearing about the many resources now at her disposal, Muua felt elated. In theory, she could just stay inside the secret realm and cultivate, but she knew she needed understanding and experience to grow. Then, an idea came to her mind. Since the secret realm was practically hers now, she should be able to use it as a secret hideout. However, her sect already knew the place. Can you move the secret realm's position, Vesa? I could not, but wasn't a secret realm usually closed after being completed, Queen? I could close it and then hide it from prying eyes. Even with my current capabilities, I was sure no one in this region could find out. That's good, but that means I need to let Lianhua out, letting her think she got the inheritance. Queen, in one of the treasures, there was an artifact that allowed you to change your appearance. My suggestion was, why not fake your death and see how things turned out? This way, you could confirm your speculation and see who benefited and who wanted your demise. Muua thought Vasa's idea was not bad, but the problem was the life talisman in her family. As long as she was still alive, the talisman wouldn't break. Hearing her concern, Vesa then gave an idea to falsify her death. The talisman worked because part of her life force was saved by it. When it felt the main source was snuffed out, the talisman would then break. As Muua was undergoing the transformation into a progenitor, her life force would be completely transformed at some point. Vesa could trigger this transformation for a moment. Hearing that it was possible, Muua quickly agreed. She wanted to know what would happen after her death. Meanwhile, on the 8th island, a beautiful woman moved gracefully among many horrifying monsters. A two-headed dog, twice the size of a normal lion, barked at the woman. Its 4 legs tensed for a moment before it pounced, but the woman spun on her body, her long blue hair fluttering in the air as a wind started to manifest, boosting her agility. Slash! Her sword slashed down vertically, creating a single red line right in the middle of the dog. Blood rained down as the woman moved with a deadly dance, creating wind with every movement. One sword to the left, one to the right, a duck, then a low sweep. After many attacks, the island was finally cleared out. Lianhua fell to her knees, her body covered with sweat. With heavy breaths, she mumbled, "Finally, it's over. Just how many islands are left?" Unlike Muua, Lianhua couldn't see how many stages existed. Every time she finished an island, a reward materialized, and then she had some time to take a break. Afterward, stairs suddenly appeared, showing the path to the next island. Lianhua speculated this was done to ensure the inheritor's instinct. She never wasted time when a path forward appeared, feeling she needed to quickly finish the secret realm. In the first few stages, she obtained herbs that helped her cultivation and even a sword manual teaching her the style she had just used, Echoes of the Wind Dance. According to the manual, if she truly mastered it, she should be able to create wind blades with every slash of her sword. I didn't know the grade of this technique, but it should be very high, Lianhua thought. In her world, techniques were also split into 6 ranks: mortal, earth, mystic, celestial, heaven, and finally, ancient. Ancient techniques were the most mysterious, as they were usually very strong and seemed to come from another world. Some even provided a completely new power system, multiplying the abilities of their holder. It was rumored that some secret clans had monopolized all these ancient techniques. This time was no different. A green pill appeared in front of her, exuding a mysterious aura. Lianhua could sense some healing properties from it, but she hesitated to consume it, unsure of its effects. Propping her body up with the sword, Lianhua took the pill. As she put it in her storage, stairs to the next island appeared, causing her sapphire blue eyes to widen in surprise. She hesitated for a moment but decided to move forward, taking the last healing pill she had in her storage. The pill's effect was not potent, but it was enough to at least restore part of her stamina. Soon, she found herself on the next island, which was smaller compared to the previous ones. This gave Lin Hua a sense of relief, thinking this island wouldn't require her to massacre wave after wave like the last one. The first 3 islands had only tested her resolve and potential, but the rest had forced her into fights against monsters, with the last one being the hardest battle she had faced. In truth, this island was supposed to give a puzzle, testing the participants' knowledge of arrays, but Muua had Vesa turn off the trial and instead sent something in. As Lin Hua observed her surroundings, she realized a wooden mannequin was crouching down in the middle of the area. If Alex had been there, he would have remarked, "Wait, is it a Mokugen?" since the mannequin's appearance looked eerily similar to one. He would then have understood that it wasn't something to underestimate. However, Lin Hua knew nothing of this, and even if she had, she wouldn't have thought much of it since Alex came from another world. But Vesa had modified the wooden puppet using Alex's knowledge, making it more deadly. The puppet, usually running on simple commands, was now reprogrammed into a self-learning AI with some fighting styles already inputted into it. Its goal now was to half-kill Lin Hua. Sensing her presence, the wooden puppet stood up, its eyes glowing red as it raised its hands in a combat posture. Bam! The puppet dashed forward. Lin Hua swiftly moved, utilizing her new sword art, but the puppet maneuvered in a bizarre way. It dodged her attack with a duck, quickly throwing a counter uppercut toward her chin. Lin Hua stepped back to dodge, but the puppet's uppercut stopped midway as just a feint. Instead, it dashed forward with its head crouched down, then delivered a liver blow to Lin Hua's stomach. Lin Hua felt her intestines twist as her face turned blue. The puppet continued its attack, throwing multiple punches at her stomach. Bam! 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 Each hit paralyzed Lin Hua with pain. She quickly moved her chi to forcibly jump high into the air. Then, she took out an artifact she had received as a reward from another stage. Its effect allowed her to convert her chi into the wind element, enabling her to fly. Groaning in pain, Lin Hua shot her chi into a wind blade toward the wooden mannequin. To her surprise, the mannequin faced it head-on, jumping upward, placing 2 hands to block its face, and then suddenly, a slab of rock appeared in its hands. Crack! Crack! The wind clashed with the rock, turning it into a cloud of debris and smoke. After the dust settled, Lin Hua's eyes sharpened, but the puppet was nowhere to be seen. The hair on the back of her neck stood up as she felt a presence appear behind her. Turning her head over her shoulder, she saw the mannequin now holding a sword, slashing toward her neck. Clang! She forcefully concentrated her chi, pushing her hand to move faster than possible, damaging it in the process. The puppet's red eyes then glinted, its leg moved forward, and it kicked her straight in the torso, sending her shooting to the ground. Bang! As Lin Hua fell to the ground, the puppet also fell, pointing its sword at her. Feeling her imminent death, Lin Hua's mind quickly churned, thinking of a way out. She had used all her tricks to reach this far, the only thing left was the pill. Her hesitation from before quickly vanished, and she took out the pill and swallowed it. A warm energy started spreading, healing her broken bones and torn muscles. Then, Lin Hua quickly burned her chi, creating wind to help her move in the air. Her body moved gracefully as she utilized her sword technique, with the wind complementing each move, increasing her attack power to a new level. Slash, slash, slash. Lin Hua launched a barrage of attacks. The puppet did its best to protect itself, but it was no use, its movements were very limited in its position. Bang! The mannequin fell to the ground, with dust and chips of wood scattering in the air. Lin Hua then used the wind to maximize her falling speed, her sword stabbing down with a bang, piercing through the wooden mannequin's body. Muua, watching the fight from a projection made by Vesa, smirked. Her eyes glinted with satisfaction, knowing what was coming next. The mannequin moved its hand and leg, grabbing Lin Hua's hand. The chi inside its core then began to churn. Bang! It exploded, taking her hands with it. Erf! Linhua screamed as intense pain overwhelmed her brain. Shock, panic, confusion, and fear, all these emotions quickly arose in her heart. She felt confused about why the mannequin specifically targeted only her hand. Had it pulled her closer, she would have died. She was shocked because of the pain and panicked and fearful because she didn't know if the trial had been completed or not. Seeing Linhua's pained face, Mingyue's rosy lips turned upward into a cold smile. "Serve you right, bitch. You tried to kill me, and I am good enough to let you live longer," she mumbled. "Shall we proceed, Queen?" "Yes, do it as planned. Give her the reward." "But are you sure the elder won't suspect the cultivation method?" "No, the elder will barely understand how this cultivation works. You didn't need to worry, Queen. I was sure she would hide it. Just think, if you were in her position, getting a cultivation method like this one without any prior knowledge, what would you do?" Vesa had modified one of the cultivation methods they had obtained from the secret realm, integrating her knowledge from Adonia. Mingyue knew what Vesa said was true, she would hide it from everyone. Any news where an ancient grade cultivation method was found always ended with the disappearance of the founder. "Alright then, give the information to her. Do as we planned." Linhua, now lying on the ground, tore her sleeve and tied it over her shoulder to try to reduce the bleeding. She kept her senses on high alert, afraid something else might emerge. Then, suddenly, a genderless voice reverberated in the air. "You have done well to come this far. I have waited many years for someone suitable to continue my cultivation journey. I deemed you suitable for it, but for now, I will only give you half of my cultivation method. You will know where to find the rest after you achieve some success on the path." Hearing this, Linhua felt relieved. She didn't find it strange, as it was common for cultivators to do this. They often gave all their cultivation methods to their inheritors but placed seals that would only break when the heir reached a certain level. This was done for several reasons. One was to make sure the heir wasn't overwhelmed by information, but more importantly, it also helped protect them from being killed during their growth phase. As Mingyue busied herself with her revenge, Alex was trying his best to convince his mother. She hadn't had any real objections when Alex said he wanted to create a research facility for new products. However, when he mentioned starting his own guild, his mother was adamantly opposed. "I said no, Alex. You'd be better off as a useless man at home than creating your own guild," Luca said, her eyes stern. "Mom, I'm just opening a guild. I'm not going into any dungeons, you know," Alex replied. Luca's voice raised again, "And so? You say that now. But what about the future? Look, Alex, even though things are stable now, how long do you think this will last?" Her eyes filled with worry as she continued, "You have abilities too, Alex. If something happens, you, as the guild owner, will be required to participate in it. Have you forgotten what happened to your father?" With the mention of those words, tears started to shimmer in Luca's eyes. Alex turned silent, missing his father, too. His father's abilities were similar to Alex's. He focused on the brain, allowing him to think about many things simultaneously. This allowed Alex's father, Edward, to rise and create a large empire in his lifetime. He then married Luca and lived his dream until that tragic day. On January 28, 2189, a Category 5 dungeon suddenly appeared, defying all previously known knowledge and rules. The dungeon took only an hour to break, unleashing a terrifying monster, each capable of easily killing a normal hunter. Panic quickly spread, plunging the town into chaos. At that time, Edward also had his own guild, which, at first, he wanted to name Full Metal. Unfortunately, the Copyright Committee rejected the idea. So, he settled on the name Suzaku, inspired by the mythological creature, the phoenix, hoping the guild would symbolize a new, better life for each member. As a guild owner and someone who had awakened, the situation forced him to stay in the city, using his abilities to coordinate all guild members. Alex, Luca, and his younger sister Emily were safely evacuated from the city. Initially, Luca wanted to stay with Edward. But Edward insisted that someone needed to be there for their kids, even though both were already teenagers, Alex being 18 and Emily 16. Knowing how stubborn her husband could be, Luca left with their children. A few hours later, they saw the terrifying news: the city had been decimated, with no survivors. The whole surrounding area had been sealed off and marked as forbidden. It had been 5 years since that incident, and they never held a funeral for Edward. Luca kept posting missions to rescue her husband. In her mind, he wasn't dead until she saw his body. Emily was devastated after the incident and had a big fight with Luca because she wanted to become a hunter. "I will look for my father with my own hands," Emily declared. Eventually, Emily left the house to become a hunter. She hasn't spoken with Luca since, but she still updates Alex about her life every week. Knowing his mom wouldn't budge unless he left home, too, Alex gave up. "Alright, I won't make a guild." "Happy now, Mom?" Seeing her son abandon the idea made Luca feel relieved. She then took out her phone. "So, what do you need to start?" "I'll ask our lawyer to take care of all the legalities." "Is $1 billion enough?" "We also have some space you can use. Your father had built it before for the Suzaku Guild's expansion. It's now used by survivors and their families for living. Give jobs to them, Alex, they are experienced in working with the guild." "I tried to offer them other jobs before, but they all rejected it. They want work related to the dungeon," Luca said. "If the place is designed for a research facility, I think that should be more than enough, Mom. I've already found a professor to be the lead scientist. Send me the address, then I'll check the place." "Alright, I won't tell you how to do it since I don't have experience in that area either. Just make sure to do everything properly and not get scammed." She chuckled. "Well, with your ability, no ordinary person should be able to scam you. Now, tell me, why did you suddenly want to start a business like this?" "I know you, my dear son. Something must have happened. You would never move if there wasn't something interesting to you." Luca wasn't worried even if the business became an epic failure and Alex lost all the money. As long as he had something to do, it was better than staying at home and wasting away. She was more curious about what motivated her son to undertake this venture. "Yes, I found something interesting that I am sure can elevate our family to new heights," Alex said with an excited tone. Hearing this, his mother, Luca, didn't believe it. They were already in the top 10% of the richest people on their planet. Rising further would mean becoming part of the most elite top 1%. Each of them has already held their position for generations, with global influence and power. The only way to reach their level was by taking over one of their positions. For newcomers like them, reaching the top 10% was already a big achievement. If not for the opportunities that arose from the dungeon that brought the world into chaos, they wouldn't have been able to rise like this. At that time, the top 1% had been busy fighting among themselves and had not yet reached an agreement. This allowed some people to grow. "I don't care about that, Alex, as long as you have something to do. Just don't do it half-heartedly, do the best you can," Luca said. "Of course, Mom, don't worry. You know me, if I decide to do something, I'll make my way to the top." Luca then transferred the money to him and left him alone. "I should call Sis then. Mom only said I couldn't make my own guild, but if it's my sister, there should not be a problem," he thought. Alex had a few friends from college and high school who had become hunters, but he had barely talked to them after graduating. He needed someone he could trust to handle the guild, as he planned to fake many items they brought back from the dungeon. He also needed to find people from the Dungeon Association to help manipulate the information. As the phone started connecting, Alex said, "Sis, are you busy?" He could hear ragged breathing from the other side. "Just, say what you want." He had wanted to ask more about her situation, but he knew Emily would just get annoyed. After that incident, her personality changed completely. She was cold and spoke harshly, and Alex had gotten used to it. "What hunter rank are you now?" Emily felt it was odd, as Alex usually never cared about it, but her situation didn't allow her to think much. Bang! Boom! Alex could hear explosions from the other side. "Just what are you doing, Emily? If you're busy, I can call again later." Bang! 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 Kaboom! Alex heard machine guns firing in bursts, followed by a big explosion. The connection then became static for a while before being cut off. Alex looked at his phone screen with a raised eyebrow, his eyes filled with worry. Just what is she doing, he thought, imagining various possible scenarios, each making him worry even more. Just as he was about to call the Hunter Association to find out Emily's location, the phone rang again. "Sis, are you all right?" Alex quickly asked. Heavy breathing came from the other end, followed by a sigh. "I'm fine. I'm just doing some stupid cheap mission that isn't worth the pay. I'm still a 2-star hunter, you know it's insanely hard to raise our rank, right?" Hearing her words, Alex was surprised. He had heard about the difficulty before, but he had thought it was just a rumor. His sister had an S-grade ability, and it had been 5 years. Alex thought she should be at least a 3-star hunter by now. "Well, I need a guild. I had planned to make it myself, but Mom forbade it. You know how she is after that day. So, I was thinking of you being the one to establish it." "You what?" Emily then laughed, doubting what she had heard. "You're saying you want to build a guild? You, who always spent all day at home reading novels and playing games." She had expected Alex to laugh with her, but when he remained silent, she added, "You're not joking?" "I am serious." "Why would I joke about something like that, Emily?" Alex felt wronged as everyone seemed to act like he had never done anything serious. "And why would you be serious about that? I know you, Alex, you just love wasting away at home all day. So tell me, why do you suddenly want a guild?" Alex then told her what had happened, of course, modifying it beforehand to hide the part where he had gotten the system. He did this because he didn't want the hassle of convincing Emily that he wasn't lying. Even in a world filled with superpowers, the existence of a system that often only showed up in novels and anime would not be taken seriously. "So, who is this Ferrith? Do you like her?" "I never knew you were into older women," Emily said with a chuckle. "I told you I'm doing that because of the artifact she's researching. I am sure it will bring our family to new heights." Yeah. And the artifact you're talking about has shown no results until now, right? Who are you trying to fool, my dear older brother? There are tons of artifacts with no results, each claim to have a lot of potential, and you know that none give results. In the past, I already told you to use your abilities to help with the guild, but you kept making excuses. At first, I thought you were just coping with the incident, but after 5 years, I realized you're just being lazy, Alex. "Hey, you say it like I didn't miss Dad at all," Alex retorted back. "Humph, and? You don't need to mince words with me like with Mom, Alex. I know you think he's already dead." Alex sighed, "You know why? My ability makes me think everything is based on data, and the highest probability is." Emily cut him off with a stern tone. "Shut it. I'm not stupid. I know. But just like Dad, who also had abilities with his brain, he should have known if things became problematic. The other guild members weren't weaklings either. In the Suzaku Guild, Alex's father had recruited 2 3-star hunters with SS rank abilities. The only other possibility was that they had somehow entered a portal and gotten stuck inside. However, Alex never shared this with his sister or Mom. He was afraid they would recklessly run into the portal. Let's not talk about that. I also hope Dad survived. So, what do you think about my offer? We need another hunter to be the face of our guild, Alex. If the Campbell group decides to create a new one after the Suzaku incident, we can't do it half-heartedly. If only a 2-star hunter like me is inside, it will give us bad publicity, you know, Emily said. Alex knew what Emily was saying made sense, but in his opinion, it was only a short-term issue since the hunters who joined this new guild would quickly become stronger. How could they not? A cultivator with basic superpowers. He even wanted to prioritize hiring people with mental capabilities like his, as they were underestimated by the public. Many abilities that had seemed useless before would become incredible once they became cultivators since physical strength could be elevated. They could also learn secret techniques or special cultivation methods to gain control over elements. But maybe an unexpected result could be achieved. In his understanding, cultivation used chi, then a breathing technique, to convert it into an element. But now, since the body could generate its own element, couldn't they use it to enhance it instead? And make the cultivation speed grow by leaps and bounds. He couldn't wait to get a complete set of cultivation methods from Muua and start experimenting with them. I should also get the contract and slave method from Muua. Alex abhorred slavery, but since he would need much help from Professor Ferrith, he felt he needed it as insurance, making sure she would never tell anyone the truth. If the real source of it came out, Alex was sure his family would become a target for those they couldn't offend yet. No matter what, his family's safety came first. Hello? Are you still there? Why did you go silent all of a sudden? Emily's voice brought Alex back to reality. Nothing, sis, just remember I need to take some precautions. By the way, since you want us to go to a higher hunter class, do you have someone you can trust? One who won't ask too many questions. Emily felt puzzled by Alex's request. What do you mean by no questions? Alex, don't tell me you plan to collaborate with those dark hunters. Emily despised them. As a hunter, she had many missions that brought her into conflict with them. Don't you dare get involved with them. Do you know what they do? They're inhumane, worse than monsters. Dark hunters? Sis, I'm not that stupid. I just don't want them snooping around, wanting to know everything about how the guild operates. There are many things I prefer to keep hidden, you know. Emily felt even more bewildered by his words. What exactly are you trying to hide? I'm your sister, don't you trust me? Alex then realized he couldn't skirt over it with a simple explanation. Unlike his mom, Luca, Emily would be working closely with him. I trust you, but sis, you can't tell anyone about this. I found a way for any awakener to become stronger. Even normal people can become as strong as hunters. You should understand the implications of this. Emily was surprised by what Alex said. You mean you found a new power system? Power system? Yeah, you could say that. Why did you even call me on this line then? Come to my home later. I should be there by night, Emily said with a raised tone, then quickly cut off the call, not allowing Alex to speak further. A power system, does this mean other methods have been found before? Alex wondered. He knew he would get clarification when meeting Emily later. For now, the important thing was to get a cultivation method. Vesa, can you ask Muua about the cultivation technique? You are asking at the right time, King. We just got a bunch of new techniques, but you should ask the Queen yourself. Muua, how is it going? Have you made any decisions yet? What do you want from my world? At this time, Muua had just finished dealing with Linghua. She was checking the list of treasures inside the secret realm created by Vesa. I've thought about it. What I need now is the thing you call a smartphone. Being able to record and take pictures is what I need the most right now. Smartphone? Alex pondered it. Although their world didn't have electricity, a phone without mobile data being active should survive for at least a few weeks. He could just send her a new one, then. Alright, I can get that for you. Send me the cultivation methods, then. Vesa told me you just got a bunch of them, right? Vesa can transmit the information to me, so it shouldn't be a problem for you to give me all of them. All of them? Don't waste time practicing useless cultivation methods, Alex. There are many, but from what I've seen, most are just lower-level or incomplete methods. Don't worry, Muua. I just want to analyze the cultivation methods. Who knows, I might be able to derive a new method. By the way, how's your situation now? Who's coming after you? Muua raised her eyebrows, hearing Alex's intention to create a new method. But then she remembered Alex's abilities. It was possible for him to learn and dissect the methods. I'm alright. Just be careful when experimenting with them. A bad cultivation technique can lead you to a fate worse than death. Queen, why haven't you told the king? It's not alright when you're basically now surrounded by enemies. Both of your fates are linked now, just like you're afraid something might happen to the king because it would mean losing a way to the other world. It's the same if something happened to you. Vasa's message appeared in front of Minua's eyes. Muua thought about it and knew Vesa was right. This made her wonder, Vesa, what happens if one of us dies? You mean what happens to the other one? Both your fates are literally linked, Queen. Both of your souls have already started melding with the progenitor, which is why I could create this system. If one of you dies, the other will, too. As you transform closer to becoming a true progenitor, you will feel each other's presence even more, as a progenitor is part of one soul. This made Muua frown because it meant she really had no choice for a Dao partner other than Alex. She didn't know how to make sense of it, at least for now, she needed to know him better. Well, it's good if you're alright. Do you have any other requests? By the way, can you send me one of those storage ring items? I've always wanted to have one. I did have a few here. I'll send them to you, along with some other stuff. Muua then started telling Alex what had happened with Linghua. From being attacked by Linghua and falling into the void crack to going to the secret realm and setting a trap for Linghua. Hearing all of this, Alex had an idea. Since you already have a secret realm now, why not make your own sect, Muua? My own sect? Even with the resources I got from this secret realm, it wouldn't be enough, Alex. The cultivation methods the previous owner used were also not suitable for that purpose. That's fine. Don't you forget about me. Alex chuckled. Look, Muua, instead of trying to recruit those so-called geniuses, find common people, those who have been trampled by cultivators. Commoners? But what can they do? They are too weak. A single foundation stage cultivator can easily trample over them, Muua asked. I have some understanding of your world from Vesa. Even commoners can cultivate, it's just that no one thinks it's worthwhile to train them because the efficiency is so low. But what if we don't focus on cultivating them? Instead, give them weapons from my world. A machine gun can easily overpower a foundation stage cultivator. You just need a few non-genius cultivators with the right element to produce all the items. I will then send you some training and production methods for you to implement. Hearing Alex's idea, Muua found it feasible. Recruiting commoners as cultivators wouldn't be hard, as long as she could provide them with food, a warm house, and protection, they would come flocking to her. She could also bind them with a contract to ensure their loyalty. Alex then added, Look, Muua, you should stop depending on others to raise your cultivation like your sect and family do. You should just take over both of them and create your own organization. Make one with a concept similar to those of ancient families. Your world has big opportunities compared to mine. Big opportunities? What do you mean by that, Alex? Yes, every single sect and prominent family is looking for heaven-blessed geniuses with overwhelming talent. Since one can beat 1,000, they neglect the most important resource, the common people. Even your sect can't maintain their daily needs without these so-called commoners. Why else would they take over many cities under them? Muua still felt disbelief. Why were common people considered an important resource? But why? There are so many of them. Even if 1 or 2 cities were decimated, it wouldn't take long for others to fill the numbers. Alex laughed. You're so focused on cultivation that you've barely grown in economy and technology. Even cultivators need to eat before they become immortal. You also need furniture and a place to live. Who works to produce the wheat and rice you eat? Who takes out the logs to build all of those? Isn't it the commoners? None of the so-called cultivators want to dirty their hands doing it. But you all neglect them and treat them like trash. Without commoners, can your sect survive? Can the cultivators focus on their cultivation? No, right? Even many new geniuses come from these so-called commoners. If you start taking over their roots one by one, they will start to feel the impact and weaken. I heard you plan to hide your identity before returning to your family. Try to hide as a commoner and mingle with them, Muua. Become one of them. Then you will understand what they really do. What? Hiding as a commoner? The idea baffled Muua. Every cultivator looked at them as if they were a lower species. Yes, you might think that as long as you provide them with good food, a house, and a contract, it's enough, right? No, it's not, Muua. We also need to really understand how they think, what they are capable of, and how they live their lives. Only then can we plan out a suitable community that is ever growing. Anything motivated only by fear won't last long. Don't forget, we need to find people to become real vampires. They cannot be bound by slave contracts. If they are only loyal out of fear, it will put us at high risk. They will also not really try their best. Hearing his words, Muua understood he wanted to use the sect she would build as a foundation for growth, not just for short-term goals. You know about the idea of school and education in my world, right? Yes. Muua was baffled when she first learned about this, wondering why Alex's world invested so many resources into the education system. It's not just about skills, Muua. The most important aspect of that system is to instill group values in people, such as what is right to do and what is wrong to do. To put it simply, it's about shaping them into suitable individuals who will work most beneficially for us. For example, my world teaches people to work under others, keep their word, and think about others' benefits first. Many believe this and spend half their lives following this route, only to face the reality that it's all bullshit. But in your world, we don't need to worry about this. We will make sure that everyone who follows the teachings will be rewarded. Why would my world be any different, though? In the end, people will follow their own desires, Alex. Even I know that when their basic needs are fulfilled, they will start wanting more. There were a few cases like this. She had heard some cultivators treat the commoners very well only to get stabbed in the back. Alex chuckled. The problem in my world was that in the past, it didn't have any superpowers, and there was nothing that posed a danger to us as a species. So, to maintain their positions, many people blocked the path to success for others. Resources are limited, right? And as you said, greed knows no bounds. But since the awakening of superpowers and the opening of dungeons, this has become a problem of the past. We now have a way to develop unlimitedly, not to mention the risk of monsters coming from other worlds. Then your world should also have the same condition now, no? And it's not working, Muua asked. It's not because it's already too late. People are now divided into factions, and each has their own personal goal. But your commoners are perfect. They are still at a stage where they constantly fear for their lives, so they will trust you wholeheartedly, at least at first. That is the best time for us to instill these values. Then, we can keep expanding from there. Muua thought about it. She still hadn't seen the weapons from Alex's world with her own eyes. Deep in her heart, she was still very biased toward cultivators. It's a start, Muua. As I get the method, I will find a way to make all of them able to cultivate. Then, we will create a social system that is better than the one in my current world. There are many technologies now that could solve my world's problems, but people are too stuck in their ways now. It's hard to teach them to change. Compared to yours, where people can easily worship you like their god. How far do you want to go with this idea, Alex? Muua asked, curious since Alex kept trying to convince her to do it. Don't forget, Muua, we are chosen as progenitors. The last one died at his enemy's hands. No matter who they are, that means we will need to face them sooner or later. And based on what Vesa told us, the immortals from your world are nothing in their face. If both of us cannot rise to be the strongest in each of our worlds, what qualifications do we have to face them? We will just become the next victims. Muua gulped, realizing the truth in Alex's words. Could they really fight against those who defeated the vampire progenitor without their own army? Alright, I will think about it. Well, this idea is still rough, honestly, but you should get the gist of what I want to achieve. We need to prepare a foundation, and your commoners are the most suitable choice for us right now. Not those stuck-up cultivators. You keep dissing them out. You do realize I'm also a cultivator, right? Muua could hear Alex chuckling from the other side. Okay, I'm sorry. It's just that I've read so many novels about the cultivation world, and in each of them, I always wonder why they are so dumb and never utilize the commoners. There are many ways to do this. For example, you guys use commoners as maids. A strong cultivator can manipulate the vow on their souls, then give them poison to slip into their master's drinks, and no one will know. I'm sure they will underestimate them. Even those weak cultivators, Mr. Side Character 1, Extra 2 that the so-called geniuses use as underlings, can be used to create a manufacturing process for many weapons. As industries grow further, living standards improve, which also means the quality of the workers becomes better. We can then expand the production rate of resources using them as workers. But there are many other problems we need to take care of for everything to work, like how most commoners are illiterate. Alex had already thought that if the commoners mined the chi crystal mines with drills and modern tools, it would increase the output by at least tenfold. I'm really curious about these novels of yours. How exactly do they portray us? Can you send me some? I also want to try these so-called video games, Muua said. Hearing Mua's curiosity, Alex smirked. Sure, I'll put them in the phone. He was also curious about how she would react after reading them. I should choose one filled with the usual tropes, face-slapping young masters. A tragic main character with a cheat ability comes from the smallest family in the smallest city, country, and realm. The FL loses her virginity to MC because of aphrodisiacs, the female lead having some ice cultivation, then going to a higher realm to become a disciple. One or both parents are missing and actually come from a powerful clan, or they have some powerful expert soul as backing. Alex really wondered if things like this actually happened in the cultivation world where Muua came from. Thankfully, Vesa allows us to understand each other's words and language instantly, otherwise, communication would be very hard. Alex then thought he also needed to send some items for Muua to understand their real potential. I'll send some weapons for you to test. Then you'll understand how useful they are. Also, don't forget to send me some of those chi stones. Alright, I'll wait for these items of yours then. After ending his conversation with Muua, Vesa began pouring information about cultivation into Alex's mind, including all the techniques Muua had found in the secret realm. It took Alex some time to fully absorb all the knowledge, even with his abilities. This is nothing like the novels I've read before. They did use chi, but it required breathing, precise control, and movement to even use it as a technique. It's like in Avatar cartoon, where certain movements need to be done for the technique to be active. The process is long until it becomes second nature to them, and that's just for one secret art. That's why they can't just freely learn new ones. It was a serious commitment that took many resources and time, except if the technique had a similar foundation. And this didn't even count the work they needed to do to increase their cultivation realm, Alex thought as his lips curved into a smile. Alex felt genuinely excited about the information because he knew it provided him with many possibilities. The way people improved their realm was very different from what he was used to. It was a path filled with danger, and even the tribulations were not as he had imagined. At the foundation stage, they began enhancing their bodies with various natural treasures and intense training. This was all to ensure the body could hold chi inside without exploding. Afterward, they started strengthening the chi inside their body, circulating it like blood flowing through their veins. Step by step, they allowed it to penetrate their flesh, transforming it to become even stronger. Those so-called geniuses and talented individuals were the ones who shortened the process of the early stages, significantly saving time and resources. This was one of the reasons why marriage was very important in the cultivation world. People wanted their traits and strong bodies to be passed down to their offspring. As the process continued, future descendants became increasingly stronger and mutated. They then started categorizing mutations in their descendants' bodies as spiritual roots and bloodlines. Marriage for love. That was a big joke. What use was that when you could be dead? In a world where one person could defeat 10,000, strength was what mattered. Emotional attachments all came second. Of course, some still acted on their emotions, as humans were emotional beings regardless of the world. But most of them ended up with tragic ends. The so-called tribulation they faced when becoming immortal was one they found themselves in because of breaking through. They needed to destroy and reconstruct their bodies using elemental chi. This allowed them to become immortal. The path after this was still unknown. Some said the secret lay in cultivating the soul, but the method for doing so was also unclear. Muua only knew a low technique for soul cultivation, one that allowed the use of chi to permeate their soul and strengthen it. Just what is this chi? Is it similar to mana? Alex mumbled. If this is some type of different energy, it's going to be a problem. I need to experiment first after getting the chi stone, comparing it to a mana crystal. But first, Alex needed to prepare the items to be sent to Muua. Vesa, how large an item can you now send? With my current power, this domain is still small in size, but it should be enough to transfer a small gun and a phone. Well, if you can use a storage ring, this should make it possible to transfer many items at once. Alex agreed with Vesa. If he could use the storage ring, it would indeed boost their growth rapidly, as the quantity of items they could send would increase exponentially. He could simply buy a lot of good gear, armor, and weapons and then send it all to Minua's world. The image of a bunch of commoners shooting at cultivators with machine guns and bazookas made him laugh. No matter if it's my world or the cultivation world, whaling is the way, ha ha ha. He then spent the hour selecting the best novels he could think of for Muua to read. He chose the fun ones filled with comedy, as well as those with silly plots. He also loaded the phone with many games and included a few solar power banks to help her charge the phone later on. As for weapons, Alex knew he needed his sister's help to get one. It wasn't something a normal citizen like him could buy at will unless he went to the black market and bought them illegally. The moon now hung in the sky as a silver sports car parked in an underground parking lot. Alex got out and then rode the elevator straight up to the highest room, where his sister Emily lived. Ding! The elevator door opened, revealing a beautiful woman with golden hair sitting on the couch. She turned her blue eyes to see Alex, her lips curving into a warm smile. "You finally came," she said, her slender finger pointing to the couch. Unlike Alex, who resembles their mother, Emily inherits her appearance from their father, Edward. Both of them had blue eyes and golden hair. Alex slumped down on the couch. "Oh yeah, before I forget, I need a weapon. One that can be shot with mana energy and the other with normal bullets. Make it a handgun model, and don't forget the ammo." Emily raised her eyebrow at Alex's request but didn't find it strange. Now that he would probably appear more in public, more self-defense tools would be good. "Sure, I'll get it. But can you even use them?" Emily asked with a smirk. She then continued, you also need to get a bodyguard, brother. Even though your name isn't on paper, we can't hide the relationship between us. Alex knew his sister was right. When they announced the guild establishment, they would quickly become front-page news. He needed more safety measures. I will look for some. You should recruit the old guild members who survived, especially Zold. He has a lot of potential and is determined to look for his father, Emily suggested. Zold? Alex asked. Oh yeah, I forgot you're not familiar with the guild. Zold is the son of our father's right-hand man, Silva. He's also looking for a way to enter the forbidden area. Well, enough about that. I'm sure Mom told you to recruit them anyway, right? I'll give you some information about them later. Emily leaned forward, her eyes becoming serious. Now, tell me about this new power system of yours. Before that, Emily, did any other power systems ever emerge before? Emily laughed. That's why I said before you should have learned more about the guild and hunters. Alex, the world now isn't just moving with money, there are so many things you don't know. Of course, there are others, like the Wizard Guild. They found a power system that allowed them to enhance their superpowers with mana crystals. I also don't know the details, but the method must be incomplete, otherwise, they wouldn't bow to the Hunter Association. What do you mean? Bow? Why else do you think a 2-star hunter like me would have this information? The entire Mage Guild has been taken over by the Hunter Association. They then gave us some information, hoping to bait hunters who might have more details about it. Since there is one power system, why wouldn't others exist? I'm sure there are many, and the higher-ups should know about them. This explains why no hunter above 3 stars is weak, regardless of their superpower rank. They probably acquired the power system through some agreement with the association, Emily explained. So that means all 3-star hunters are under the Hunter Association, then? Doesn't that mean they won't be loyal? Why do you think we need to get a 3-star hunter's approval to open a guild? Do you think the association will let organizations of superpowers do as they please? The world is chaotic enough. I don't really condone how they do things, brother, but their existence is necessary. Alex then sighed, doesn't that mean it will be a problem? You want a 3-star hunter in our guild, but if I introduce this power system to our members, he will become suspicious. No matter what, we are not strong enough to butt heads with the Hunter Association. We have no choice over it, you know, but honestly, you really lack understanding of our world situation, Alex. Emily turned her eyes to the coffee table. Al, show the holographic projection of our current situation now. A holographic map of their planet then started appearing, hovering above the coffee table. Many areas were marked red, and more than half of it was black. Alex's eyes widened in surprise. What the hell? Emily, this kind of technology exists now. Why didn't you tell me then? Emily laughed. Because I knew you're such a tech nerd and would want one. This is part of the perks of being a hunter. Look, Alex, almost 25% of the world is now marked red, which means those areas are uninhabitable. Her finger then pointed to the middle of the red area, her eyes turning solemn. You see there, the area where we used to live? Some people living in peaceful areas like here think the world is stable now. In fact, the situation is worsening, Alex. The Category 5 dungeon was only the first. It then started appearing in the surrounding area and quickly devoured many locations. As you can see, it's now over a quarter of our planet. Rather than that, Emily, what is the Dark Zone? It covers more than half. He then tilted his head, gazing in detail at the holographic globe. Isn't this bigger than the normal one? I'm sure this is not our planet, I knowed. The size was twice as big as the map Alex used to know. As I said, you don't know too many things, Alex. You're living in a bubble. The Black Zone is a new area. Since the Category 5 dungeon started appearing, this planet began expanding, and I don't have more information about that. I'm sure whatever it is, it's worse. You need to understand, Alex, that we, humanity as a whole, are in danger now. Hiding the power system is stupid. Instead, we should just go ahead and make a deal with the association and benefit from it. Alex pondered for a moment. Won't they just take us over like the Mage Guild, as you mentioned before? You say it's stupid, but they still hide the information from the public. What happens if they release it? Panic? There is a reason they only divulge it to 3-star hunters, Alex. Don't you see those dark hunters? They are a menace to society. As for the takeover, that depends on our information. As I said, their power system is incomplete, and they need the association more to help them complete it. Alex then started telling her about the cultivation techniques, starting from the foundation stage and going all the way to the immortal stage. This made Emily look at her brother weirdly. Alex, that is very complete. Where the hell did you get it from? And what's this about becoming immortal? You're not kidding me, right? You think I would joke about this? I already got money from Mom to establish the whole thing. I also called you for it. What more proof do you need? Emily knew this but still couldn't believe it. How did her introverted brother get such information? She knew he spent all his time at home. She gazed sharply at him. Can't you tell me where it comes from? You're not involved in something shady, are you? Alex sighed. Where did my little sister, who always followed me around and believed in me, go? Is she still there? Can't you just believe me on this? It's not something that I can explain right now. You will just get more questions than answers. Memories of their childhood started resurfacing in her mind. Emily used to be a gentle, innocent girl who only followed her brother around. That kind of person wouldn't survive in this world, brother. If I had just focused on training my abilities instead, maybe father would still. Seeing his sister filled with guilt, Alex shook his head. Forget it. Will the association force me to reveal the background of where I got it? Emily knew her brother wanted to change the conversation, as they had the same discussion many times before. She always felt guilty. Compared to Alex, her superpower was perfectly suited for combat. Emily could give form to light, turning it into a deadly weapon. In the past, she had never trained in her ability, resulting in a lack of control over it. This made every one of her attacks a burst of power that left her tired and weak afterward. And on that day, she had used it repeatedly until she fainted. When she woke up, everything was already too late. You don't need to change the topic, I know this is my fault. Alex frowned at her words. I love you, Emily, but you know this attitude of yours always annoys me. Enough with the self-blame. If you want to find fault, we can find it in everyone involved, but it's useless. Does that really matter? Even if we know whose fault it really is, will it change the past? So stop it already. Alex had tried many ways to comfort his sister, from talking to her gently, patting her head, and listening to all her complaints, but in the end, he realized it would never stop, except by some miracle, if their father returned. Emily's lips sealed shut, her eyes turning teary for a short moment, but she blinked them away and took a few breaths to calm herself. Alex shook his head. Even as a 2-star hunter, his sister was always like this. He worried about what might happen if one day she fell in love with a bad man and got all emotional about it. Well, that's not my business. It's her life. She's not a kid anymore. Worse comes to worse, I will just remove the man. Alex dismissed the thought. So, have you calmed down? Can you answer me now? With such a comprehensive system, if we can provide proof, like a few people who succeeded in cultivation, I am sure we can negotiate not to disclose the information. The possibility of making everyone an awakener is just too significant for them to miss out. Alright, make the guild then, Emily, and if you need anything, just let me know. He then gazed at his sister deeply. Don't push yourself, okay? I am worried about you. I don't want another person to disappear from the family. And if possible, meet up with mom makeup already. Both of you are so helpless. You know why she so adamantly rejects the idea, but it's been 5 years. Just don't talk about anything about hunters and guilds when you meet her. Emily turned silent. She also wanted to make up with her mom, but she knew how it would turn out. You know what mom will say. It's not like I am the one who brought up the topic with her. I will talk with her too, just don't be so hard-headed. Honestly, you take after mom more, both of you are just so adamant when you've decided on something. Humph, you talk like you're not like that, brother, Emily said with a pout. In her eyes, Alex was even worse in that aspect. When he found a goal, he would stop at nothing to achieve it, although it rarely happened. At the very least, I am not adamant about something that is useless. Both of you know acting like this will just hurt each other, but you keep doing it. Well, forget it. When do you think you can give me the weapon? I can get it tomorrow, bro, or if you really need it now, I have some with me here. Alex shook his head, knowing his sister had probably offered the gun she was currently using. No need, just give me a new one tomorrow, not the one you use. Then make a meeting with the 3-star hunter, I will meet them directly. At first, he wanted to let Emily handle the Hunters Association entirely, but after hearing about so many things happening in the world, he felt the need to meet them directly and confirm the Hunters' intentions. Sure, bro, then I also want to meet the woman who made you do all this, Emily said with a chuckle. You can't meet her, Emily. Why? Does she have a poor background? Are you afraid I will bully her? Alex laughed. No, you just can't meet her now, she's in some place far away. Far away? How far? We can just ride our jet there. Emily's eyes started narrowing as she felt suspicious. Then how will she become your head scientist? Isn't she that Ferrith you talked about? No. I told you my relationship with Ferrith is just work. I do have someone I like now, and she is one of the reasons I do this. But you really can't meet her now, Emily. Who is she? What does she look like? Emily felt really curious, as she never knew her brother's type. Even after graduation, she knew their mom tried to arrange some girls for Alex, but no matter how beautiful, gentle, and nice the women were, Alex rejected them all. For Alex, the reason for this was that all the women didn't look at him. He knew they were looking at his family background and wealth. And that was not what he wanted in his love life. Muua. She has amber eyes, with long black hair. Alex continued detailing her appearance, making Emily chuckle. She could see that Alex was really smitten by the woman. So where does she live? Alex thought about it and then answered, as I said, somewhere far. I really don't want to lie to you, Emily. Just be patient. One day, I will bring her to meet you and Mom. Emily thought about it. In the end, she decided to give up. Emily was sure Alex wouldn't be so foolish as to get scammed, but it made her even more curious. Then why did he build all this? How is it related to the woman then? Just what is his goal now? I don't believe it's for the family. She tried to ask this question, but Alex shrugged it off again. The only way Alex could tell her was if he explained everything about the system and the cultivation world. Emily then threw more questions about Muua at him, most of which Alex skipped over since he didn't know much about her yet. As the questions became more personal, Alex changed the topic. How about you? How is your life after becoming a hunter? Me? Nothing special, I just spend every day on mission after mission, Emily answered. Alex frowned. If that's true, then why are you still ranked 2? What really makes it hard? Because I can only enter low-level dungeons, Mom is pulling the strings behind my back. So I can only grind with missions that give low contribution points, Emily said with a sigh. No wonder. Well, don't get me wrong, but I'm glad Mom does that. You know the casualty rate in those kinds of dungeons, right? Emily's face pouted, feeling wronged. Even you. Why does no one support me in this? It's not that I don't want to support you, Emily. But the reason you're doing this isn't because of your dream but as a vent. What if something happened to you too? What would happen to me and Mom? Do you think we can take another loss? Emily's voice became weak. But then, who will look for Dad? You do know we've spent a lot of money putting up requests, right? And a 4-star hunter already took the mission. But it's been years and no news at all, Alex. You are a hunter yourself, you should understand this more than me. A veteran hunter still gives us no result. What can you do by yourself, sis? Alex only knew his mother had spent a lot of their family fortune posting missions to look for their father, and it was taken by a 4-star hunter. But he had never heard the follow-up on it. Now that he knew about the red and dark zones, Alex speculated that the difficulty of the mission should reach S or even SS rank. In his world, dungeons were categorized by numbers, the bigger, the higher the risk. As for superpower talent and missions, they go from F rank to a rank, above which are the usual S tier, SS, SSS. A few days passed, and that night, Alex spent catching up with Emily. He also started finalizing all the contracts and meeting up with his family's lawyer, studying all the legalities he needed to follow. Meanwhile, in the cultivation world, Muua was now disguised as a normal, plain woman. She was moving in a carriage to the city where her family resided, Daing City. In these past few days, she pondered over what Alex had said and finally decided to act as a merchant. She had also taken many commoners from the surrounding village and trained them with the instructions she got from Alex. In her hand now was a smartphone. She had spent a few hours on the road reading a story, and not just any story, it was one of the cultivation novels Alex chose. Reading the cliché plot, Muua frowned. Is this man stupid? He comes from a prestigious family, and instead of looking for a woman from the same class, he goes too far for a woman in a rural area. Even if she is talented, it doesn't justify offending other geniuses for it. Or did this man have no choice but to do this? Is every other woman in this story that ugly? How is even a village woman, even as a genius, more beautiful than the daughter of another cultivator? The plot Muua read involved a rich young master offending the MC to take over his love interest. This didn't make sense to Muua. They might look down on commoners, but once they became cultivators, no one would offend them without reason. The competition between families and sects was brutal, every single talent was cherished and fought over. Based on the story she read, the MC was a genius talent, as was the woman. If the young master befriended them, he could easily secure 2 geniuses under his family's banner. But instead, he offended them both. And for what? Lust? Because the woman was beautiful? This kind of brainless person would be killed without mercy in my family. He acts like a virgin who's never seen anyone attractive, Muua mumbled. The competition among the young generation was also intense. The family didn't care whether it was a boy or a girl. Those who were useless to the family were lucky to get fed. As for those who became a burden, they couldn't even hope to survive the next day. And here, this young master, offending 2 geniuses to feed his own ego. Muua shook her head, then put the phone back into her storage ring. Then, a sleek gun appeared in her hand. It felt cold in her palm, with a digital number showing 100% on the back of it. Vesa had poured the information on how to use it into Muua when she received it. To think they can mass-produce artifacts like this. Even making it usable by anyone. Told you, Queen, don't underestimate the weapons from the king's world. Muua agreed now. She still remembered the result when she discharged all 100% of the charge in one shot. She was sure that even with her current cultivation level, she would be gravely wounded with just one hit. If many were combined to shoot at once, even a golden core cultivator could be pulverized. Muua had already imagined one of the scenarios Alex told her: give the gun to a commoner, then shoot the cultivator by surprise. Since the beam moved at the speed of light, and the cultivator looked down on them, they would get hit for sure. It's not just that, Queen. If you catch them off guard when they don't protect their bodies with chi, everyone under the immortal level can be killed. That is quite a stretch, Vesa. Even I almost always use chi to protect my body. People at higher levels will do it all the time. True, but there are many poisons that can disrupt the chi flow, Queen. Yes, but it would be hard to make them consume it, Vesa. I am not a poison expert, so I cannot make one that is tasteless without any smell. Gather some samples and give them to the king. I am sure he can provide many solutions to that. Muua wanted to ask what Alex would do with it, but then the chariot stopped. A knock came from the window with a solemn voice. Lady Muua, we have arrived at Dying City, but there is a problem, the city is locked down now. Hearing this, Muua frowned. She stepped out of the chariot and looked at the long queue in front of the city gate. The door was locked shut, with 2 people standing guard, managing the crowd. She then asked her attendant, a man from a humble background, but surprisingly, Muua had found him to have some potential to become a cultivator, although it was not to the level of a genius. Zanlu, what happened? I heard one of the family heirs had an accident in the secret realm, so they decided to close the city gate. Hearing this, Muua frowned. It didn't make sense to shut down the city just because someone had an accident or even died. If anything, they would hold a big funeral, placing many strong cultivators and young geniuses in front, showcasing the family's power to ensure no one had any ideas. Even though Muua was the most talented one, it didn't mean there were no other potential geniuses in the family. The last time she heard, she had a new nephew rumored to have high potential like hers. But they could only confirm his talent as he grew older. She then sent a telepathic message ordering Zanlu to do something. This made him hesitate, but he had no choice over it. He walked to the guard at the gate. My miss wants to go in. Can you open the gate? Seeing a commoner dare to ask them this, the guard's anger quickly rose. Who do you think you are? Don't you see everyone else also waiting here? If you want trouble, I can give you some. The guard started unsheathing her sword and pointed it at Zanlu. Fear started gripping Zanlu's heart, but Mua's order was absolute. He then started acting despite having a cold sweat. He put on a strong front, moved closer, and slapped the guard in the face. Do you know who my miss is? Can you take responsibility? The guard was surprised by Zanlu's sudden movement. He was sure Zanlu was not a cultivator, but his movements were not like those of a commoner at all. Still, this didn't deter the guard. If anything, his rage boiled over, flushing his face red, but it only lasted for a moment. Zanlu executed the next order from Muua. He took out a shiny object that looked like a metal box, pointed it at the guard, and pressed the button. Flash! A bright light appeared, surprising everyone at the gate. It wasn't just the light, but those with some cultivation could feel there was no chi at all. This only meant that the one doing this had a cultivation level far above them. A glossy paper then came out from the object. Zanlu took it and showed it to the guard. The paper showed the guard's face with such clarity and detail, one they had never seen before. My miss comes from a faraway country and wants to offer some artifacts for the Sweki family. If we cannot enter, we will just leave now and offer it to another family. As for you, guard, your soul has already been recorded now. Remember, your life is in our hands, we can squish it any time we want. The guard quickly fell to his knees. I am sorry, I am just following my orders, master. Please forgive me. Being called master by a cultivator stronger than him made Zanlu feel proud. He had just started cultivation and was barely in the early foundation stage, just enough to allow him to use a storage ring. But the guard in front of him, at least, would have cultivation at the late foundation stage or even core formation. The only reason he worked as a guard was that he had already exhausted his potential. Muua sat back in the carriage and let out a chuckle. She already felt a familiar presence coming to the gate. Creak, the gate then pushed open, and a young cultivator with a handsome face and prestigious aura came out from it. Jian Feng Sueki, Mingyue's uncle. So old but still so pretentious, as usual. She then sent another order to Zanlu. Flash. The camera flashed again, this time taking a picture of Jian Feng. The handsome face was quickly covered with cold sweat, and his expression turned ugly. He had heard what they talked about before, and even with their close distance, he couldn't feel any qi. Jian Feng felt the urge to attack the man, but suddenly, he felt a killing intent coming from inside the chariot. He then bowed his body in respect. I am sorry for our bad reception, elder, but you come at a bad time. A melodious voice came from inside the chariot. Don't worry, just open the gate. We can talk business then. Inside, Mingyue was trying her best to hold her laughter. The killing intent Jian Feng felt was not coming from her but from the soul that Vesa had captured. Isn't he your uncle? I don't get why you want me to do this, a feminine voice came from inside her mind. After being thoroughly disciplined by Vesa, Feng Shui became docile and tried her best to help Mingyue. This wasn't just because of the horror she had experienced but also due to the promise that they would give her a body to use. Humph, uncle, what uncle? He always made my life hard on purpose because he was jealous of my talent, always finding fault in anything. And then he used the elder card. A hateful person. I am sure if my family really plots against me, he is one of the masterminds. Why would they plot against their own? If you can't trust your own family, who can you trust then? Don't worry about it. The queen has me and the king. Feng Shui, you just need to worry about your task. Mingyue ignored their remarks and instead asked. Vesa, can you show me Jian Feng's status? Or do I need to see him directly? Vesa didn't answer, instead, it directly showed the status in front of Mingyue. Name, Jian Feng Sueki. Power level, 8.5. Life force, 105/210. Cultivation level, core formation stage, late level. The target is frustrated and feels afraid of his situation. Has hostile intentions. Mingyue wasn't surprised by the information. Vesa, can you make a similar map to the one in the secret realm? If it's only for the area, then it's possible, but I think the queen wants a map to see the location of all cultivators in the area. Yes, is it possible? For now, no, but if the queen is curious, I can try to detect the strongest cultivator in your family. Mingyue told Vesa to do it. She had always been curious about who the strongest in her family was. She knew the patriarch should be at the nascent soul stage, but they should have an ancestor figure secretly protecting the family. After a moment, Vasa's message appeared in front of Mingyue. The strongest I could sense is at the nascent soul stage, Queen, but I can sense a strong formation in the area ahead. If you can get close, I can break it. Is it near the center area? That should be our family treasury. No, I could sense a formation there, too, Queen, but it's not as strong. The one I mean is in the northeast area of the city. Mingyue knew that area, it was the ancestors' grave. Every year, the family would gather there to pay respects. But she had never gone deep inside since the area was banned except for the patriarch. Forget it. Maybe I will check it later. Her eyes then glinted with mischief. She gave some orders to Zanlu and made Feng Shui threaten her uncle again. Outside the carriage, Zanlu walked close, approaching Jian Feng. He took out the photo from before and showed it to Jian Feng. Zanlu then crumpled the paper, and at the same time, Jian Feng could feel his soul being crushed. This quickly made him panic. What? What do you want to do? Zanlu smiled. You know your place. I may just be an attendant, but a weakling like you has no place to talk to me like that. Or do you want me to burn this paper? His other hand took out a match, and he ignited it. Jian Feng could feel qi but only for a moment, making him even more certain these people were not just normal cultivators. He even had suspicions they were from some ancient family. Normally, as long as the flame was ignited, he should be able to feel the qi being consumed continuously. Seeing Zhan Lu start moving the ember closer to his photo, Jian Feng could feel his soul starting to feel the heat. Feeling the danger, he quickly bowed and asked for forgiveness. Inside the carriage, Mingyue was laughing to herself. I can only do soul attacks 3 times a day, and you really spent it to prank your uncle. Feng Shui complained. It's worth it. You don't know how much I suffered under him when I lived here. And it's not only for a prank. Outside, Zhan Lu's eyes began to fill with pride, this time not acting but real. How could he not? The arrogant cultivator from a prominent family was now acting so servile in front of him, a commoner. I knew following Lady Mingyue was the right choice. Looking down at Jian Feng, he then said, I can return this to you. Even better, I can give you this artifact. Are you interested? In the Sweki family, Jian Feng had a low position, he wasn't that talented. Even his son was good for nothing, just spending his days lazing around at home. Looking at the artifact, greed started festering in his heart. If he had it, he was sure he could secure a better place in the family and more resources to cultivate his newborn granddaughter. He had spread rumors on purpose that his granddaughter was talented when she was born. He wasn't lying, he saw the phenomenon that happened at her birth, but because his family was the only witness, the patriarch and others didn't trust him. They preferred to wait until her talent could be confirmed. Of course, sir, what can I do for you? It's nothing hard, tell me what happened. I heard rumors outside saying one of the family heirs had an accident. But why is there a need to close the whole city? Jian Feng's eyes turned sharp. I am sorry, sir, but I can only tell you this much, our family is grieving, and some bastard took the opportunity to steal an important artifact, so we closed down the whole city. Zhan Lu received another instruction from Mingyue and continued asking. I have no ulterior motive, we are just merchants selling some of our artifacts. I just want to know if your family can purchase our item. If it has internal strife, it will just become a problem for our miss. Don't worry, sir, it's not internal strife. Sometimes, we just have greedy people who bite the hand that feeds them. We can still provide you with accommodation. Can you tell me what the family is grieving about? Maybe we have something suitable for the occasion we can offer. You jest, sir, unless you have an artifact to recover a scattered soul, then you cannot do anything. This one is no big secret, so I can tell you, my sister's daughter, my niece, had an accident in the secret realm. Jian Feng proceeded to explain what happened as Mingyue felt confused, observing his information from the carriage. Name, Jian Feng Sweki. The target is ashamed, sad, angry, and pained. Has hostile intentions. Why does he feel angry and sad? I was sure he hated me, Mingyue thought. Queen, he still has hostile intentions. He is probably thinking of bringing us someplace else and trying to hide it from the patriarch, that still counts as hostile intention. I know his personality, Mingyue continued in her mind, although I thought he would be happy with my demise. Memories of her childhood appeared in her mind, her father had always been cold to her, and her mother was always busy cultivating. The ones who interacted with her the most were her little brother and her uncle's family. But it wasn't a good interaction for Mingyue. Her little brother always pranked and debated with her, and her uncle constantly complained, telling her that anything she did was never good enough. Mingyue had always thought this was because her uncle was jealous of her talent, but it seemed that wasn't the case. There was no way her uncle could trick Vesa. Zhan Lu then received another instruction from Mingyue, which made him frown for a bit, but he still said it. I heard the rumor, so it's Mingyue from the Blue Lotus sect. A lot of people are saying she has a bad personality, only thinking about herself. She even rejected the marriage alliance, making the family suffer a huge loss. Jian Feng clenched his fist but forced himself to smile. No, sir, that is just a rumor. It's just some people becoming impatient because of their greed. Underscore 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 underscore. Name, Jian Feng Sweki. The target's anger is rising. Underscore 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 underscore. So, that is wrong. Yes, the family broke up the marriage alliance after having a discussion amongst ourselves. It's not Minua's fault. If anything, it's that useless bastard's fault. Useless bastard. I apologize, I misspoke. Let's talk more in the inn. I am sure you are tired from the journey. Inn. I thought you would show us the way to your family home. The inn is a better place to rest, sir. The situation at my place is tense now, but don't worry, I will convey everything we talk about to the patriarch. The carriage quickly arrived at a large inn, with Mingyue now sitting in the VIP eating area and Zanlu standing behind her. Jian Feng sat opposite her. He wanted to ask but didn't dare to say anything. He still remembered the pressure coming from inside the carriage. Mingyue looked at her uncle, feeling conflicted. She still couldn't accept that the man was feeling sad about her. Family love. Such a thing didn't exist in the Sweki family. She then took out her own photo from the storage ring and placed it on the table. She is still alive and in my hands now. What will you do for her? Mingyue asked in a cold tone. Throughout all this, the others from the Sweki family didn't realize Mingyue's arrival. Jian Feng made sure the guards stayed silent so no one would report it. And since there were no significant chi fluctuations, no one noticed. Seeing the photo, Jian Feng's expression quickly changed. He believed Mingyue since, in his mind, there was no reason for her to lie to him. Underscore 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 underscore. Name, Jian Feng Sweki. Hostile intention disappears, and the target is filled with hope. Underscore 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 underscore. But how, the tablet clearly showed. His voice cracked, but then he shook his head. Jian Feng didn't feel it was important as long as Mingyue survived. He stood up from his chair and kneeled on the ground, putting his head on the floor. Mingyue didn't find it funny anymore, she felt angry. She felt the urge to raise her tone and ask him why he did this, but she knew it wasn't the time for that. First, she needed to find out what really happened. What artifact was stolen? What did her uncle mean by saying a dog that bites the hand helps them? And more importantly, why did he treat her like that in the past if he really cared for her? The target is resigned to his fate. Mingyue's heart clenched, but she still put on a cold expression. I will do anything as long as you don't hurt my family, Jian Feng said. Your family? Who do you mean by that, the whole Sweki family? My wife, my son's family, Mingyue, and her little brother. As for the rest, I don't care. All of them are heartless. Heartless? Even your own sister. Isn't she Mingyue's mother? Jian Feng assumed the woman in front of him knew all these things from Mingyue, so he didn't find it strange. Sister. I used to dote on her, but she's crazy now. She'll do anything for cultivation. Even sell her own daughter, and the patriarch doesn't even care about it. Mingyue wanted to ask him to explain further, but seeing the man on the floor pained her heart. Sit back at the table. Jian Feng didn't dare to dally and quickly returned to sit back at the table. Explain in detail what you mean by that. Jian Feng sighed and continued. You should have heard everything from Muua, right? You know her mother is suffering from poison. She used to be the brightest talent in our family, but after some incident outside, she got poisoned. Muua nodded, aware of the situation. It was ice flame poison, a venom that caused its victims to experience both burning and freezing pain simultaneously. Her mother had been cultivating non-stop to suppress the poison for as long as Muua could remember. However, this did nothing to cure her, the poison was merely suppressed, trapping her mother in a vicious cycle. She had to continue cultivating and absorbing qi, but the qi didn't advance her realm. It only suppressed the poison. A few months ago, the Hua family offered a 50,000-year-old ginseng. As you know, natural treasures like that are very rare. This ginseng could significantly boost someone's life force and possibly give a chance to cure the poison. In return, they wanted the family to turn a blind eye to the competition between Muua and Ling Hua. The target's anger is intensifying, mixed with pain and helplessness. Muua felt as if her heart were being pierced. She could easily guess the rest. The patriarch thought that if Muua failed to survive, it would be due to her own weakness. She knew how the patriarch thought, a sheltered flower could never outlast one that grew in the wild. The family needed a trailblazer, someone who could open a new path, not a spoiled prodigy. But what hurt Muua the most was that the cure was just one possibility, not even guaranteed. Muua couldn't fathom her mother's heartlessness. She even wondered if she was adopted, but then she remembered her little brother was treated the same. At this point, Muua just wanted to leave and find a place to calm herself down, but she didn't want to arouse her uncle's suspicion. You seem to care a lot about Muua. Didn't she hate you? Jian Feng wanted to ask about Minua's current situation but believed she mustn't be in great danger, otherwise, why would this woman come here? That's good, I hope she hates me. She is a diamond, a brilliant genius, even better than her mother. I hope she escapes and leaves this family to pursue her own happiness, Jian Feng said with a sad smile, his gaze fixed on the table, not daring to meet Minua's eyes. If he had, he would have realized that despite her cold expression, Minua's breath was heavy, her chest heaving up and down. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotional turmoil. Zhan Lu, who had been standing guard all this time, could piece together the story to some extent. So this is what it's like inside a prominent family. What a rotten family. He had always looked up to them, thinking how fortunate those born into such families were. They possessed great talent, had no worries about money, and could easily embark on the path of a cultivator, but at what cost? The family's cruelty made Zhan Lu feel fortunate to be born a commoner. What use is a long life or immortality if there's nothing to return to? 1,000,000 years of solitude versus 100 years with his wife, Zhan Lu could instantly answer without hesitation. Even now, what motivated him most was how he could make his wife happy in the secret realm and how he could provide her with a better life by following Muua. Overwhelmed by emotion, Jian Feng continued his story. Muua is like my own daughter to me. She probably doesn't remember, but since she was born, I was the one taking care of her, and the same goes for Mingho. I bet she has forgotten all about it. Muua was still not fully convinced by Jian Feng's explanation. She could barely think straight, if it weren't for the fact that she was acting, she would have already blown up. Why didn't he tell her anything? Why didn't he warn her? But she knew the answer to this, since the patriarch agreed, he probably did something about it. As for the other family members, who would take the risk of fighting the patriarch for her? She knew the answer, none. What about the artifact? Who stole it? Jian Feng let out a dry laugh. Who else? After my sister got the ginseng, the effect was even better than expected. She didn't just get cured, she broke through to the golden core stage. It's not the artifact that was stolen, she took her life tablet and left the family for good, moving elsewhere. This made the patriarch angry, and he locked down the city. He wants to find out every spy from different families or sects. He's worried it's part of the Hua family's plan, and they will come to attack us since Qingying knows many secrets about our family. Mom left the family. Mingyue couldn't believe it. Then what happened with Dad and Mingho, she thought. Before she could ask, Jian Feng had already provided the answer. Can you believe it? After selling her own daughter, she just left like that, implicating her son, too. That woman is so heartless. Luckily, the family was too busy now debating what to do next, so I brought Mingho to my house. But their father wasn't that lucky, the patriarch killed him in a fit of anger. Zan Lu, go with him and do as planned, Mingyue said in a cold voice. But deep inside, her emotions had already become a raging wave that could burst at any moment. Jian Feng raised his eyebrows in confusion, as the woman hadn't gotten to any point yet. What happened to Mingyue? What did she want by coming here? Zan Lu swiftly moved and escorted Jian Feng out. In reality, he didn't even know what Mingyue had planned. He only knew the lady wanted to be alone now. On his own initiative, he then asked Jian Feng to show him around the city, hoping Mingyue would give him instructions before they were done. Left alone in the room, Mingyue's gaze turned somber, her eyes losing focus as many memories surfaced in her mind. Poor child. Feng Shui mumbled. I don't need your sympathy. Mingyue said, her voice cracking. She stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the twilight sky where the sun was setting. Her beautiful amber eyes turned sharp as tears rolled down, painting her cheeks wet. In her mental space, Feng Shui spoke to Vesa, don't you need to comfort her? Vesa chuckled, you think everyone can be chosen by the progenitor's blood? We chose her as our queen, there is a reason for it. She won't fumble with just this. It's just a small pebble on her long winding road. Compared to Mingyue, Alex is now having the best day of his life. He laughed loudly as his experiment showed results. Ferrith, standing by his side, looked dumbfounded at the object in his hand. After Alex exchanged objects with Mingyue, he began experimenting with qi, mana crystals, and artifacts from her world. From the experiment, he discovered that qi and mana were similar types of energy, the only difference being that qi was denser and wilder, while mana was milder. This meant that if they used a cultivation system with mana, the body's requirements would drop drastically, in theory. However, he hadn't tried this yet since he needed a test subject. What he did do was try to switch the energy source and see the result. The weapon from his world, like the gun Mingyue used, inflicted more damage when using qi as its fuel source, but it damaged the weapon, allowing only limited use of it. The only exception was when someone like Mingyue used it. Since she was a cultivator, she could control her qi, making it milder before putting it into the weapon's charge. He then tried using a mana crystal to activate the storage ring. At first, the progress was slow since the formation required the user to inject their qi, so Alex needed to create an interface to inject mana from the crystal into the formation. He had to learn the formation from scratch, but it didn't take too long for Alex. With his abilities and help from Vesa translating some functions he didn't know, everything went smoothly. This is just like how a circuit board works, the only difference is they use qi, inject it into a specific material, and mold it to produce the result they want. In Alex's world, a circuit board works as an electrical circuit that can only produce two outcomes, on or off. Through this, people then layer them above one another, creating a complicated logic that allows them to create computers and many other smart devices. But with formations like this, the possibilities become endless. Even the latest research in his world on quantum computers could only produce 3 different results, but the cultivator's formations could produce an infinite number of outcomes. No wonder every cultivator has their own array inheritance, the way they create formations is fundamentally different. It depends on what kind of pattern of outcomes they capitalize on. Alex then called Ferrith to create software and hardware based on the ideas he had in mind. The result was now the object in his hand, looking like a cube the size of a 3 by 3 Rubik's Cube with a small screen on it. The use was very simple, they could just point it at an object and place it in the storage space. The screen then showed the content, storage capacity, and current charge. In case the mana charge ran out, the cube would have 72 hours to recharge or everything inside would be destroyed. This was a step down compared to the storage ring from Minua's world, but Alex felt satisfied with the result. He knew the potential of a product like this, he could dominate the market. A dimensional storage that could be charged with a mana crystal at an affordable price. The model he held also had a good storage size for a 10 by 10 cubic meter area. Based on the data I read, the real storage ring makes every item imperishable. I am sure we can also add this feature to the storage cube. But how did you get this technology? Ferrith asked. Alex then threw the cube toward Ferrith, who caught it with surprise, almost stumbling in the process. He had reasons for not including those features. He didn't want the cube to be capable of holding living beings, only inanimate objects. The only reason Minua's storage ring couldn't hold living beings was because there was no oxygen inside, it was a vacuum. But no cultivator understood what oxygen was. Instead, they made a crazier invention, a small world in a pocket, but Minua told Alex only immortals had those. But this was no problem for Alex. They could easily put an oxygen tank and fill the storage space with it. Adding some artificial gravity and manipulating the pressure inside to make it habitable. This would make the cube require more energy. But there would be many problems if you released a product like this. People would use it for illegal purposes, such as kidnapping people and bringing monsters from dungeons into the real world. That is why I hired you. I don't want questions like that. Your job now is to optimize this and also make a smaller version that people can use as a smartwatch, phone, or just accessories like jewelry. Don't forget to put some biometric security on it, too. Alex knew he needed a plan before releasing this kind of product on the market, but he was still not satisfied, his mind churned to make something more ambitious. Vesa, since dungeons work the same as secret realms, can you take over one too? Like what you did for Minua. Alex communicated telepathically with Vesa. As I said before, based on the current king's knowledge, a dungeon is just another world, so this is not possible, but I need you to enter the dungeon first to make sure. As for secret realms, they are artificially created by cultivators using formations, and you should know they rarely put countermeasures in case someone tries to hack the array with sophisticated methods from your world since they don't have a concept like this. The fundamentally different way of utilizing formations is already enough for them. Alex knew Vesa was right. Even for students of the same method, in a world without an advanced education system, learning how to create formations was very hard. Most would just give up and instead focus on cultivation. The nature of chi was also one of the big reasons it was more volatile and hard to control compared to mana. That means I need to find a way to enter the dungeon without Mom knowing, he thought. He knew his mom, Luca, wouldn't allow it. Well, I'll think about it later. For now, I should focus more on this cube. Alex turned his gaze back to the cube's design. One of the problems he would face in mass-producing it was the material, he still needed chi crystals to create the core. Alex then reached out to Minua. Minua, are you busy? How is the progress on your side? I need your help to get a constant supply of chi crystals. Alex asked this since they had already agreed to create their own faction in both worlds, which was also why Minua started recruiting many villagers, placing them in her secret realm. Hearing no answer from Minua made Alex frown, he wondered if something had happened. After a few moments, Minua finally replied, "Sorry, I was preoccupied with something else." "What did you say before?" Hearing her cracking soft voice, Alex knew something was wrong. "What happened, Minua? Are you sick?" "Don't joke around, Alex. I'm not in a good mood." "A cultivator getting sick? You should know better. What do you want? Alex chuckled. How about this, you tell me your problem, then I'll tell you what I want. Muua frowned. At this point, she was already used to Alex's antics. With a sigh, she replied, you were the one who contacted me first, just tell me. Honestly, are you doing this on purpose to annoy me? She then heard Alex's laughing voice in her mind, making her shake her head. I'm asking about the progress on your side. How is the sect going? Have you been able to carve out your own territory yet? I need a steady supply of chi crystals. Alex then explained the new device he had created and also discussed how the company had progressed. Over the past few days, Alex had surveyed the building and recruited everyone living there. He also started renovating part of it. Alex wanted to make both the research center and guild in the same place. When the old members of Suzaku heard Alex mention a guild, they quickly bombarded him with questions and expressed their intention to join. They also requested that Alex name the guild Suzaku again. Alex shrugged it off, telling them it was his sister who would be building the guild, they could go meet up with her. Those not suitable to join the guild worked in the laboratory. Alex made sure each of them received a decent wage and a suitable position, from security to administrative jobs. He knew his father had treated them like family, and they had never betrayed them. So he could trust them to work for him. Of course, he only entrusted the most sensitive information to Ferrith since she had a slave contract with him. But Ferrith didn't realize this, she thought she was just signing a normal contract. Alex also shared some plans he had for the Hunters Association and his goals after making the storage cube. As an avid gamer and novel reader, Alex had the idea of creating something similar to a VR game. He wanted to enclose a secret realm inside a storage cube that would work like a server, where people could enter the world using their souls. Since the players were not cultivators, Alex could easily control their interaction with the formation. With this, he could hit many birds with one stone, he would earn money, have his own game, and look for the right candidates to become their people. Alex excitedly explained how they could use a quest system to filter their personalities, see their true nature and talent from their souls, and many other features. But his ambition didn't stop there, he wanted to use the game to link people from both worlds, integrating their cultures step by step. Hearing Alex go on, painting a future for them, made Muua forget what had just happened. You really think too far ahead, Alex. There are too many things we need to achieve before we reach there. Well, thinking is free, Muua, and it provides us with a path and direction, better than being aimless without anywhere to go. What's the worst that can happen from that? Even if it fails, I'll just need to think of another way to reach it. If Emily had heard what Alex just said, she would have laughed her ass off. How could her introverted brother, who spent all his days only playing games, talk about path and direction? Even their mom worried about Alex's future. But Alex would just reply with a smug face. What do you mean, no goal? I play all those games with the goal of building up my reputation as the whale god. As for the novels, of course, I do it because of Mom. Mom helps others by doing many charities, and I buy the author's chapters so they can pay their bills. Luckily, all this didn't happen, otherwise, Emily would probably have smacked him on the head for that shameless answer. Muua didn't know all this, she admired how Alex could have such a positive outlook on life even after losing his father. After some deliberation, she decided to tell Alex what had happened, she felt curious about what Alex would do in her position. Hearing her long story, Alex didn't comment or interrupt her, he listened intently, only giving a few sounds to indicate he was listening. After she finished, Alex sighed, if what he says is true, your mom doesn't deserve to be one, Muua. But you don't know how much of it is the truth. I'm not saying your uncle is lying, but considering his low position in the family, how much could he really know about the family's true secrets? I believe everything is not that simple. You should see the truth with your own eyes, Muua. I'm not telling you to forgive them or anything like that. But find out the whole picture before you decide anything. You have Vesa with you, Anyway, I'm sure it's not hard to discern their true intentions. I just wonder, though. You say your father was always busy with himself but didn't have a good cultivation level. If that's true, how could he have married into your family? Haven't you told me many times how important marriage is for cultivators? I really don't believe it. Just like you, in her generation, your mom was a genius, too. Even if she was poisoned, do you think it makes sense to marry just anyone? Also, your brother has good spiritual roots and bloodline, even though they're not as good as yours. Do you think it's because both of you got lucky? Alex's question made Mingyue's mind churn, but she then let out a small laugh. What do you mean? He's not my real father. You've read too many novels, Alex. What's next? My real father comes from a secret cultivation family, and my mom had an affair with him. You got me, haha. Well, you get my point, Mingyue. Spend some time calming yourself down, but no need to beat yourself up. Just look for the truth with your own eyes. Don't make conclusions before you learn everything. You're right, yeah, thanks. Mingyue felt better after talking with Alex. She then ended their talk, wiping the tears from her eyes. It only took a moment for Mingyue to return to her usual self. She then started giving instructions to Zanlu. Meanwhile, Alex told Feng Shui to continue with the experiment. He then left her alone, moving to the training area. Sitting cross-legged, he held 2 crystals in his hand. Alex then closed his eyes and started feeling the qi and mana within the crystals. He had learned how they used qi to strengthen their bodies. The method Mingyue gave him taught him to use qi by breathing deeply into the lungs, spreading it around the body, and then holding his breath as long as he could. Next, he would exhale and take all the qi out. This method was quite torturous and painful, as when infused with qi, the body would feel pressure. Alex then asked for other samples to compare the methods, and he found out they also had different types of breathing, methods of circulation, and phases for it happening. The better the technique was, the higher the efficiency. Mingyue said they don't have any cultivator doctors there. Well, cultivators cannot get sick, the only problems they face are wounds and poison. So, an alchemy master is enough. No wonder the cultivation method is crude like this, they lack an understanding of human biology, Alex mumbled. He was not a doctor, but with Vasa's assimilation of the ERX chip and his abilities, modifying this cultivation method was not hard for him. He made a new phase that strengthened the human body, starting from the base, the weakest parts, from the spine, nerves, veins, lungs, heart, and kidneys, and then to other organs. After his foundation was strengthened, he would then proceed to the eyes, flesh, skin, and finally, the brain. Based on the simulation, this should have no problem since mana energy goes first and then moves to chi afterward. But I need to make sure of this first. If anything happens to my brain. Alex then chuckled, it's not funny if I become an idiot. He then started, first using mana, circulating it into his spine. Alex could feel like a thread of energy was permeating through it, and his cells started greedily absorbing the energy. It wasn't like the transformation he expected, but more like water poured over dry sand. It only took a few seconds before the mana crystal turned to dust. Vasa, why is this happening? It's not what I expected. It's because your body has started transforming into a progenitor, king. The cultivation method you are trying to use is vastly different. No cultivator in my knowledge of the Queen's world messes with the spine or other core organs like nerves before they reach the immortal stage. That's not weird, they don't do it on purpose. They have no choice when they try to break through to become immortal. But this means the result will be very different for a normal person or other awakeners, Alex mumbled. He still felt excited since this meant he could completely skip over the foundation stage as long as he absorbed enough mana and chi into his body. Wait, the reason I have abilities is that my brain mutated, too, the same way others do. Then isn't having an ability the same as having a spiritual root and bloodline? It's different, King. In your world, the body mutates to use mana, while for bloodline and spiritual root, it transforms into something completely new. That is why cultivators have a far longer lifespan compared to people in the king's world. But this is just my theory, we need more data to conclude this. I get what you mean, Vesa, but the core should be similar. Forget it. It's still too far away for me. Even now, the research on how mana makes someone an awakener is still in huge debate. There are many theories that have emerged for this, since if they really understood how it happened, this meant they could potentially change everyone into an awakener, but it didn't guarantee results now. There were some ways, but the casualty rate was high, like exposing someone to a high concentration of mana. Alex then took out more mana crystals and started absorbing them again. Time passed, and after an hour, he sighed, "This is crazy. I have spent 1,000 mana crystals, and it's not even half filled yet. Each one is high grade and easily costs $100,000 each." He then started a simulation, calculating the total crystals he would need. The result almost made him cry. Never in his life did Alex feel he lacked money like this. In total, he had already spent $100 million on 1,000 high-grade mana crystals, and he still needed 9,000 more to complete his foundation stage entirely. That meant he needed to spend the entire capital his mother had just given him. "No, I need to find my own money. If I ask for more, Mom will ask for more details." Alex sighed, then mumbled, "What a scam. King, you should check your status first before saying it's a SCA. Name, Alex Campbell. Power level, 5.3. Progenitor transformation, 10/100%. Life force, 45/1, 200. Cultivation level, foundation stage, early level." Alex raised his eyebrow in surprise. "1 mana crystal raises my life force capacity by 1. That is correct, but I think this is because you used it on your spine. On other parts, the result won't be this significant. But it will instead increase your power level drastically." "I see, that makes sense, but doesn't that mean I can enhance my abilities?" But then Alex realized his brain had already been mutated by mana. He doubted he could enhance it even further. The only option was using chi, but it was too risky. As he pondered his situation, suddenly, his head grew lightheaded, and an intense sensation of hunger began to surge from the depths of his soul. "King, your life force is under 10%, you should quickly find someone to drain." "I knew it, it's a scam," Alex exclaimed as he gnashed his teeth, trying to rein in the hunger. So far, Vesa hasn't told him anything about the use of the life force. In Mingyue's case, Vesa used it to help her cultivation, but for Alex, it was of no use. If he had known this beforehand, he would have chosen to enhance another part of his body first. He had spent a ton of money only to raise his life force limit and was now thrust into a hungry state. Compared to Mingyue, Alex hadn't absorbed a single life force since he got the system. He thought he still had some time to look for a good option since the life force reduction was very slow. Alex didn't know what to do. In the building now, there was only Feng Shui, and the family members of the old Suzaku Guild were filled with elders and kids. He knew he couldn't screw up. If he really went berserk now and attacked all of them, it would cause a huge scene. Not only that, but Alex also knew he wouldn't be able to forgive himself. Using all his strength, he quickly took a secret pathway going outside the facility. At this point, anyone was fine as long as it wasn't someone he knew. The facility was located some distance away from the city, surrounded by a forest. Alex hoped he could find some wild animals and absorb their life force, at least to get enough to fill the 10%. Unfortunately for Alex, it didn't go as he had hoped. Emily had some spare time that day, so she decided to go to the facility to check out the space for the guild and meet up with some old acquaintances. On the way to the facility, she saw someone walking in the middle of the forest. "That looks like Alex. What is he doing out here alone at night?" she mumbled. Emily parked the car on the side and then looked in the direction Alex was going. She then realized he was moving deeper into the forest. This made Emily worry since the area there was not just filled with wild animals, some had already mutated into monsters. She got out of the car and started moving. Emily's eyebrow raised as she realized Alex's speed was not normal. Is this the result of the cultivation he did? Emily then started increasing her pace, catching up to Alex. When she could see his back, Emily called out to him in a loud voice, "Brother, where are you going?" Alex's mind, already half consumed with hunger, jolted awake at the familiar voice. A conflict began brewing within him, torn between his instinct to protect those he loved and his newfound hunger for the progenitor's blood. With the last shred of his sanity, Alex exploded with strength, dashing forward deeper into the forest, creating cracks like a spiderweb in the ground. Emily was baffled by his weird reaction. She expected her brother to turn around with his usual smile, ask her what she was doing there, and then act all mysterious when she did the same to him. She knitted her eyebrows together, her heart filling with worry. Alex could feel Emily moving faster toward him. Her high life force was like a burning ember in the middle of the night. The feeling of his body salivating over it made him feel disgusted. "Emily! Don't follow me!" Alex screamed at the top of his lungs. If his mind had been working properly, he would have realized that doing this was stupid. It would have had the opposite effect. Emily was already traumatized by their father's disappearance. There was no way she could let Alex go by himself now, even if it cost her life. Emily's body started to glow, turning into light and appearing instantly in front of Alex. It was one of her trump cards, which she only used when her life was in danger. But seeing Alex's condition, she didn't hesitate. Her face turned pale, and her body was covered in sweat as her mana reserves almost drained from that one move. Looking at Emily in front of him, Alex's body froze. Emily took one step closer, Alex took one step back. "Stay away, Emily." "No. What happened to you?" Emily asked with worry. She could see Alex's eyes turning almost red now, with his veins visibly outlined beneath his skin. "No. No. No. Vesa, do something." Alex kept trying to step back, but Emily sprinted forward, appearing in front of him, her hand moving closer to hold Alex in place. But for Alex, in front of him now was not his sister but a very delicious life energy. His hunger took over the next moment, his mind went blank. "Bro! Brother!" Emily's scream then reverberated through the forest. Emily could hardly believe her eyes as her own brother choked her, lifting her body off the ground. As an experienced hunter with an S-rank ability, Emily should have been able to fight back, but the shock was too much for her. Her gaze was filled with worry. She knew something strange was happening to Alex. Did something go wrong when he tried to learn the cultivation method? I already told him to test it on others first. She thought. Emily had offered to find some people for testing, but Alex had refused, insisting he would find them himself. He said this not because he didn't trust Emily but because he doubted the volunteers who came through her. In Alex's eyes, no matter how experienced Emily was, she was always his naive younger sister. Her strength waned further, and Emily could feel her energy and life being absorbed by Alex. Strands of her golden hair began turning white. Gathering all her remaining strength, she slowly raised her hand. Her target wasn't Alex's hand but his cheek. Tears dropped from her sapphire blue eyes, and her lips moved slowly with broken words, W-H. Y. As the life force finally returned to the 10% threshold, clarity started returning to Alex's mind. At first, everything was blurry, he could only feel something warm on his cheek. But Vasa's scream in his mind jolted him back to reality. "King! Wake up!" Upon seeing Emily's condition right before his eyes, Alex quickly released his grip and then pulled her into his arms. Emily had already fainted, and her condition made Alex's heart beat in fear. Half of her hair had already turned white, and he could even see her face had aged. Her once rosy face was now pale. What have I done? Alex mumbled in shock. King, she is still alive, see her status. Underscore 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 underscore. Name, Emily Campbell. Power level, 7. Life force, 10 out of 150. Ability, embodiment of light LV2. Underscore 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 underscore. If not for the situation, Alex would have been surprised by Emily's power level. This meant she was stronger than Muua. As for the abilities tab, it wasn't a surprise for him since he was the one asking Vesa to update the information. Although Vesa had said the ability she put wouldn't be accurate, except Alex absorbed part of their life force, Alex still asked her to include it. Any information would help him better judge his situation. Seeing Emily's life flickering like a candle in the wind, Alex asked, Vesa, tell me more about this life force. Can I return it to her? Yes, you can, King, but not now. It's one of the progenitor's abilities you unlock later on the path. As for life force, it's quite complicated, but to put it in simple terms, every numeric number can be counted as 1 year of lifespan in the case of humans. Alex's hands started to shake. He understood clearly that this meant his sister only had 10 years left, and not just that. When she woke up, her body would be frail, like someone who had lived for 140 years, with only 10 years in their lifespan. Her organ function would degrade, as would her immune system. She would then start getting many illnesses that appear in the elderly. King, maybe you can try using the new cultivation technique on her since. But Vesa stopped sending messages as she could feel Alex was really angry. She is not a scapegoat. To raise my progenitor level, I need more of his blood. Send me to one of those places now. No, send me after I put her somewhere safe. Alex carried Emily like a princess and started walking toward the facility. Vesa remained silent at his absurd request. None of the places that held a progenitor were weak, each requiring at least a power level of 20. Going there now was tantamount to suicide. Answer me, Vesa. If you don't tell me now, I will find a way myself. Alex said coldly as he kept walking. It's not that I don't want to, King, but I will be blunt, you are too weak now. If it were possible, I would have already sent both of you to another world so you could become a progenitor quickly and start rebuilding our race. There's also another reason, right now, my energy is very limited. The remaining energy I have is only enough to send both of you one time. Both? Can't you just send me? No. This limitation was put onto me by the last progenitor. Both must be sent. King, I understand your worry and fear, but sending you now really is suicide. If I had more energy, I could at least ensure that I bring both of you back here in case something happens. So, you're saying it's a problem now because you only have enough strength for one trip. What do you need to recover your strength, Vesa? In Adonia, Vasa's chubby mouth opened and let out a big sigh. Vesa felt helpless with Alex. There were many pieces of information Vesa kept on purpose so they could focus on improving themselves, but Vesa knew Alex would keep pressuring until he got his answer. I need life force, but not just from any being. I need one from the strong one, at least at the level of an immortal of Minua's world. My plan before was to recover some part of my power from the other progenitor blood you gain, so I have enough to keep sending both of you on quests. Alex put some thought into it. Life force from beings as strong as immortals, he already had some idea of how strong they were from talking with Muua. His estimate is that it should be the same as a Category 5 dungeon boss. King, don't be careless. If you die, who will help Emily? And did you forget Muua will die too with you? Don't lie to me, Vesa. I know I cannot die that easily. Only those that can really destroy my soul can kill me, and my soul is at progenitor level now, even if that is not complete. Vesa was speechless. Alex wasn't wrong. One of the uses of life force would indeed allow them to regenerate their bodies, even if their heads were blasted away. But this wasn't a game. Vesa hadn't told them this because she worried that Alex and Muua might abuse the ability and end up with mental trauma instead. Facing death wasn't a simple thing. Even the past progenitor went through a phase of madness after being killed for the first time. The darkness, the fear, and the terror that came afterward made him a cruel tyrant for many centuries before he returned to normal. Alex fell silent. He didn't have a problem going crazy, dying over and over again, to help his sister. But that didn't mean he could just bring Muua into that hell with him. It didn't take long for Alex to reach the facility again. Emily was now lying on the bed, her face still pale, only the middle to the tip of her hair remained golden, while the rest had turned white. Looking at her condition, Alex's hands clenched into fists. He now used his ability at maximum capacity, calculating every possibility and the best way to cure Emily. The first option was using the new cultivation technique, but it was too risky, and the result wasn't guaranteed. The second option was searching for the rumored healing elixir, said to be found by some hunters in high-level dungeons. It was said to be able to cure any illness and prolong someone's lifespan. The third option involved asking Muua for a solution from her world, and finally, there was the option of having Emily cultivate using the normal, proven method. While Alex was contemplating the best course of action, Vesa was also on the fence. Vesa had a solution, but it would place a considerable burden on Alex. However, after some thought, Vesa realized it would increase Alex's trust in the system. King, I have a solution, but it will require a massive amount of life energy. Don't waste time, say it, Vesa. As you know, I can use runes. There is one I can use now, but it will cost 1000 life energy, and you need to inject it every week or days, depending on her usage. This rune will act as a new source of life force, switching the consumption from her own. So her own life force won't decrease. At the same time, it will help her recover to her peak condition. Alex's eyes widened in surprise. He wanted to ask why Vesa hadn't mentioned this earlier, but it wasn't important now. He needed to gather more life force energy. Life force, 125/1-200. Alex knew he couldn't make the same mistake again. He needed to ensure he had a stockpile of life force energy aside from the one for Emily. Without wasting time, Alex left the area and headed deeper into the forest. Crack. Boom. Alex's body was covered in sweat and blood, his clothes were torn, and part of his hand was missing. His other hand gripped a 1.5 meter, 4.9 feet, warhammer. It was made from a special metal that could change weight from a tenth of an average adult's weight to 10 times that. The warhammer was black in color, with a silver hue adorning its head. Alex had received it from Emily a few days ago, along with a dozen mana guns and other items. Right now, he planted his warhammer on the ground to help him remain standing, his breathing heavy. A new message then popped up in front of his tired eyes, still glinting with determination, as the stump on his hand began to regenerate. King, you are too reckless. Why not attack the tiger from a distance? Your experience in real combat is almost non-existent. The only combat experience Alex had was from the fights he had in VR games. He felt relieved playing these games, not just those H1s. Otherwise, Alex knew even with his current strength and ability, everything would become worse. I know what I'm doing, Vesa. Just look for the next target that meets my criteria. Alex had calculated many possibilities. He could have actually evaded the tiger's faster attack, but in that case, his body was still not strong enough to launch a counterattack after dodging, which would have prolonged the battle. That's why he decided to throw his arm away. As the tiger bit into it, he smashed its head with the warhammer, turning it into a pancake. His priority now was to fill the life force energy as fast as possible. Even though the method was brutal and filled with pain, right now, Alex was filled with adrenaline. With Emily's current situation, he couldn't care less. Life force, 980/1200. As he waited for Vesa to find the next target, Alex sat on the ground in the lotus position and started absorbing more crystals, this time taking in 2 energies simultaneously. He spread mana to his spine as chi coated with mana weaved through the muscles on his back, waist, and arms. Even though this messed up the sequence he had planned, Alex was now in dire need of growing quickly in strength. There were no problems when he transformed his spine, but when the chi started weaving through his muscles, he could feel like every cell was being inflated roughly. The pain was even more intense compared to when he got his arm torn off, not to mention he did it to all 3 parts at once. Alex could feel like his muscle fibers were being sewn anew, becoming more compressed and filled with more power. After a few minutes that felt like an eternity, Alex stood up. Swish, swoosh, he started swinging the hammer left and right, with speed faster than before. Bam! He crashed it into the ground, creating a new deep crater. Alex then turned his gaze, looking at the dead tiger's body. His eyes glinted red, and his body turned into green particles that floated through the air toward him. Name, Alex Campbell. Power level, 7.1. Progenitor transformation, 10/100%. Life force, 1/148/2000. Cultivation level, foundation stage, early level. King, I detect a lair of saber-toothed wolves, 1 kilometer toward the southeast. This should be the best place to fill everything in one go. Alex turned and then started sprinting in that direction. It didn't take him long to reach the area. He was now looking down from a hill. Below him was an entrance to a cavern. Please be careful, King. Even though the monsters in this area are weaker than those in a Category 1 dungeon, the area is small. In the worst case, they can ambush you repeatedly, making you run out of life force, Vesa warned. Alex began observing the structure of the area and then asked, Vesa, as long as they are freshly dead, no matter the condition of the body, you can absorb its life force, right? Yes, King. Alex's lips curled upward into a cold smile. A map appeared in front of his eyes, showing the terrain of the surrounding area and the location of the saber-toothed wolves. Good, they are gathering in one spot. After this, I can return, he thought. He then started calculating the trajectory, angle, and after effect of the impact. Alex's muscles tensed as the chi and mana within his body strengthened his legs even further. He jumped up, leaving a spiderweb crack in the ground. Alex then started pointing his body toward the targeted location marked by the interface. The hammerhead then angled downward, and Alex started changing its weight. Gravity began to do its work, amplifying his momentum. Boom! Alex fell like a meteor, crushing the small hill beneath him. Dust, dirt, and rocks were flung everywhere. The creatures inside didn't even have time to flee before they were crushed under the weight of the ground. As the dust settled, Alex stood atop the crumbled hill. His right hand was wounded, with skin cracked and flesh torn, but it didn't take long for it to start regenerating. Alex didn't directly absorb the life force since he could still sense a presence. The ground vibrated with a rumble, and debris flew through the air. From within the rubble, a muscular wolf with black fur coated in red blood, sporting red eyes emerged. 2 long, sharp fangs protruded from its upper jaw, and smoke emanated from its body as its wounds began to heal. The wolf's jaws gaped open, and with a swift leap, it lunged toward Alex, knowing he was responsible for its pack's demise. Alex's movements were slowed due to his ongoing recovery. A mutation? I've never seen a saber-toothed wolf with abilities before, he thought. Alex quickly calculated his next move. He released the hammer in his hand, spun his body, then grabbed it with his left and threw the hammer into the air. The wolf's jaws closed in on him. There was a sickening squelch as its teeth sank into his left hand. However, Alex merely smiled. With a resounding bam, the hammer swiftly descended, striking the creature directly on its back. The wolf howled in pain as its body was crushed under the weight of the hammer. Utilizing his now recovered right hand, Alex took out a prototype storage box he had made earlier. This particular one was deemed a failure due to its excessive energy consumption and peculiar limitation. Despite its size, it could only contain one item. Alex hadn't had the time to look into the details of the cause of this problem, but he knew this one had no limitation on putting living creatures inside. He just needed to put the wolf, the surrounding ground, and the air inside. Alex wanted to look at the wolf mutation since its ability seemed to allow it to heal. Who knows, this could provide more solutions to heal Emily. He pointed the cube toward the wolf. As it was wounded, the wolf could not fight back. Its body and the ground around it turned into light as Alex transferred everything inside into the cube. Underscore 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 underscore. Name, Sabertooth Wolf, mutated. Power level, 3.2. Life force, 75/180. Ability. Predator's Surge. Burn mana to instantly recover wounds and double your power level. After the state, wounds will return, and the power level is reduced by half for 24 hours. Underscore 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 underscore. King, I think we can utilize the slave contract formation in the storage box. If we modify it correctly, we can use it to capture a weakened monster, then automatically enslave it. I am sure this will be very helpful for you and the Queen. It's not the time, Vesa. Alex had also thought of this possibility, but now there are more important things he needs to do. His eyes glinted red, and from the cracks and crevices of the ground, many green particles started floating into the air. It was like fireflies in the middle of the night, but with a green hue. The life force began to move through the air, twisting and weaving into Alex's body. Life force, 1-848/2000. We should have gained more life force if it weren't for your reckless fighting, King. No need to repeat it, Vesa. I wouldn't do this if it weren't for the situation. I won't make this a habit, Alex answered as he ran back toward the facility. Hearing his answer, Vesa felt relieved. That way of fighting without caring for his own well-being was dangerous and not effective. Even disregarding the pain, every healing took a lot of life force, and it wouldn't improve Alex's fighting style at all. What if Alex met an enemy that could disrupt life force regeneration? He would be quickly defeated. And Vesa knew they had many enemies like this, otherwise, the vampire race would already dominate the universe. Underscore underscore underscore. In the facility, Alex had now returned to Emily's side. What now, Vesa? I will do the rest. One more thing, King, this took part of my energy. Now I won't be able to open a portal to another world before the Queen kills an immortal or you take down a Category 5 dungeon boss. Before Alex could answer, red smoke emerged from his body, gathering atop Emily. It began to condense and transform into Vesa. Vesa then flew closer to Emily's forehead, its wings tearing in half, the upper part transforming into human-like hands. Vasa's sharp claws pricked Emily's forehead slightly, drawing blood that coated its nails red. Vesa lifted its finger and began moving in intricate patterns, each stroke leaving a green glow in the air. Alex could barely follow Vasa's movements. It didn't take long for Vesa to finish. The rune floated in the air, and then, with a gesture from Vesa, it was pushed into Emily's forehead. Light shone the moment it made contact, filling the whole room with its green hue. The brightness forced Alex to close his eyes, and when he opened them again, Vesa had already disappeared. He then saw Emily's white hair turning back to golden, her pale face regaining its rosy hue. A wave of relief washed over Alex as he slumped down on the couch. A small chuckle escaped his lips, which then turned into laughter. Now that the crisis was over, he reflected on what he had done. Alex laughed because he realized how crazy he had been. Usually, he always sought the safest way to do something, but instead, he had taken so many risks. He remembered every single pain he had felt, his body being bitten, limbs torn apart. He sighed and then looked at Emily's peaceful, sleeping face. I never knew they mattered so much to me. He then wondered if he had had this power when his father disappeared and what he would have done. Should I look for Dad, then? I need to go to a Category 5 dungeon anyway, Alex mumbled to himself. He then remembered he also needed to tell Muua about this since his blunder would also affect her. Forget it for now, I should check if I can go catch them all, he said with a chuckle, recalling a popular pun from his childhood anime. Alex excitedly took out the storage box and then checked the interface. Fuck. It's dead. He saw the saber-toothed wolf's body on the ground, realizing the wolf had likely died due to the backlash from its abilities. Brother, who are you cursing at? Is it a game again? Emily said as she raised her upper body, sitting on the bed. She touched her forehead, trying to piece together what had happened, her memory slowly returning like a jigsaw puzzle. Her eyes widened, and cold sweat started dripping from her forehead as panic set in. She jumped to her feet, reached where Alex sat and quickly checked over his body for any wounds. You. What happened to you? Are you all right now? Last time. Emily's words trailed off as she touched her own neck. Shouldn't I have? Alex took out a water bottle from his storage ring and placed it on the table. Drink first, Emily. I am sorry I failed you as your brother. I put your life at risk. Are you afraid of me now? He asked this while looking at the water bottle, not daring to meet her eyes, afraid she would lie to him. After awakening his ability, it became easy for Alex to detect lies from people's expressions. It should have been a good thing, but the first few months were really painful. He started realizing how often people around him were lying. This is one of the reasons he immersed himself in the virtual world, where he couldn't tell if people were lying. Seeing her brother like this, Emily knew what he was thinking. It wasn't her first time seeing him like this, and it pained her. She walked closer and then hugged Alex tightly. I am your family, you dumb brother, not those shallow people with their own agendas. Why would I lie to you? She then forcefully made Alex look at her face. I am afraid you will leave me too. Like Dad. Tell me what happened. I won't let you go until you tell me everything. Alex froze for a moment at her words, then smirked and knocked her head. Who are you calling dumb? You silly sister of mine. Emily pouted, then playfully stomped back, acting like she was angry. But the result made her stop in her tracks. Crack. The ground cracked, surprising Emily since she was sure she hadn't exerted much strength. She then closed her eyes, realizing there was another source of energy in her body now. Her eyes opened, gazing sharply at Alex. She didn't say anything further. She took the water bottle to relieve her parched throat and then sat on the couch. Feeling her gaze, Alex sighed. He didn't know how much Emily would believe, but he knew it was better to tell her everything. His sister somehow always knew if he was hiding something. First of all, what's inside your body is a rune made from life force. Alex then started explaining the rune, Vesa, vampires, the progenitor, Minua's involvement, and the cultivation world, not leaving anything out. He also showed her the storage cube and explained what he planned with it. Throughout his story, Emily only sat there, not saying anything, not even blinking. All the information took her by surprise. So you're saying the blood you consumed is progenitor blood? Yes, do you know about it? There's only one thing I know about it, every new hunter is told if they hear any words about the progenitor, they should report to the association and stay away as far as possible, Emily said, her eyes filled with worry as she looked at Alex. There are other progenitors? Alex mumbled. Of course, King. Every race has one, even humans. This made Alex frown. Humans exist not just on his planet, even Muua, a cultivator, is counted as human. Doesn't that mean the human progenitor is incredibly strong? He wanted to ask Vesa more questions, but with Emily there, he refrained from doing so. Why were you so worried like that? Alex asked with a chuckle. Didn't you hear? I'm immortal now, so you don't need to worry. Look, I can even regenerate from this. Alex wanted to show her a demonstration to ease her worry. He took out a knife and was about to give a small slash over his finger. But Emily stood up and held his hand with the knife. What do you think you're doing? I believe you, there's no need to do that. Alex scratched his head. Oh, that. Can I just not tell you? Seeing the silly grin on her brother's face, Emily felt the urge to smack his head. Her lips then curled into a sarcastic smile. Sure, brother. Her grip on his hand started to tighten, making Alex wince in pain. Even though he had endured a lot of pain before, it didn't make him immune to it. Let's stay like this until you answer, then. Ouch, alright, I'll tell you. But Emily didn't loosen her grip and continued to look at Alex sternly. Knowing she wouldn't stop until she was satisfied, Alex continued. As you heard, it's the vampire race, although it's not like in the movies where we get pain from sunlight. We need to consume life force energy. And I've been neglecting it since I came here, so I went berserk from the hunger. You. How could you be so careless? What if that happened when you were alone with Mom? I know, I'm sorry, I screwed up. You're always like this. How can you be so clumsy despite your abilities? Isn't it weird? Forget it. What happened next? Did you consume my life force? Was it enough? Hearing his sister's words made Alex's heart clench. Even now, she was asking about him, not even worried about the life energy that had been drained from her. Aren't you afraid? I've absorbed so much of your life energy. You could be dead, you know. I know, but it's just temporary. It's not like you would let me die. I'm sure you'll find a way. Isn't that why I have this rune on my body now? Feeling his sister's unconditional trust made Alex feel warm. Yes, I will make sure to recover all your life force, he said with determined eyes. Alex then continued, try to control your energy usage. When you feel it starts dwindling to half, don't go on any missions. Meet up with me to refill it first. Emily turned silent for a moment, her grip loosened a little, and her tone became solemn. What did you pay for it? You told me Vesa is recovering. If it could have been done without any cost, you would have told me you would use it on Mom and me even before your hunger. I can feel it, this rune doesn't just extend my life. It even enhances my strength and can help me regenerate when I'm wounded. Is that true, Vesa? Can it help her regenerate? Yes, King. The rune will use the life force energy just like how you regenerate your body, but she is not a real vampire. So, she won't be able to recover if her brain is destroyed or turned to ashes. But as long as part of it remains, there should be no problem. Alex felt relieved reading Vasa's explanation. This would ease his worries even more when Emily went out on missions as a hunter. Seeing Alex seem to be daydreaming, Emily tightened her grip again. Answer me. Alex winced and then looked at Emily, his lips curling into a smile. Nothing much. It's something I need to do anyway. And that is. Alex sighed and answered, I need to kill a Category 5 dungeon boss. Arg. Alex swore he could feel his bones cracking. Emily then released her grip, and her sapphire blue eyes started glistening with tears. Looking at her expression, Alex knew why she felt like this. the words, Category 5, always reminded them of the incident with their dad. He wiped her tears, then patted her head. "You're already a 2-star hunter now and still a crybaby like this. Don't worry. I'll build up an army before I go there, and you also know I can regenerate from any wound now. Do you think I'm a child? Your regeneration consumes life force energy, and if it runs out, you're dead. And that doesn't mean you can just go on your way, taking all the damage and regenerating over and over. That kind of pain." Her voice trailed off as realization dawned on her. With her understanding of life force, Alex's situation before, and his lack of combat experience, there's only one possibility for how he gathered all this life force. Emily knew there was no way Alex would kill someone innocent for it. "You." The word stuck in her throat because Emily realized there was nothing she could say. What should Alex do? Let her die? There was no way he would allow that, and Emily still wanted to live. Her eyes turned determined. "I will go with you." "But..." Alex wanted to retort, thinking she was too weak. "No buts. To enter a Category 5 dungeon, you need to be at least a 3-star hunter and have one 4-star hunter leading the expedition. You need me either way, and I will bring the guild members with us. Since we're going there anyway, you should know which one we should go to." Seeing her eyes, Alex knew she wouldn't back down. "I don't plan to tell the association about this, Emily. I will sneak inside." "Sneak inside? That's impossible, Alex. You need many people to enter the area, and the border is heavily guarded. There are many reasons to go outside the border. As long as it's only a few people, I'm sure getting permission to gather resources would not be hard. They won't suspect a few people dare to enter a Category 5 dungeon. You want to challenge a red zone with just a few people? That's crazy, brother. We won't even be able to fight our way to the dungeon entrance. Since the dungeon was already broken, monsters would keep pouring out from it, meaning the area surrounding the dungeon gate was now a monster nest." Alex smirked. Seeing his confident smile gave Emily the urge to smack him. She hated how he couldn't just go straight to the point and instead liked to put her in suspense. Alex took out the storage box he had created. "When I hunted for the life force, I put one of the mutated monster wolves inside here." Alex then pointed to the empty area in the room, and with a few presses, the saber-toothed wolf's body appeared on the ground. "You should know where I'm going with this." "Just get to the point," Emily said with a pout. Alex chuckled, then said, "This one died because of its own skill, but this box can keep living monsters inside, Emily. With this and my storage ring, I can bring as many monsters as I need. I just need to tinker with the slave contract, putting it on the formation, to make sure they will become a loyal force of mine." He then continued in his mind, "This should be faster than the VR game I had in mind. That one would have taken more time to establish. You want to make a full squad of monsters. And slave contract, formation, what do you mean by that?" Emily was surprised by her brother's idea, but there were many words she didn't understand. "Oh, I forgot you never read cultivation novels. I told you those novels are a good use of time and money. You should appreciate them more," Alex said with a grin. "Don't use those to justify your hobby. Just explain." Emily had some idea of what a slave contract meant, but she wanted to confirm it with Alex. The possibility of that contract gave her many thoughts. Alex then explained how slave contracts worked and the safety they provided. If they broke the contract, they would be killed. But for barely intelligent monsters, he would need to tinker with the contract to also instill loyalty. Alex then remembered there should be something like a beast contract in Mingyue's world. "I will need to ask Mingyue about this later." Emily had a thoughtful look on her face and then said, "Brother, that slave contract, how effective is it for awakeners?" "That would depend on their ability." "Why?" "The Black Tower." Hearing it, Alex knew it was a unique building made for awakener criminals with heavy crimes. Everyone inside was a psychopath. Isn't that under Hunter Association control? Yes, but each of them is strong, brother. With this contract, we can put them under our control. I have heard there are even 3-star and 4-star hunters inside. Since no one knows this contract system, we can get these people if we make a deal with the association. Alex quickly shook his head. Not worth it. You should know better than I how dark people can become. What do you think will happen if this contract is released to the public and the association? It will become worse than ever. There were other reasons Alex didn't want to agree. He didn't plan to give the Hunter Association the existence of chi, he already planned to give a dumbed-down version of the cultivation method using mana. But the contract required chi to apply. Emily's eyes turned solemn. She had seen all the dark sides, making her hate dark hunters to the bone, but the possibility of raising their force quickly just made her feel greedy. That meant they could go to that dungeon and confirm their father's fate. Alex then looked at the cube in his hand, playing around with it. He once thought capturing humans was a line he wouldn't cross, but now that Emily mentioned it, weren't there many people who didn't deserve to be in the Black Tower? Rather than consuming people's taxes to pay for these kinds of facilities, wasn't it better for him to catch them and use them for better purposes? His lips raised into a grin. We cannot touch those in the Black Tower, but don't you meet many dark hunters on your mission, Emily? Yes. Alex then took out another storage cube, which was without any defects. He had made it specifically for Emily to use. You can use this for now to keep inanimate objects. Inside the area is a vacuum, so if you keep food, make sure to put it inside another storage first. But it should be quite useful for you to pack emergency items. I will give you a better one later. Emily then took the cube and started tinkering with the interface. Alex continued, your idea is not wrong, but as I said, I don't want to bring the association into this. I will try to modify the cube so you can use it to capture those dark hunters on your mission for test subjects. Alex had already decided to use them to test his new cultivation method. He then gave Emily a few chi crystals and a cultivation method. You should try to cultivate too, Emily, but don't go far, just go to the Foundation's early phase. So you can change it later on. Emily looked at the transparent crystal with a slight orange hue, which was not much different from mana crystals that had a blue hue. She then grasped it and started feeling the raging energy inside the crystal. Oh yeah, one more thing. Alex took out a storage ring and placed it on the table. You should be able to use this after reaching the Foundation stage. Just remember, compared to cultivators in her world, we need chi crystals to recover energy since there is no chi in the atmosphere. I don't have many chi crystals for now, so try to use them sparingly. I doubt I will use it. Why not just wait for your method to be perfected, then? Emily then took the storage ring and looked around for the item. If it's just to use this ring, isn't it better to use the storage cube? Alex chuckled. Of course not. The storage ring is bonded to your soul. I still cannot replicate this in the storage cube. As for the cube, anyone can access it, so it's not that safe. You should know even passwords and biometrics can be cracked open. Then why did you give me the cube? Of course, for promotion. Who else is better to promote our product than a hunter? Alex answered with a grin. This made Emily feel the urge to throw the cube at his face. Couldn't he have just said so from the beginning, she cursed in her mind. Meanwhile, in another world, Muua was still staying at the same inn. She had changed her strategy, making Zanlu and other people in her entourage look for more information and recruit people for her sect. The Ing city was still locked down, without any significant movement from the Sweki family. She just occasionally saw some of their guards patrolling the city every few hours. Knock. Knock. Miss, Mr. Jianfeng is bringing a kid with him, a female voice came from across the door. Finally. Mingyue mumbled, then raised her voice. Bring them to the reception room. Since she decided to stay in the city for a while, Muua purchased the inn and gave the employees a break. At this time, only her people were staying at the inn. She wasn't afraid her family would get hold of the information since she knew how they operated. They didn't care what happened with the commoners as long as they paid taxes. Muua had told Jianfeng to bring Mingho to the inn, also informing him that Muua was fine and recuperating at her place. Muua still hid the truth in case some of the Sweki family asked Jianfeng about it, but in reality, she knew this was somewhat pointless. If the family really suspected something, they would just scour his memories and go directly to the inn. The real reason she did this was just because it felt awkward. Jianfeng had knelt before her multiple times, requesting her to take care of Muua, who was herself. Why would those people I read about in novels enjoy posing as powerhouses? It's annoying as hell, she thought. She wouldn't have hidden her identity if she had known this would happen. Things just become more complicated. Now, she didn't know how to tell Jianfeng, even though she used to hate him. It would be a lie to say she wasn't touched by his concern when her other family turned their backs on her. In the reception room, with multiple wooden chairs, Jianfeng was standing with a boy at his side. He had short black hair and amber eyes. Anyone who saw the boy would know he was related to Muua with one glance. "Uncle, is it true? Is Sis still alive?" Mingho asked with a hopeful look in his eyes. "Yes, she is alive, so make sure you respect the lady and don't say anything unless asked. Her life is in the lady's hands," Jianfeng warned. Before he could say anything further, Muua entered the room, still in her disguise. The moment she entered, Mingho's eyes widened. He wanted to run, but Jianfeng held him in place and whispered, "Where are your manners?" Mingho was about to say something, but Muua spoke first. "Leave us alone, Jianfeng." Hearing the order, Jianfeng hesitated, but there was no reason to ask this if she wanted to hurt Mingho. He reluctantly bowed and left, but not before warning Mingho again to behave. Muua didn't bring any attendants either. Now alone in the room, both of them exchanged gazes. Many thoughts ran through Mingho's mind. Despite his young age, he was not stupid, he knew his sister's personality. "Sis. Why are you doing this? Does the family really want you dead?" Mingho asked in a low voice. Since Muua entered the room, he could feel a connection with her, one that he would never feel with other people. Seeing his little brother, some old memories started to resurface. Her rosy lips raised upward into a smirk. "You have grown taller now, brat." Mingho's height now reached Mingyue's elbow. The last time she saw him, he was only barely at her waist. Hearing her calling him a brat made Mingho's eyes turn teary since that confirmed she was his sister. Mingho tried his best to hold back his tears, as his uncle had told him many times, men shouldn't cry. His hands started grasping his clothes, and then he lowered his head. "I am sorry, sis. I should not have disturbed you when you were practicing. I just wanted you to play with me. But I realize I am just being a hassle to you and disrupting your practice." Seeing Mingho trying to act mature, Muua chuckled. "Come here." Mingho nodded and started walking toward her. Seeing him obedient made her smile, she had never seen him act like this. When Mingho was an arm's distance away from Muua, he stopped. "Did you think I died too? Everyone does. And I even checked your talisman, it broke," he said with a cracked voice. Then he raised his head, looking at Muua. "You are really my sister, right? Why do you think I am her? Only she would call me a brat, and I can just tell it's you." He paused for a moment, then continued. "What happened, sis, after you left last time? Mom started acting weirdly, and so did Dad." Muua chuckled, then pinched his plump cheek. "You brat, since when have you been trying to act all mature like this? So, tell me what happened after I left." Mingho's face grimaced with pain, but he smiled. "Well, not directly after you left, but sometime after that, I saw many people come from other families. I don't know what they talked about, but afterward, Mom spent more time at home. She even cooked food for me. Can you imagine it? Muua sighed. This was another reason she had disliked her brother in the past. She felt her mom always showed more bias toward him. Mingho then continued, but one day, we had dinner together with Dad. They talked about something and told me this. We are sorry for not being good parents to you and your sister. Tell her we are sorry if you meet her again. The next day, they disappeared. Uncle told me the patriarch killed Dad, and Mom left with the tablet. It seems he only heard a second-hand story. But doesn't this mean they know I am alive? Muua thought to herself. You said Dad acted weird, too. How? You know he always spent time doing something in the basement, but lately, he went outside the city often. Oh yeah, sis, they also gave me this. They told me to give it to you. Mingho took out 2 amulets. They were like a set separated into 2 parts, one carved in the form of a fiery phoenix and the other as a flood dragon. Looking at it, she frowned. Is Alex right? Is my family somehow connected to the upper world or something like that? She then shook her head. Nah, no way. I've read too many novels. I've never even heard about the upper world other than in those novels. I should really stop linking it with my reality. Seeing his sister looking at the amulet seriously, Mingho thought she was thinking about their parents. Sis, I know Uncle told you Mom left and betrayed the family, even sold you for an elixir. Mingho hesitated, then continued, I know I am not in a position to talk about this, but I am sure they had a reason. Mingyue's gaze turned cold, and then she looked at Mingho. You brat, tell me, what reason can a parent have to justify abandoning their kids? Stop talking for them. Muua then gestured for Mingho to stay silent, and she took both pendants from his hand. The fiery phoenix pendant was carved from red crystal, resembling a ruby but with an orange hue to it. The flood dragon was made from a crystal that looked like blue sapphire, with a similar hue to the fiery phoenix. The chains themselves were made from jade, with many formations carved into them. Why did you not tell Uncle this? The pendant? Or the story? Mingho asked. Both. Mom and Dad made me swear never to tell any soul other than you about this. He then put a finger on his chin as he remembered something. Oh yeah, they also told me to hide the pendant away and never take it out in front of other people. Is one of the pendants for you? Muua asked. Mingho shook his head, no, Mom said both are for you. This made Muua feel confused. Vesa, there seem to be formations here. Can you tell what they are? It works similarly to a storage ring, Queen, but there are protections set into it. I can tell it's set to break on itself when it detects your chi is at the heavenly ascension stage. That stage was too far away for Muua. She didn't want to wait that long. Can you break it? I can, but it will take a long time, Queen, with the risk of the item inside being destroyed. I detect there are protections if someone tries to tamper with it in the wrong way. But I have a solution, just gather enough of a life force. I can then enhance a wisp of your chi to one from a heavenly ascension stage cultivator. That should be enough to trick it. How much life force do I need? We need 10,000 life force. Mingyu felt that the energy spent by the life force was too much just to enhance a wisp of chi. That is too much. Can't you do it for 5,000 life force? Or 1,000? Queen, this is not a market sale. Actually, I could have done it for less time before, but I cannot now. For this reason, you should ask King about it later. Mingyue wanted to ask Alex directly, but she knew it wasn't a good time now. Brat, don't tell Uncle I am Mingyue. Mingho wanted to ask why, but looking at his sister's glare, he didn't dare and just nodded reluctantly. Mingyue then stood up and walked toward the window, looking at the bustling city. Mingho, what do you think about the Sweki family? Other than Uncle's family, I don't care about the rest, Mingho answered as he walked to her side. Do you know where they are now? I haven't seen any of our family except both of you, she asked as she looked toward the family mansion in the center of the city. I remember hearing some of the cousins saying they are at the ancestral ground. Mingho's answer confirmed Mingyue's suspicions. She had asked Vesa to locate her family, but Vesa failed to detect most of them, like the patriarch, who should be the only one here with nascent soul cultivation. Even if they had ancestor-level cultivators, it should be at the golden core or spiritual transformation at best, considering they were only a middle-class family on the outskirts. If they are inside the ancestral ground, it's not weird then. Remembering her family was on the outskirts of their continent made Mingyue chuckle. She remembered that the protagonists from the novels she read usually came from the smallest families, smallest countries, continents, and planets. Seeing his sister laugh, Mingho felt confused, especially since they were discussing something serious just moments ago. Realizing her little brother's gaze, Mingyue coughed, "You brat, why are you staring at me like that?" Her expression then turned solemn. "I've decided, Mingho, I will destroy this family. You will follow me starting today, no need to return to uncle's side." Hearing his sister wanted him by her side made Mingho smile. He had often thought his sister was avoiding him because she didn't accept him as her little brother. In reality, Mingyue didn't think too much, she just wanted him to stay because she didn't believe Mingho could really hide everything from their uncle's family. She then checked his information. Name, Mingho Sweki. Power level, 2.5. Life force, 96 out of 110. Cultivation level, foundation stage, mid-level. Feeling happy, probably from his sister's recognition. Foundation stage mid-level. Not bad, it seems he hasn't neglected his training. Seeing the description made Mingyue feel warm. She then confirmed some more information with Mingho, asking about the people left in the mansion and their uncle's family situation. Her uncle Jianfeng had 5 people in his family, his only son, his wife, the newborn granddaughter, and his wife. Based on Mingho's knowledge, his uncle always maintained some distance from the rest of the family, and after the Mingyue incident, the relationship became worse. Mingho said he saw their uncle talk back to one of the elders, then got attacked because he forcefully brought Mingho back to his house. "Uncle told me Dad was killed by the patriarch. What do you think?" Mingho shook his head. "I don't believe it. It's true that after Ma made a scene, he was last seen going to the patriarch's place and never came out. But I am sure he is not dead." "Well, that doesn't matter." Sweki family. Killing intent started spreading from her eyes. Even if her parents had a reason to do this, it didn't change the fact that the family didn't do anything after she was reported dead, despite her working hard to raise her cultivation to bring the family glory. For Mingyue, this was an unforgivable betrayal. Her gaze then turned to the ancestral building in another area of the city, her lips curling into a cold smile. "Those who help me, I will return tenfold, those who betray me, I will make sure to return it 10,000-fold. The setting sun kissed the sky goodbye, turning it into twilight. Mingyue was now standing just outside the protection array of the ancestral area, with Mingho at her side and many people standing behind her holding sleek guns. Some people were kneeling and chained. A few youngsters and teenagers looked at Mingho with hatred. "How dare you rebel? Just wait until the patriarch returns from the ancestral ground. I knew it, you are just like your mother. Both of you are traitors to the family." Hearing all the curses, Mingho clenched his fist. He didn't understand why his sister had brought them here. Looking at the kids cursing at Mingho, not realizing their own situation, made Mingyue shake her head with a chuckle. They are young master trash. She then realized the kids left here were the useless ones. Many of the younger generation she was familiar with were not in the mansion, and as for the people of her generation, they should be at other sects now. She then turned her gaze to the ancestral hall with a frown. Mingyue started suspecting that whatever was inside was not just some grave. As for Jianfeng and his family, Mingyue made them stay at the inn. With the Sweki family inside the ancestral grounds, it didn't take long for her people, led by Zanlu, to take over the city and the mansion. These people all had pride and a reverent look in their eyes. They had trampled over the family that ruled over their heads for generations, even though they knew it was probably just an inner conflict within the family since Mingho was with them. This didn't make it any less significant. From birth, they had been taught not to make any trouble and to avoid even crossing paths with people from the Sweki family. Even though they didn't really trample over them on purpose, they knew they were just like second-class citizens compared to them. Even if they were killed, no one would seek justice for them. Muua hadn't known much about this before since she was busy cultivating to gain the family's recognition. However, the trash of the family was the one making trouble outside. They purposely targeted people who couldn't fight back and sent news to the core family. They knew they would be punished if it reached the patriarch's ears, not because of what they did but because of how they spent their time. They should have been cultivating instead of toying with commoners. But they knew their talent was trash, so cultivating just felt like a chore. There was no way any cultivator's son or daughter would be interested in them. Even low-tier sects were not interested in accepting them since there were no benefits. People might think, doesn't the sect at least build a relationship for the family? But in reality, it's really of no use since these people have zero sway in their family. They would be killed for causing any trouble within the family. That's why they vented their low self-esteem onto the commoners, resulting in this rotten young master mentality. In the past, they wouldn't dare speak up to Mingho, but now that his mother had become a traitor, they dared to do this. In their eyes, when the elders and patriarch returned, they could easily solve the problem. After all, their opponents were just commoners, and they were caught by surprise. They didn't realize all the guards didn't even dare to make a sound. Compared to these young masters getting caught in their pleasure activity without any fight, the guards had tried to fight back, only to end up dead. Cold sweat still dripped from their foreheads, with eyes filled with terror. They knew they were out of their league, even if everyone returned. Whoever was behind this attack was a force beyond their comprehension. They could give artifacts that could be used by anyone, and the artifact's power could easily kill any cultivator at the foundational stage. Even their captain at the core cultivation stage was not spared. They still remembered how a projectile of light had come from the strange artifact, blowing the guard's captain to pieces, shot by the woman leading all these people. Suddenly, the barrier in front of them began to vibrate, and 3 people emerged from it with sharp gazes, surveying the scene before them. Muua recognized them. They were the Grand Elder and the First Elder of the family. The Grand Elder often acted as the Patriarch's advisor. Muua hated him to the bone since he was the one who had given the Patriarch the idea to betroth her. This event caused tons of problems for Muua, disrupting her cultivation and resulting in her progress lagging behind, prompting her to go to that secret realm. Otherwise, she would have skipped it since she had already obtained some cultivation resources from the last secret realm. The Grand Elder, seeing every single family member they had left in the mansion chained down and forced to kneel under all the commoners, felt rage. Killing intent and pressure spread out from his body, targeting every single person in the area. Muua smirked, feng shui. A stronger pressure emerged from Muua, cancelling the pressure emanating from the Grand Elder. Mingho, standing at Minua's side, looked at her with reverence. He had always looked up to his sister, and now, feeling chi stronger than even their patriarch emanating from her made him feel proud. But the image only lasted for a moment, and soon, his face turned pale at what Muua did next. Capitalizing on the moment when the elder was surprised by the presence of a golden core cultivator, Muua took out the gun, set it at 40% power, and pointed it at the Grand Elder. Bang! A concentrated chi shot out from the barrel, blasting the target into pieces before it exploded, hitting the array barrier. The Grand Elder's face turned pale, as did the elder who walked behind him. The area that had once been filled with many sounds, from the cursing of the young masters to the murmur of commoners, turned silent. Every single man in the area could feel their hair standing on end. Even those who had a grudge against the Grand Elder pitied him. His crotch had turned into a hole. Not that kind of hole, but a hole through which you could see. The bullet had blasted through his crotch, destroying everything in its path. Bang! Bang! While everyone still remained silent, Muua shot twice, this time reducing the bullet's strength to 30%. The Grand Elder was still in shock from what had happened, and the two elders at his side quickly jumped, focusing their chi to protect their crotches. But luckily for them, they were not the targets. The Grand Elder fell to the ground as one bullet pulverized his thigh and the other his right shoulder, both limbs fell to the ground. Seeing what had happened, the elders quickly concluded the attacker had a grudge against the Grand Elder. Seeing the woman target the Grand Elder's crotch, they wondered if the Grand Elder had violated the average-looking woman in the past. But this idea lasted only for a moment. Muua dashed forward, taking a sword they quickly recognized. How could they not? It was one of the family treasures, a sword artifact that amplified the chi of the user. It was wielded by one of their geniuses, Muua, whom they thought was dead. The Grand Elder wanted to move but couldn't. At this point, he wasn't shocked anymore, but the pressure from Feng Shui was concentrated on his body, and, adding the damage Muua inflicted, he was paralyzed. Slash! The sword pierced through his already faltering chi barrier in his head without giving him any chance to fight back. Blood spurted out, and the Grand Elder's body then turned into green particles, leaving behind only his cultivation robe and storage ring. From start to finish, Muua hadn't given them any opportunity. Without Feng Shui's pressure, she knew she couldn't have achieved this. The best they could have done would be to bombard the elders when they came out, but this meant she couldn't ask them any questions. The elders quickly thought Muua had come for the Hua family and that they got it from Minua's corpse. They quickly stepped back and looked at Muua warily. Both of them took out their swords and adopted defensive stances. Their chi pushed to the max to protect their bodies. Is the Hua family cooperating with demonic cultivators? Looking at the Grand Elder's corpse and Minua's eyes glinting red, they concluded this. Only those demonic cultivators have methods to absorb other cultivators' chi. It can raise cultivation quickly, but it comes with a big downside. Since the chi absorbed is not pure, it drives the cultivator into madness. As time progressed, many tragedies and massacres happened, and they finally decided to ban demonic cultivation. Anyone who practiced it would be pursued by everyone and killed without mercy. Seeing the woman do this in front of them, they understood that it meant she wouldn't let them go. Muua, I cannot hold this for long. If you want to finish them, do it quickly. No need, take off your pressure, Feng Shui. I appreciate the help. Muua replied in her mind. Then, she turned her sharp gaze toward the elders. Her amber eyes still flickered with an intense red hue since she had just absorbed the life force from the Grand Elder. Queen, I will hold the excess life force for now. This should be enough for you to break through to a minor realm, but if we do that here, the others will become suspicious. Muua agreed. If she broke through now, the elders would think she used some secret technique to release the pressure before and start attacking her aggressively. She pointed her finger at the elders. You geezers, A and B, where is Zhang, that stupid old man? The elders gulped. Zhang Sueki was their patriarch. His location now concerned the secret of their family, one related to their roots. They looked into each other's eyes, many thoughts came to their minds, and both of them then nodded. Their chi suddenly burst out, and both of them leaped forward as they screamed in unison, for the glory of the Sueki family. The elder dashed forward with their sword pointed at Muua. Muua was surprised by their action. She had thought they would at least try to compromise since what they were now doing was tantamount to suicide. Both of the elders were at the late core formation stage. It was too late for anyone to intervene. Mingho and Zanlu could only watch in horror as the two swords came close to Minua's body. Knowing it was too late for her to dodge, Muua took out an item from her storage ring and threw it toward them. Boom! A grenade exploded, one of the many items she had gotten from Alex. This grenade was named the recoil blast bomb. It would burst the mana inside, releasing a shockwave that pushed everything within a 10-meter area away. If this grenade were thrown in the middle of a forest, all the trees in the impact area would be uprooted. This strength was not enough to knock cultivators at their level back, but it was enough to slow them down. But Mingho, the young master, guards, and everyone else were knocked back by the explosion. The elders were caught off guard by the attack, but they were already determined, so they burned their chi more, pushing forward through the shockwave. Muua let her body be thrown back, but she used the momentum. She lowered her leg, letting it touch the ground, and with a graceful movement, crouched, then her body started doing 360 spins, while chi started appearing from her body, like a cold mist. Her sword drew a line of ice, slashing diagonally from downward toward their torsos. Seeing the attack, the elders were shocked. This made them falter for a moment, allowing Minua's frost chi attack to hit their bodies. They were shocked. If the sword could be explained by the Hua family taking the sword from Muua, then this secret technique could not be explained. They recognized it, Shiver of the Winter Blade, a Middle-earth grade secret technique that was a signature move of their prodigy Muua. A cold voice reached their ears, melodious but chilling them to the bone. "You remember me now, Elder." Muua whispered their real names in a way that made them confirm she was Muua. "I came here just to return the favor. I thank the guidance of the family. Those that become a hindrance to us should be killed mercilessly. Don't worry, I will send that stupid geezer and the rest with you to hell. The Hua family is next." After hearing her words, the frost spread from their wounds, freezing their chi and bodies. Regret? Of course, they had it. They even cursed the patriarch, who had let everything happen because of something unconfirmed. If they had known this would happen, they would never have agreed to it. But there is no regret for the dead. It took no time before they turned into sculptures of ice, then fell to the ground and cracked into many pieces. In reality, the technique she used now was not Shiver of the Winter Blade. Vesa had improved the technique, making it far stronger. Now it's an ancient grade absolute zero tempest sweep. If not for this upgraded technique, Muua wouldn't have been able to kill them this easily, even though they were only one minor realm apart. Their combat experience and means were not something she could overlook. Seeing the result of her new secret technique made Muua smile. Right now, she barely understood how the skill worked. If she could truly master it, Muua knew she could defeat someone a few major realms higher than her without any problem. The frozen shards on the ground started turning into green particles, flowing into Minua's body. When the dust settled, everything was already over. Mingho, who had just stood up, jumped to his feet and ran toward his sister to help her. But seeing both elders had already disappeared, with only some shards of ice left on the ground along with their storage rings, his movement became slower. He could not believe how quickly his sister had become strong. This also made him think Muua had really become a demonic cultivator. He arrived at her side, looking at her with worry, noticing the tinge of red in Minua's amber eyes. "Why? Are you afraid of me now?" she asked with a smile. "But sis, that technique, are you alright? Brat, don't you know your own sister? You think I would learn a technique like that?" Mingho shook his head. The sister he knew would never opt for short-term accomplishments that sacrificed her whole future. What use is becoming strong if they end up consumed by madness in the end? Good that you understand. Muua then took out a normal sword and threw it to Mingho. Mingho caught it with ease but looked confused at Muua. He didn't understand why she had thrown a sword at him. As cultivators, killing is just a daily thing for us, Mingho. If someone poses a danger to your life, you must not hesitate to kill them. Have you killed anyone before? Mingho shook his head. He had never done this. It should have been part of the rite of adulthood for him, something that was still a few years away. But Muua knew they would face more danger now with how she did things. Mingho didn't have the luxury to wait that long, and now she had the perfect target for her brother to learn. She then pointed at their cousin. "Mingho, kill them. Looking at his useless cousin and hearing his sister's order, Mingho's body froze. Muua sighed, it was just as she had expected. Mingho had a gentle, kind heart compared to her. Even though he had a bad relationship with his cousin, they were still not strangers, they were people who had once lived together for years with him. If you cannot do this, then you can stay here, Muua said sternly to her brother. The young master, who had barely started to recover, shivered in fear upon hearing Minua's order. But they couldn't fight back since the chains binding them were made with a special formation that prevented them from using any chi. Mingho started walking slowly toward them. When he got close, he froze again. Seeing his cousin's expressions filled with fear, tears, and snot, his heart began to falter. They started begging him to spare them. Don't kill us, please. No matter what, we are still family. Yeah, we will sign a slave contract. Just spare us. We will be more useful to you if you let us live. Mingho turned his gaze to his sister, but Muua didn't move, only sternly glaring at him. He sighed, knowing that meant his sister wouldn't compromise. In Minua's eyes, they were just useless, they had too much ego, to the point they couldn't even use their brains correctly. Even with a slave contract, the normal commoner was more useful than they were. Their best use now was to give her little brother real-life experience. Seeing Mingho still hesitate, Muua spoke again with a stern tone, Mingho. Mingho's body shook again, he then looked at the surroundings. Zanlu just nodded, giving some encouragement to go for it, but the rest of the commoners only watched with glee, as if they were watching a show. Some even looked at his cousin with hatred. He could see no one would ask to spare his cousin. Mingho, do you forget we played together before? Spare me. If you let me live, I could warm your bed at night, we are far cousins, so that should be all right, said one of the attractive women in the group. The memories of the past started surfacing in his mind. In the past, although they hadn't played often, he had a good relationship with them since they always praised him to the sky. But after his mother's actions, everything changed. They always bullied him every chance they got. Remembering the cursing words made his grip on the sword tighten. The words that hurt him the most were how they cursed his family. And now that their lives were in his hands, they started begging like crazy. Mingho then realized how ugly their hearts were. Then a melodious voice reached his ear, "Brat, not everyone is like that. There are many types of people in this world, some are trash like them, and some aren't. But that's not really important. Are you a saint? You're a cultivator. I'm not telling you to kill everyone on your path, but those that pose a threat, kill them without mercy." Mingho knew his sister was right, the path of cultivation was harsh. His uncle had also told him this many times before. Mingho closed his eyes and moved his chi to shut his ears. But another voice carried by chi reached his ears, "Do that, then this is pointless. You might as well spare them and stay here. You can treat them however you like then. I won't judge you." He opened his eyes again, this time, his amber eyes flickered with determination. Staying here and lazing around with his cousin as his slave? That might sound appealing to some people, but not for Mingho. He wanted to get stronger and help his sister and family. When they had attacked the mansion before, they had searched every room, even the basement, but his father was nowhere to be seen, not even the corpse. Mingho understood that something serious must have happened for them to take such drastic action, even drawing ire from their own daughter. Slash! The sword in his hand moved through the air, cutting one of his cousin's necks. Blood spurted out, turning the other cousins crazy. Some begged even more, saying nonsensical stuff that Mingho turned a deaf ear to. Others started cursing at him, but Mingho didn't stop for a moment. Slash! 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 Blood poured like rain while a feeling of repulsion started gnawing at his heart. Mingho did his best to hold everything in. He knew if he didn't, Muua would berate him. The screams, pleas, and curses turned silent, but they were soon replaced by cheers and claps, which made Mingho's repulsion grow even more. Seeing Mingho's pale face, Mingyue walked toward him and ruffled his hair. "You did good. Go take a break." Mingho nodded and quickly escaped, leaving the area. He returned to the mansion, reaching the garden behind his old place. Under a tree he used to play in the past, Mingho started throwing up, and tears flowed down his cheeks. The faces of the people he had just killed kept appearing in his mind. This made him throw up even more. Meanwhile, Mingyue was now touching the protection array as Vesa analyzed it. "Mingyue, is it wise to leave Mingho alone? He is still a child," Fengshui communicated in her mind. "For a ghost that wants to take over my body, you are quite a worrywart," Mingyue replied. "That's different. You came for my treasure, you were prepared for the risks. But Mingho is just a child. A child, a teenager, an adult, do you think that matters in the cultivation world? He chose this path, there's no turning back. And you should know this better than anyone else. Aren't you just left with only your soul now?" Fengshui became silent for a few breaths, then asked, "When can you get a body for me? You should know I've already prepared a good one for you. Just wait." Mingyue's lips curled into a cold smile. "Queen, it's done. You should be able to enter now. But there is no one inside here." "Tch, I knew it," Mingyue clicked her tongue in annoyance. She then turned her gaze to Zanlu. "Keep the city on lockdown, then prepare the people to go with us." "Yes, miss." "Anything else?" Zanlu asked. "How about the one I asked you to prepare? Is it ready?" Zanlu nodded. "Everything is prepared, we are just waiting for your order." "Good. Go do your task then. Also, ask Jianfeng if he can choose to go with us or stay at this place." Zanlu then went on his task as Mingyue took a step, entering the array into the ancestral hall. The people also started to disperse. As for the storage ring on the ground, Mingyue had already taken it with her. Even though the wealth was not much, it was useful since she needed to take care of many people. The secret realm was a good place to stay, but the lack of resources inside was a problem. Passing through the array, Mingyue found herself in familiar scenery. The inside was far bigger than it looked from the outside, with a solemn atmosphere. She walked through the hallway adorned with polished wood, with torches that ignited every time she passed by. The first time she was here, Mingyue had been amazed by how it worked, but now she realized it was just a simple formation, not even comparable to the sect she was in. It didn't take long for her to reach the ancestral room. On the right side, there were many tombstones carved with the names of the Sweki family ancestors. On the left side, it was filled with tablets of the family members still alive. "How did Mom enter here? It doesn't seem there is any damage," she mumbled. There were still many names hanging, with 3 just freshly broken. Mingyue then realized that Minhua's tablet was also not there, nor were those of her mom and dad. She then took all the tablets into her storage ring. Afterward, Mingyue turned her gaze toward the door in the center of the room, a place she had never been allowed to enter before. Mingyue took a few steps toward the door but then stopped and turned her gaze toward the ancestor's gravestone. Her amber eyes glinted coldly. A sword appeared in her hand, she injected her chi into it and threw a slash toward it. Swish, a shockwave was created from the slash. Bam! To her surprise, the slash seemed to hit a barrier, allowing the gravestone to stay intact. Mingyue frowned. She then gathered even more chi, preparing to use her secret art to destroy it. She hadn't asked Vesa since she already thought the barrier that protected the stone was not the same as the one carved into the building. But she stopped when smoke started to come out from one of the gravestones. A corporeal form of an old man then appeared in front of her. "Don't you have any respect for your ancestor?" The old man had a long white beard, but his body still stood straight with a deep gaze. "Respect?" Mingyue coldly smiled. "Respect is earned. Why should I give any to a family that forsook me when I worked hard for them to rise? The old man sighed, even though I'm just a wisp of a soul, I cannot see through you, which means you are strong. And you tell me they forsook you? Tell me why. Muua then proceeded to tell him what had happened. The old man stroked his beard as he listened. This action somewhat made Muua feel annoyed. She felt like the old man was just pretending to be wise. Hearing it all, the old man shook his head. I knew choosing Zhang was a bad choice, but no one was better than him in his generation. If only your grandfather had accepted it at that time. The old man sighed again. He then continued, how about this, I will revoke his permission on every array and give it to you, and then you can become the new patriarch of this family. No, I already have my own sect. But I can take over the family to become a branch of mine. Your own sect? Does it have a foundation as deep as ours? You don't know the glory of our family at its height. Beyond this door, we have a transportation array to the central region. That stupid kid is probably there now. Based on your story, he's probably trying to look for backup. Transportation array. I knew it, that stupid geezer was just a coward. He just imposes strict requirements on others while he himself cannot adhere to them. What a hypocrite. We don't only have those, you know. We also have a citywide array, but it's broken now. There is also an underground treasury here, but I've kept it hidden from Zhang. The resources inside should be enough for you to reach the heavenly stage. You should know our family comes from the central region. Before the old soul could say anything further, Muua interrupted. Are you going to say our family ran away after being attacked and betrayed by their allies? Then some of the survivors pooled their resources and ran away to this area, hoping one day to return and take revenge? How would you know? Do you have some secret technique that allows you to see the past? The old soul asked with interest. No. That's just how it usually goes. What a cliché, Muua answered with a cold tone. She knew Alex would laugh his ass off if he heard about this. And this annoyed her. Just how could the people writing this book guess something right on point like this? What is a cliché? The old man asked since he had never heard that word before. Forget it. Look, Gramps, since you are quite sincere, I'll let my brother continue the family name. Now, can you give me access to the formation here, or do I need to take it for myself? Oh, take it for yourself. You are really an unruly child. If you can really do it, I will kowtow to you and call you my ancestor instead. The old man said this because he felt irked by Minua's attitude, which gave no respect toward him. She also treated the family treasure like it had no value at all. In his eyes, Muua was just a frog in the well who had probably had some lucky encounters. Still, he didn't blame her for opening her own sect and trying to leave the family because her reasons were justified. Vesa, you can do it, right? Of course, Queen. It seems they separated the formation outside from the one inside, so in case something happened, they could still use the formation in here to escape. Muua didn't care much about Vasa's explanation. She didn't feel any interest in learning how the formation worked. She just wanted to quickly get over it and return to the secret realm. The resources here would be useful for her little brother and other people in the sect. I hope you won't regret what you said, Gramps, Muua said with a smirk. She then walked toward the door and placed her palm over it, allowing Vesa to start working on the array. Meanwhile, Mingho was sitting on the ground outside the Sweki family estate, observing the commoners busy with their own tasks. Zanlu, passing by the area, noticed Mingho's pale face and approached him. Young master, are you all right? No, I am not, Mingho answered. You shouldn't think too much about it. I am sorry to say this, but those people you killed deserved it. It would take me 2 days to list every single person that fell victim at their hands. Zanlu dared to say this because he saw Mingho as a kind person, unlike other cultivators, which made him want to comfort Mingho. Mingho didn't want to talk about it because it would just remind him of their dying faces. Even though he understood why his sister did it, he still felt it would have been better to just enslave them. It seems most people in the city will follow Sis out. What will happen with the rest, then? Zanlu turned his gaze toward the street, seeing people moving around. They will stay here, of course. It's their own choice, they should already know the risk. A commoner staying without a cultivator protecting them is just waiting for death. He had seen the fate of some neighboring villages burned to the ground for offending some cultivator. The only reason most of these villages were safe was that they had nothing of value for the cultivator to plunder. But Dai Yin City was different, it had a lot of wealth. He could already see the affiliated families starting to fight over the empty seat of the Sweki family, only for it to be taken from them by stronger cultivators who heard the news. This place would become a bloodbath soon. But Mingho didn't know about this possibility. If he knew, he would run around trying to convince those who chose to stay to go with them. How did you meet my sister? Wouldn't be that simple, just like in the novel you read. There's a reason authors write it like that, Alex said with a chuckle. Humph, can you stop laughing? Thanks to you, I need many life force energies to unlock this pendant. And it's my life, not a novel, stop comparing it. Hearing Mingyue's rebuke and being reminded of his blunder made Alex stop laughing. Alright, sorry, I didn't mean it like that. Anyway, you already used some of the tools from my world in Dang City, and then you blamed it on the Hua family. Won't the people there start talking when they come to investigate? They won't believe it. I made sure no photo was left behind. I also left them some money, this will make the Hua family think they were bribed to tell lies. And without any chi residue, they won't be able to do much investigation. The only result they will get is that a golden core cultivator came to the city and destroyed the Sweki family. Alex agreed with her reasoning. He then changed the topic, explaining the storage cube he had made and how he wanted to use it to capture beasts and criminals. He would use them as his army until his own cultivation method was perfected. Meanwhile, in Alex's world, inside a luxury car. The driver looked at the rearview mirror with a worried expression. The young master doesn't even look at his phone, and he keeps changing expressions, even laughing. Should I tell Madam about this? The driver then remembered that Alex had started acting weird like this after he returned from the research facility. He felt worried that something was wrong with Alex's head and decided he would tell the madam. Alex was oblivious to the driver's gaze, he was too excited, presenting his idea to Mingyue. The driver didn't even consider Alex having a brain implant since the technology hadn't reached the public. Hearing his idea, Mingyue wasn't that excited. The idea of bolstering their force with beasts was appealing, but Mingyue herself preferred to fight with her own hands. In her mind, letting someone else take care of her problems would just make her undisciplined. If that became a habit, it would negatively affect her cultivation. I think Feng Shui or the Gramps should have that method. Feng Shui has it, Queen. I already got the information from our get-to-know session. That's good, Vesa. Send it to Alex then. She then addressed Alex, add more weapons and mana crystals in the next batch. Don't forget the machinery for construction, too. Alex was responsible for making the blueprint for building the sect. Mingyue didn't understand most of it, but she looked forward to the facilities Alex had explained. She then chose some of the commoners and gave them books, blueprints, and other explanations Alex had provided, letting them learn it by themselves. Now, she was curious about the result. Mingyue looked forward to having the so-called jet shower, and jacuzzi Alex had told her about. Little did she know, this wouldn't work without Alex succeeding with the chi generator. Well, I hope they won't mess it up. Why don't you use the mannequin from before to help with construction? Alex asked. Not worth it. I only have a few left now, one of which was destroyed when I made it self-destruct against Linghua. Alex already knew about this, so he didn't ask further. He had wanted to ask for one to tinker with, the concept was intriguing to him since it worked like a robot, and he had heard Vesa could even program complex movements with it. But Muua told him it was hard to get one, so Alex prioritized other things that were more important. I will try to look for some construction robots that can be run by mana then. I remember reading the news there are a few prototypes of those. They continued their talk with the direction to grow the sect. Alex gave many suggestions for a modern hierarchy, which Muua took note of. She just needed to modify it to make it more suitable for people in her world. Their discussion was interrupted when suddenly Alex felt someone's presence near him. Turning his gaze, he realized the driver wanted to get his attention since the car had already reached its destination. "Sorry, young master, but we have already arrived for a while." He then paused for a moment, then asked, "Are you all right, young master? Should we just return home?" Alex then ended his contact with Muua, telling her they would talk again later. He then replied to the driver, "I am all right, just wait for me here." He then left the car without further explanation. The driver, seeing Alex entering the building, took out his phone and started dialing to call his mom. Inside the building, in a fine dining restaurant, Alex gave his name to the waitress. Since the room was already booked, she quickly guided him toward the VIP room. Inside, Alex saw Emily in casual clothing, a t-shirt and jeans, already waiting for him. Opposite her sat a man with a robust figure. He had tidy hair and a beard, with a wound scar over his eyes. His black eyes turned sharp like a hawk when Alex entered the room. "You are late, brother," Emily complained. Alex smiled, "Sorry, I just got off a call. I already reached here a few minutes ago." He then turned his gaze toward the man. Emily quickly introduced him, her voice tinged with respect. "He is a 3-star hunter and also my mentor. His name is Garrick. I learned a lot from him when I first became a hunter." "So, you are Emily's brother?" He then looked him up and down and nodded with satisfaction. "Your sister calls you good for nothing. That stays home all day. But it seems you have many secrets." As expected from the son of the Crimson Sage. Hearing the words, "good for nothing," Alex's gaze sternly turned to Emily, but she looked away, playing dumb. Knowing he couldn't do anything about it, Alex's lips twitched. He then looked at Garrick and put his hand forward. "Nice to meet you. I am Alex. It seems you know my father." Garrick shook his hand. "Every decent hunter knows about him. What your dad chose deserves respect. Many hunters just escape their responsibility in his situation." Alex took his seat beside Emily, deep in his heart, replying to Garrick, "And we, his family, are now the ones paying for it." But he kept an amiable smile outside. He was here to make an agreement with the Hunter Association, not to debate personal values. "Let's get straight to the point then. You should have heard my sister Emily wants to reopen the Suzaku Guild. And I have a new power system to make a deal with the association." Garrick nodded, then gestured for him to continue. Alex took out the storage cube, and from it, he took out a laptop onto the table. It wasn't the first time Garrick had seen an ability that interfered with space, so he understood the cube functioned like some kind of storage item, but he had never seen one as small as that. "What is that item?" Garrick asked. Alex did this on purpose. He wanted to show the company's product so Garrick would be interested. "It's one of the prototypes of my company's products. In fact, I want to ask the association for help with the permit to sell it. Every single item that used mana needed to get permission from the Hunters Association to be sold to the public. It functioned as quality control and ensured it could not be misused by the public." He then put the storage cube on the table, turned on the laptop, and opened the document. Alex showed it to Garrick. "Let's talk about it later. The main topic now is this power system, you can check it here." Alex had told his sister not to talk about any details regarding the power system, so he knew Garrick knew nothing of it. The cultivation method he gave to Garrick had been completely modified by Alex. If cultivators typically started by building up their bodies first to ensure they could create the best golden core, then Alex reversed the process, changing it to use mana to directly create a core. This allowed them to create their own pseudo-golden core. For awakeners, it would boost their abilities to a new level, and for normal people, it would enable them to gain their own abilities. Another effect was prolonging their lives. After this, the next step was to grow the core and make the body adapt to it. The power system then ended here. Since Alex had reversed the method, this drastically limited the growth and strength of the user. The body acted as a container for the core. If normal people did this with chi, the result would be that their bodies would blow up since they could not contain the energy. However, since Alex used mana, the body wouldn't blow up, however, it would severely limit the growth of the core. The core was at a phase that needed to be nurtured, not nurtured by the body. But Alex did this on purpose. He was sure this power system would be enough to entice the hunter. As he expected, Garrick's eyes glinted with interest as he focused on reading the information. "I think that should be enough," Alex said as he closed the laptop monitor from the back. "You can choose a few people to confirm the cultivation method, but before that, I have my own request. Before I give it to you, I want the guild to be re-established first, with exclusive access to 3 Category 1 dungeons, 2 Category 2 dungeons, and 1 Category 3 dungeon. I also want a permit for my product. Once the power system is confirmed, the Hunter Association should take full credit while hiding any information that you got it from me. Then, you need to give me privileged access to information and the market for 3-star hunters, and no questions about where I got this." Hearing Alex's demands, Garrick frowned. Many of those were not something he could approve of. But he knew it was of the utmost importance for him to bring this back. This power system would be a solution for what they needed most now, more hunters. "I need to bring this cultivation method back first before we can talk further. Even though the one here is incomplete, if you want to bring it back, you need to fulfill some of my conditions first. I will be blunt, I hate back and forth negotiation. What I can do at most is approval for the guild's establishment. For the rest, I cannot do anything." "That's not enough, Mr. Garrick. I know you can't directly grant me the dungeons, but you should be able to give me a special permit to enter Category 2 dungeons. Give me this, and we have a deal. I also want you to make sure no one knows I got this permit," Alex asserted. Hearing his words, Emily, who had been silent, cut in. "Brother, you're planning to enter a dungeon. It's dangerous." Even though she knew Alex could regenerate, the thought of her brother entering the dungeon alone still worried her. Garrick also felt the same. The reason he took care of Emily was because he had been there when her father held the dungeon break. If not for him, he and his family would likely have stayed there forever. This made Garrick feel indebted to their father, but he didn't tell Alex or Emily. "Your sister is right. I can grant you a special permit, but you'll need to take at least 3 1-star hunters with you." Hearing their concerns, Alex felt slightly annoyed. He wanted to enter to search for monsters to capture and absorb their life force. Emily was fine, but entering with another 2 hunters was too risky for him. He couldn't just kill them to make sure they stayed silent, the other option was to enslave them. But Alex also didn't want to do that again. In Professor Faritha's case, he had no choice, and that still made him feel guilty. Seeing her brother deep in thought, Muua then answered for him. "We agree, mentor." Alex frowned, wanting to interject, but Emily's eyes told him not to worry. He then sighed, deciding to trust her. "Let's do it that way then, Mr. Garrick." They shook hands and made a deal. Garrick then told Alex he would still need to meet with the higher-ups once again to finalize the agreement. After he left, Alex asked Emily, "Do you have any ideas?" "We can't bring more people. Don't worry, I know what to do. For now, how about we order some food first?" Emily then raised an eyebrow as she received a message from Garrick. "Mentor asked if you have a specific dungeon in mind. He sent me a list of dungeons, I'll forward it to you." A new message appeared on Alex's interface, showing a list of Category 2 dungeons near the area. Alex began to narrow down the list using his ability to choose the best dungeon with the least risk for his purpose. He narrowed it to 3 options. Goblin Hollows. Frostbite Den. Serpent's Lair. Goblins were versatile monsters with some intelligence. They would serve as good workers since they had a humanoid form. This also made them versatile, as Alex could arm them with various weapons. The next one, Frostbite Den, was filled with many types of monsters, some humanoid, others just beasts. This would allow Alex to capture a variety of monsters. The last one, Serpent's Lair, was filled with serpents. What interested Alex here were the exotic resources that came from the serpents. If he captured many of them, he would be able to obtain his own source of various types of toxins and venoms. These would become great sources of income and experimental materials for Alex. After all, their toxins could be used for many things, not just poison. He could use them to make medicine or other materials. But his thoughts were cut short as a delicious aroma reached his nose, making his stomach rumble in protest. This made Emily chuckle. Let's eat first. You're always like that, when deep in thought, you forget everything, so I ordered the food for you. Seeing the dishes on the table, which were his favorite, made Alex ignore his sister's remark. Well, it's not like we're going to go today. I still need to make more cubes to capture the animals and modify them with the beast bond contract, he thought. They then had a meal together before going their separate ways. Alex returned to the research facility because he wanted to finish the project quickly. When he arrived there, he saw Ferrith still busy tinkering with the storage cube. How is the progress? Ferrith, with a satisfied smile on her face, pointed at a few things on the table. There was a watch and a mobile phone, along with types of jewelry, earrings, a bracelet, and a ring. I've done it, I need to optimize it now and add a security system. The storage space for the items varies. For the watch and mobile phone, it can go up to 2 cubic meters, but for the jewelry, it can only go up to 1 cubic meter. The jewelry can't function on its own, it needs to be paired with an app to work. As for the energy, each of them is wirelessly charged with mana. Even though Ferrith said it was wirelessly charged, it still needed to be placed on a charging station to start charging. Alex felt satisfied with the result. He gave some praise to Ferrith and then moved to his own research bench. Ferrith looked at him, thinking, he seems changed, the hue in his red eyes has become deeper, and his body seems fitter now. She then started noting it in her personal notes, still obsessed with the progenitor's blood. Meanwhile, Alex started working on the box to capture humans and beasts. The beast bond contract he obtained from Muua required the blood of the creature and the cultivator, which he needed to put into the formation. Based on the analysis from Vesa, the formation took part of the creature's soul as the medium. Then, it mixed it with the cultivator, making the beast instinctively think the cultivator was their kin. If the beast was smarter or even had its own cultivation, this would result in a clash of souls. If the cultivator won, the beast would submit to them. Conversely, the reverse could also happen. But for Alex and Muua, who had Vesa as part of their soul, this was not a problem. Just as intelligent beings had a higher existence than normal animals, progenitors were even a level higher. They would never be subdued by those of lower existence, but backlash was still possible if they were defeated. This was a hassle for Alex, he didn't want to have to defeat creatures twice. He already needed to beat them to near death to capture them in the dimensional storage. Alex also needed to think of a better way to provide a suitable environment for the creatures to live in. He didn't want to set up each one individually every time. Since an array is just like an electronic circuit, I should be able to incorporate some advanced logic into it. Using their life force as input, I should be able to extract the environment they need and then use the information to adjust the living space inside the storage. Alex then started considering everything vital for a living being's existence: pressure, air, and terrain. All of this could be manipulated with technology from his world, he just needed to use mana to sustain it. This still meant he needed to set up preset settings in the sphere, such as an ice biome, forest biome, and undersea biome. Alex started moving on the interface, playing with the formation array like a line of computer code. The more he learned about it, the more excited he felt. An array fueled with energy like chi or mana was like playing with computer code, but this one directly affected reality. The bigger the change he implemented, the more energy would be required, but this didn't mean he could change matters at will. Then, a question surfaced in his mind. Mana and chi produce different results. What if I use life force to fuel it instead? Alex asked Vesa about this, making Vesa sigh in defeat. Even without my knowledge, the king will keep progressing forward, Vesa thought. What Alex thought was not only possible but had been done and improved upon many times over by the vampire race using what they called rune. However, using rune was not easy. Cultivators used arrays and formations with many materials to cast them, but Vesa and Alex directly manipulated the chi, creating their own complex circuit with it. To use life force to create their own rune or array required Alex to have the capability to manipulate it. Vesa then explained this to Alex. Is there really no other way to utilize life force? Well, if you could obtain a relic from when the vampire race was at its peak, then it's possible. But that is even harder than progressing to become a progenitor, king. Every single one who holds our race's relics is our enemy. There might be a few items they missed, but the chance of us obtaining any of them is very small. Knowing there was nothing he could do about it now, Alex returned to his project and resumed his work. A few hours passed by until he had input all the information into the formation. His next step was to input a sequence of formations to capture the beast's soul. Since the beasts or criminals he put inside would already be half dead, obtaining their blood information would be easy. He then started thinking of a solution for the next problem to avoid having to fight them again. The end result he desired was to make them submit to him as their master without any risk. People here achieve this loyalty by brainwashing them with ideology since childhood. But since the array can directly interact with their soul, Alex wondered if he could affect their instincts, changing them from self-preservation to submission toward him. He then discussed this with Vesa. It's possible for those with low intelligence, king, but for those that can feel emotion, there will be a risk of betrayal. Just like you read news about how a lover or parent sacrifices their own life. That is true. The reason they do this is because of the bond they share. Is there a way to bypass this, Vesa? To build a bond directly with any creature? It's normally impossible since every creature has different core values, even those of the same species. Just like there are humans who prioritize relationships, we have those who prioritize money. And this is with a comprehensive education system for dozens of years, king, where your government tries to instill similar core values in everyone. Well, everyone has different situations and families. If we really gave everyone exactly the same conditions, I think they would end up with the same result. Still not 100%, king. Some people are just born different, the exact same situation can produce different reactions. Since many species with high-level intelligence are emotional beings, I think the best way is to take a wisp of their soul and then threaten their lives with it. I know you abhor this kind of idea, king, but this is the most efficient way. After this, you can start building up your bond with them. It seems I have no choice over this. Since you are the progenitor, and you hold a wisp of their soul, they will instinctively feel you are their master since your soul is at a higher level of existence. The more you progress as a progenitor, the bigger this suppression will be. Alex knitted his eyebrows. He never believed that loyalty coming from suppression and fear would last. History in his world had proven this many times over. Every country that got colonized fought back in the end, just as the slavery system ended up in revolution. That depends, king. If you don't push them too hard and give them the appropriate reward, they will get used to their circumstances. Isn't modern capitalism working like that? Reading this, Alex chuckled, feeling stupid for not realizing this sooner. But then he realized it was not weird since he never had problems with money. The government only cared about natural resources, but for the citizens, all they focused on was money, since money could practically be used for everything. This made them run through all their thoughts to get it, forgetting where the things they consumed came from. This had gone to the extent that people committed suicide because they had no money. Some even died from hunger, while in reality, there were still many safe areas in the forest where they could hunt for beasts and scavenge for fruits, mushrooms, and vegetables. These people had been spoiled too much, to the point they forgot their survival instinct. Since I will only use them to fight anyway, I will just make it like a game. Alex grinned and started to modify the formation. He turned it into two systems, one system to change the structure inside the storage for those he captured and the other system to work as an admin and server. As an expert gamer and whale god, his experience with how games worked could be called second to none. Many people thought that no skill was needed since he used his wallet as a weapon to conquer every hard boss or dungeon. While this was correct in the past, in the new VR world, people still needed to have the skills to solo bosses. What use was having a katana with millions of damage if you couldn't even use it to hit the enemy once? It's not like the bosses would just sit there waiting for you to hit them. So, even though Alex was not a master, he was still an expert in his gaming skills and even more sensitive to game balance, since he often looked for items to whale to break it. Ideas started pouring from his mind like water. Alex created a system like a strategy game, where those inside would be given objectives every day and get points from them. They could then use the points to decorate and buy items from the admin system, where Alex just needed to put items inside it. This way, Alex didn't need to worry they would get bored, as many of these people would also get used to the point system at some point. If he could get a secret realm by himself, this would enhance the system even further, allowing them to expand their living space. For their social needs, Alex would give them a chat system that also costs points to use. Capitalist system at its finest, Alex mumbled with a smirk. It took Alex 3 days without sleeping to establish everything. On the first day, he exchanged items with Muua. She sent 128 low-grade chi crystals and 3 medium-grade chi crystals, along with some other items. With a satisfied smile, he looked at the result of his work. There was one big sphere that worked as the server and hundreds of small cubes. Alex had decided to name this product Awe System and Awe Cube because he wanted every creature to feel awe inside of it. This should work as a prototype for my soul game in the future. I can also use them to experiment with my new cultivation method. They will even try hard to do it for more points. Exhaustion washed over his body since he had been too focused on his work, forgetting everything else. The cube had to be in the same space as the server for the system to work. He also needed to keep filling it with items and consumables and maintain it with chi and mana to ensure everything ran smoothly. His stomach started rumbling in protest, prompting him to glance at the nearby fridge stocked with snacks. But the moment he did, Alex's eyes bulged in shock. He felt like his heart was trying to bounce out of his ribcage. "Mom! What in the world are you doing here? You almost turned me into a ghost," Alex exclaimed, clutching his chest. Luca sat on the couch, sipping tea and playing around with the storage cube. Her eyes perked up, hearing Alex's surprised words. "So you finally came back to your senses. I was just wondering how long you would be like that. You're really just like your father. What am I doing here? Is it weird for a mom to look for her son after 3 days?" After getting a call from the driver, Luca, still feeling worried, checked her son's schedule and the place he had gone before. Luca usually didn't do this since she didn't want to be an intrusive mom. She knew her kids would hate her if she did that without any reason. She then found out Alex had gone to Pandora's research facility, and this made her think of a few scenarios that could explain Alex's behavior, as the driver had described. Compared to the driver, Luca knew the latest technology, so she suspected Alex might be getting a brain chip, with the worst scenario being that he had been experimented on. Luca decided to ask Alex later when he got home, but after a day, her son was nowhere to be seen. This made her look for him at this place named Suzaku Genesis Complex, or SGE for short. What? 3 days? Luca smiled and walked toward Alex, looking into his black eyes. Are you hiding something from me? His eyes seemed to have a tinge of red, Luca thought to herself, but this didn't worry her since there were many ways to change eye color without side effects. Alex turned his gaze away. Nothing important, Mom. Look me in the eye, his mother said sternly. Sweat started dripping down his forehead. Damn, I knew it, even facing real monsters is not as intense as this. Mom really is the final secret boss. Alex then tried to change the topic. So, Mom, have you checked the cube? It's good, right? I wasn't lying when I said we could bring our family to a new level. Luca looked at the cube in her palm with a complicated gaze. She was amazed by it, but it also reminded her a lot of Edward. It was similar in the past. She would accompany Edward by his side as he focused on his work, creating a wonder that then earned them a lot of money. I know you've met up with Emily lately and also about the guild. She paused for a moment, then asked, tell me honestly, Alex. I know you don't think your dad is still alive, so why do you do that? If it's just to procure artifacts or anything else, there are many other ways. And the name. Seeing her expression, Alex knew his mother was in turmoil. Part of her wanted to move on already since it had been years without any news. But the other part still hoped that Edward was still alive. Alex sighed. He still felt there was a 90% chance his father was dead, and even if he survived, what kind of situation was not allowing him to return back to his family? He knew how much his father loved his mom. It's for Emily. You know she will return there no matter what, Alex replied. Luca's eyes turned teary. She hugged Alex for a moment and then patted his head. I cooked some food for you, it's on the table. Don't forget to have some lunch. Then she left Alex alone. Seeing his mom's lonely back made Alex's heart feel pierced with sharp pain. Vesa, what do you think? Is it possible my father is still alive? If my speculation is correct, then it's possible, King. Since a dungeon is just an entry to another world, with your father's ability, I suspect he either took the initiative to push into the dungeon and got captured by the species there. You should have seen my memory. Based on the monster's appearance, do you know what species they are? Alex still remembered it clearly, the reptilian eyes, the gleaming scale that reflected the sun. They are half-dragons, or we call them lower dragons. When dragons mix with other humanoid species, they are the result of it. Lower dragon. The real dragon race is a prideful creature, they look down on most species. Sometimes, as a result of experiments or a weird turn of events, these kinds of species are born. That is not important. What will they do with the prisoner? They adore strength. Usually, they use prisoners as slaves or as gladiators, making them fight in the arena. If your father was captured, this is probably his fate. Considering his father and the guild's strength at that time, they should be able to survive. What about the time difference in their world? Some dungeons had a time difference, some did not. Alex didn't know which category that dungeon belonged to. If the dungeon had time dilation slower than Earth, this would raise the chance his father was still alive. It had been years on his planet, but it could only have been a few months or even days in that world. One more thing, King, the dragon race is one of our enemies. One more thing, King, the dragon race is one of our enemies. Reading Vasa's warning, Alex knew he needed to be extra careful in that place. If his existence as a vampire progenitor was found out, it would pose a huge risk to him. He didn't know how strong the dragon race was, but Alex knew they were out of his league for now. Alex then sighed and looked toward the paper bag on the table. His eyes burned with the flame of determination. It was too risky for me to go there in the past, but now it's different. I will make sure to bring you back, Dad, dead or alive. He then started unpacking the meal. Meanwhile, outside the facility, Emily had an encounter with Luca. Emily had come since she already got the permit to enter the dungeon with Alex. She had asked her mentor to give it to her in her name. Emily did this on purpose. She didn't want Alex to sneakily enter the dungeon by himself. She then, by coincidence, met Luca when she had just left the room. Seeing her daughter closely again made Luca smile. Emily, instead, felt awkward. She still remembered the big fight they had before she left the house. Luca wiped the tears away, then looked at Emily up and down, seeing her all well, which made her feel relieved. "It's good that you are all right. Don't do anything risky with your brother," she said in a warm tone. Luca then hugged the stupefied Emily tightly for a moment and said, "Alex is inside. I cooked a lot of meals for him, you should eat too. Call me when you have time, okay?" She then left Emily, who was still in a daze. Seeing her mother's back, Emily felt weird. It was not how she imagined their meeting would happen. It should have been filled with debates and high-pitched voices. Emily didn't know, but Luca had made a decision. Seeing Alex these last few days and Emily reminded her of Edward and made her realize both her kids were mature enough now. "It's time, they should be alright even if something happens to me," Luca thought to herself. After her mother left, Emily still felt weird. She couldn't put her finger on it but felt she would regret not stopping her mom. But the moment had already passed, and with a resigned sigh, she entered the room. The sunset painted the sky into twilight. But not in this place, where two suns hung brightly in the sky, one blue and the other red. "Level up. You get 38 EXP. Level up," Alex said loudly with a laugh. "And now for the final attack, ladies and gentlemen, ultimate smash. Critical hit. Bam. Crack." The ground cracked like a spiderweb as he smashed his warhammer down toward the dying wolf, turning its head into a pancake. This left Emily and Vesa speechless inside his mind. "King, I don't get it. What's this about leveling up? What's EXP? This isn't a game." "No need to think about it, Vesa. I'm just having fun," Alex replied as he looked around the area. The ground was filled with small craters, and many towering trees rose from the ground. On one of the displays it showed that he had already killed 12 wolf howlers in total. Alex had told Vesa before to add this extra information. Then, the wolf bodies turned into green light, floating toward Alex. 380 life force absorbed. Seeing the number notification, Alex laughed. "What a coincidence," he thought. "Now I understand the main reason you don't want other hunters here. You still care about your sister's face," Emily said in an exasperated tone as she approached Alex. "It's called enjoying life, Emily. The enemies here are weaker than I expected." Alex then looked at the area map from Vesa. Since this wasn't a secret realm, it only showed many red dots moving, telling Alex the enemy's locations. "Get off your high horse. What makes a goblin dangerous is their numbers. Don't forget, this is a Category 2 dungeon, meaning we will face off with ogres or the Goblin Lord boss. We need to move carefully, one wrong move and we'll be overwhelmed by their numbers," Emily reminded. "Don't worry, that won't happen. Just follow me." Seeing her brother move without waiting for her made Emily's veins pop. She quickly dashed after him. "Can you stop playing around, brother? This is a dungeon. Don't talk loudly and move around without direction. We need to check for tracks to see if any monsters have passed by here. You should listen to me. MPPHPMMH." Emily's words were suddenly cut off as Alex placed his palm over her mouth. He then gestured for her to stay silent. "There are enemies moving toward us. Let's hide," Alex whispered. Emily frowned. At first, she didn't understand how Alex knew this, but then she realized it was related to his system. This made her glare at Alex. "This stupid brother of mine, can't you tell me from the start?" she thought to herself. Emily then nodded and quickly turned alert, looking in the direction Alex pointed. They started crouching, hiding behind a bush, and then moved forward slowly. Emily then took out a pair of binoculars to look in that direction. She could see a group of goblins, 4 goblin archers, 5 goblin warriors wielding spears and axes, 3 goblins riding wolf howlers with spears in their hands, and finally, a high goblin. The high goblin's eyes flickered with intelligence, and she held a big sword while wearing armor. Using Vesa, Alex quickly scanned their information. Goblin Warrior. Power level, 2.0. Life force, 42 of 60. Ability. Battle Frenzy. Increases attack speed and power level by 50% for 30 seconds. After the effect, the Goblin Warrior becomes exhausted, reducing its defense and speed by 25% for 1 hour. Asterisk. Goblin Archer. Power level, 1.8. Life force, 31 of 50. Ability. Arrow Barrage. Launches a rapid succession of arrows at multiple targets, dealing increased damage. The Goblin Archer cannot move while using this ability and is vulnerable for a few seconds afterward. Goblin Rider. Power level, 2.5. Life force, 42 of 70. Ability. Charge Assault. The Goblin Rider and its mount charge at high speed, dealing significant damage to the first enemy hit. This ability temporarily increases the rider's defense but leaves them disoriented after the charge. Asterisk. High Goblin. Power level, 3.5. Life force, 50-80. Ability. Cunning Plan. Utilizing their hawk eyes, high goblins can survey the field from above. The high goblin cannot move when this ability is activated, rendering them vulnerable. This ability also allows high goblins to transmit their plan directly to nearby goblins, coordinating their movements and attacks with precision. A high goblin. Alex quickly identified the monster leading the group. He knew this meant he needed to finish all of them quickly. If the high goblin used her ability, it would become a huge problem. Even if Alex and Emily could overwhelm them in strength, they could still strategically retreat and then come back with a bigger force. Emily frowned at the appearance of the high goblin, meaning the hidden boss, the high goblin lord, was here. Every time hunters entered a dungeon, the area always changed, making mapping the dungeon useless. Thankfully, it wasn't entirely random, the type of monsters they encountered was always similar. But sometimes, a new monster type appeared. When this happened, the boss would change, which hunters called the hidden boss. This offered better loot, but it also meant the dungeon's difficulty would be higher. These kinds of things rarely happened, even out of 100 dungeon dives, barely 1 or 2 instances would encounter a hidden boss. Emily wasn't sure whether to call them lucky or just unlucky. If I had known this would happen, I would have at least brought Zold with us. Alex used his ability to calculate the plan he had in mind. A smirk formed on his lips since the success rate of his plan was at least 90%, and he should be able to capture at least half of them, with his biggest target being the High Goblin. Seeing her brother gazing at the High Goblin made Emily say to Alex's mind with a teasing tone, "I never knew you had that kind of kink. Makes me wonder if Muua really looks like what you say." Alex's vein popped at his sister's remark, "The High Goblin may be attractive, but that's not my type." "See, you just admitted it looks attractive," Emily laughed. She just wanted to tease him. The High Goblin did have a perfect figure and a good face, but the skin was still blue, making her look like an alien. Emily knew her brother wouldn't be interested. Realizing his blunder, Alex changed the topic. "You know that's not what I meant. Forget it. Check the plan I sent to your implant." Both of them had Erk's chips implanted, allowing them to communicate telepathically when they were close. Checking the plan, Emily agreed. Alex then took out a rifle and targeted the area around the goblins. Bang! The bullet pierced through the air, directly hitting its target, the ground, right in the middle area. Boom! A blinding flash of light exploded in the area, leaving all the goblins stunned and dazed. Emily wasted no time, she sprinted toward the area. Although using her ability, she could easily decimate all of them, they wanted to keep it for emergencies. A spear then appeared in her hand, her first target being the High Goblin. With a swift motion, Emily spun her spear, hitting the High Goblin right in the head with the back of the spear. She hit her consecutively in the chest and leg. Bam! Bam! Caught off guard, the High Goblin was too late to fight back. Pain spread all over her body before the world turned dark for her. While Emily did this, Alex also got close to the field. Seeing the High Goblin sent flying toward him as planned, he threw the awe cube. The moment it made contact, the High Goblin turned into light, entering the cube. The cube then started vibrating a few times before it stopped. Yes, success, Alex said in his mind. Alex had modified the awe cube to activate upon contact with the target. After a successful capture, Alex could read all their information in real time as long as the cube was close to him. However, he knew he didn't have time to do that now. As the dazzling light disappeared, Emily didn't stop, she started going for the kill, her next target being the Goblin Archer. Her spear pierced through the Goblin Archer's head, killing it instantly. She then threw the body at another archer. The Goblin Rider was the first to regain their senses, but Alex didn't give them any moment to act. He now leaped into the air and smashed his hammer down on the rider's head. Alex had already reduced the weight, hoping he could knock the goblin out, but he could still hear the sound of the goblin's skeleton cracking. Alex threw the awe cube toward it. He didn't wait to see if the capture succeeded or not since the wolf the rider was on was still undamaged, the success rate wouldn't be high. A woo! The other wolf rider made their wolf use its skill, Howl of the Pack. The ability resonated, waking all the goblins from their daze. Emily, who was now beating the other archer, turned her gaze toward the goblin warrior. Her body arched back like a professional athlete, and she threw her spear with finesse and deadly accuracy toward the soldier. Alex could see from the many red circles starting to approach them that they would quickly be surrounded, he had no time to hold back. It's harder than I expected, Alex said to himself. Based on his plan, he would shoot the flash bullet, capture the High Goblin, hit the Goblin Rider to knock it out, and then move to the other rider before they could cast their skill. In his calculations, his body should have been able to move like that, but controlling his strength while moving at top speed was easier said than done. His delayed action allowed the Wolf Rider to call for backup. I should have calculated my inexperience in combat. Swoosh! The goblin soldier's body was pierced, turning into a gaping hole from Emily's spear. She then took out 2 submachine guns in her hands and started shooting in bursts toward the other goblins. Brrr. Each shot used specialized bullets strengthened with mana. It wasn't something Emily usually used since what they were doing now was basically burning money. Even though Emily didn't have a problem with money, she always made sure each dungeon run was profitable. But this one was supplied by Alex, so she just used it without care. The bullets pierced through the goblin bodies, turning them into sandbags. Feeling the danger, they didn't even use their abilities, the goblins quickly tried to run. Rumble! Rumble! Emily turned her gaze toward the herd of wolves approaching. With a sigh, she asked telepathically, "What now, big bro?" Alex frowned, looking at the area map. He could see they needed to beat hundreds of wolves to clear the area, and that's if the goblins didn't come back bringing reinforcements. Alex looked toward the direction the goblins ran, he couldn't let them escape no matter what. There was 1 goblin warrior left, with 2 goblin raiders. You hunt down the goblins, I will hold the wolves here. Fine, be careful, bro, Emily replied reluctantly. She didn't like the idea of leaving Alex alone, but from a strategic viewpoint, they couldn't let the goblins warn the others. Even normal goblins would start sending squads out to look for the invaders, not to mention goblins with a high level of intelligence. They also didn't know how large the goblin settlement in the area was or how many high goblins they would need to face in total. Alex cracked his bones, looking at the approaching wolf horde. Alright, let's do this. He raised his hand, and the warhammer started growing in size. Bam! With one hit, he smashed 3 wolf skulls. Alex threw 3 cubes toward them without looking, hoping some would survive. He started moving, boosting his movement strength with chi. Alex still hadn't learned any secret techniques at this time, so he could only use chi to boost his movement. He focused his chi toward his legs, then jumped high into the air. With the distance now, Alex could really see all the wolves in his viewpoint. The number made adrenaline rush to his brain. With a calculated target in mind, Alex took out a smoke grenade and threw it to the ground. Bam! The smoke exploded, but it wasn't normal smoke, it was special tear gas. Alex took a gas mask from his storage and wore it over his face. The effect quickly became obvious. The wolf howlers, who usually used their sharp sense of smell to their advantage, now found it to be their burden instead. Their noses turned runny, with tears coming out of their eyes. This made them disoriented and panic. Alex, observing everything from the air, laughed inwardly. Even wolves can cry. He then used his mana to amplify the hammer's size and weight before letting it drop in the middle of the pack. Gravity did its work, turning the hammer into a meteor. Boom! The ground vibrated, and dust and smoke billowed up, mixing with the tear gas. Now falling back to the ground, Alex started utilizing chi to protect his body from the fall. He then took out a rifle and started shooting at the wolves. Disoriented and panicked, the wolves started trying to run away from the area. Alex began shooting quickly, knowing the effect would not last long. After they recovered, the wolves would turn back with even more fervor. After all, they still overwhelmed him in numbers. Even with all those attacks, Alex had barely killed 42 of them. There were still 127 wolves left to kill, and his mana was dwindling. Every transformation of the hammer took a toll on his mana. Bam! Alex landed on the ground and took out the new warhammer from Muua, the Embershift hammer. He had never used it before, but Alex remembered Muua telling him there was a beast's soul inside, but with Vesa, there should be no problem. The moment he infused his chi, the weapon started to vibrate, and the roar of a fox could be heard in his mind. A similar thing happened with Muua. After Vesa subdued the soul, information poured into Alex's mind, telling him how to use the warhammer. His lips raised into a grin. He was curious about the secret skill embedded in the Embershift. Volcanic Smash. Alex smashed the hammer to the ground, and from the point of impact, searing hot flames burst out, igniting the wolves around him in flame. He took the hammer from the ground and pounced at the wolf howlers. Having finished killing the goblins, Emily returned quickly to support her brother. But as she got closer, she could smell burning flesh and wood in the air. The closer she got, the more she could feel the heat on her skin, making her use chi to protect it. When she arrived, her lips twitched. Her brother didn't look like one who needed help. He was running around with a grin on his face, pouncing on the wolf monsters, if they could still be called that. Half of their fur was burned down, showing the scorched skin underneath. In Alex's defense, he didn't do it on purpose. He was experimenting with chi usage, wanting to know how much flame could be ignited since the volcanic smash result surprised him. All the wolves around him were burned to a crisp. Bang! Emily took out her submachine gun, shooting the wolf Alex pursued to death. Stop messing around, bro. See, the flame is starting to burn the forest. The High Goblin Lord will quickly send someone to investigate. Alex stopped in his steps and looked around, realizing the trees had been burned. He was too absorbed in using the Embershift hammer's ability. The beast's soul seemed to amplify the damage many times over. It even gave him 2 secret techniques he could use. The burned forest came from the second secret technique, flamethrower. As the name suggested, this allowed Alex to shoot flames in the direction of the hammer's head. The flames burned even bigger as smoke billowed into the sky. Now covered in sweat, Alex sat beside Emily, who was far away from the area, taking a break on a cliff. Emily took a gulp from her water bottle. This storage ring is really convenient. Usually, we need to bring a lot of stuff in a backpack, then create our own base camp before starting to raid. Alex nodded. He already knew how the item would sell like hotcakes after the Hunter Association approved it. He also thought of making a more durable version for hunters. But what was on his mind now was the dungeon. The more time he spent here, the more he thought Voss's theory was correct. This place was another planet. But how was this possible? Who made this happen? The weirdest part was how it functioned. Every dungeon had a limited number of people that could enter. For example, this dungeon, Goblin Hollows, could only be entered by at most 12 people. After entry, hunters would be teleported inside, and then they needed to find the boss monster and kill it. Then, a portal would appear for 1 hour, allowing the hunters to return and take back their loot. But when they tried to bring a monster out, the monster would explode when moving through the portal. Alex also didn't know whether the monsters he caught here could survive since they were inside another space. That was one of the things he wanted to find out. Seeing her brother in a daze and not replying to her comment made Emily think he was worried about the situation. "Don't worry too much, brother. I am sure we can defeat the High Goblin Lord even if they are alert to our presence." Emily was confident, knowing how destructive her light ability was. As long as they could find the High Goblin Lord, the dungeon clear was guaranteed. Alex felt warmed by Emily's concern. "I am not worried about that, Emily. What do you think about this dungeon? Did the association give you any explanation about this place?" he asked. Emily shook her head. "The association never tells us how the dungeons come to be or appear, but in my opinion, someone made this on purpose. I don't know who or why, but that doesn't matter since I can do nothing about it. I am sure the Hunter Association knows more about this, which is the same reason why dark zones appear on our planet Inode." She then paused for a moment and asked, "Aren't you a progenitor, brother? Doesn't the system tell you anything? I am waiting for the results now. Vesa is making sure of it from the monster I caught. You know, Vesa theorizes that this place is just another planet somewhere in the universe. Now that I have entered the dungeon myself, I think it's the most plausible explanation." Emily raised her eyebrow. "You mean they are just aliens? If that's true, I wonder how far the distance is from our planet. Before this dungeon appeared, people used to think all this was just fantasy. An alien existence is controversial, no one has found proof, no matter how much we try." "I never thought you were someone interested in history," Alex replied with a chuckle. Emily's expression turned solemn. "I'm not. I'm looking for anything that can convince me my father is still alive." "Probably he is still alive, Emily," Alex said with a sigh. His words surprised Emily since she knew what her brother thought. If he said it, that meant he had a real, tangible reason. Seeing her eyes silently asking for more explanation, Alex told her about the species behind the Category 5 dungeon break and the possibility of their father probably still being alive. Seeing her sister's eyes turn hopeful from his explanation steeled Alex's determination to look for Edward even more. They then talked some more about their dad's abilities and the guild, comparing it with the monsters from the Category 5 dungeon and discussing how Edward should have survived until now. "Now that we talk about Dad, it reminds me of Mom. I met her. Did you guys fight again?" Alex asked with a tinge of worry. He didn't find it weird that they met since the timing of his mom leaving and Emily coming was very close. Emily shook her head. "No, it's even weirder. Do you know why Mom cried?" "Yeah, that's because she remembered Dad," Alex replied with a sigh. Emily wanted to talk further, telling him she felt weird when Luca was leaving, but her words turned into a blur as Vassa's message appeared in his eyes. "King, sorry it took longer than expected. Since you captured the High Goblin, I have already confirmed this is just another planet. But it took longer since I needed to confirm the situation. From the information I extracted, these people don't know much, they are here because they were punished by their emperor. Punished? They are tasked to kill any invader that comes here. If they succeed, they will be forgiven and receive some reward. Reading the message, Alex's brain churned. Since this was really another planet, the higher-ups must also know this. No matter how they did it, they must have some agreement with the natives, that's the only way they could have established this dungeon system. Alex's world then started to shake, bringing him back to reality. Emily was pouting on the side, shaking her brother's body since he hadn't responded to what she said. You really need to fix this habit, brother. No woman will like being ignored like this. Sorry, Vesa just told me the results of the investigation. This place is indeed a real world. This changes many things, Emily. What changes? You're just being Alex, overthinking things. Nothing has changed, we still need to go to the Category 5 dungeon and get out of this dungeon. She then pointed at the sky, see, the sun is starting to set, we should quickly move now to look for the goblin base. Alex sighed as he looked at the purplish twilight, 2 suns were setting, making the colors mix, painting a purplish hue in the sky. His sister's way of thinking was always simple. For him, this fact changed a lot of things. Since they had an agreement with other species, who's to say those Category 5 dungeons weren't happening on purpose as part of the agreement? This meant even the association couldn't be trusted until he verified more information. But he didn't tell Emily this since it wasn't confirmed. His mind began to wander as he started walking, following Emily. This means the area we can explore should be limited, and some countermeasures should be put in place. No wonder the dungeons have a time limit, then. Every dungeon had its own time limit. After the time had passed, the portal for their return would never open, even after they killed the boss. Every hunter would instinctively know how long they had. In Goblin Hollows, they had 14 days to find the boss and kill it. After they got out, they would realize how much time had passed on their planet. But every dungeon had a fixed time dilation, and most of them were in sync with their planet's time, just like the place they were in. Passing through the thick forest, Emily asked telepathically, "What about your system? Did it detect any life forms yet?" "Yes, but only a few scattered around. Based on life force energy, probably wolves or some other small animals." Alex then put on a thoughtful look and added, "Strange, usually, there should be many people looking for the intruder." Emily stopped in her steps, looking at Alex incredulously. "Sometimes I wonder if that ability of yours is flawed." She then pointed at the billowing smoke in the sky. "You think they won't send out a hunting squad to look for those that can cause that?" Alex chuckled, seeing the forest still burning down. It kept spreading without showing any sign of stopping. "Well, nothing's wrong with my abilities, I just didn't use them now." "Don't tell me, now you can use it as you wish." "I doubt your ability uses a lot of mana, at least use it to calculate the base direction." "Oh, I don't need to do that." Alex's lips curled into a grin. "You're already going in the right direction. Vesa already extracted a map of the area from the High Goblin, so I know the base location and our enemy." Emily's veins popped, she stood there speechless. Seeing her expression, Alex laughed, "Why are you looking at me like that? Let's go." If glares could kill, Emily would have already killed Alex 100 times over. "Humph, you lead, you know the way." Alex chuckled and then started to lead the way, walking past her. But after a few minutes, sweat started covering his forehead, he could still feel his sister's deadly glare at his back. "All right, I'm sorry. Can you stop glaring?" Alex said as he looked at Emily over his shoulder. "You should stop joking around, Alex. Anything can happen in a dungeon. What if you enter with someone else?" Emily felt angry because she thought Alex always treated the dungeon like a vacation while their lives were at risk. Anything could happen in a dungeon. "I'm not that stupid, Emily. Don't worry, if it's not with you, I won't do this." "Oh geez, should I feel important then, brother? Just go marry someone already and annoy the hell out of her. Spare your little sister here, Emily said sarcastically. Alex turned speechless. Seems I overdid it. Even after becoming a 2-star hunter, she still acts like a little girl. He chuckled in his mind. Alex knew if his sister acted like this, it was better to just ignore her, she would then come around by herself. So, he focused on the task. Emily, still grumpy about Alex's actions, cursed in her mind. Stupid brother, why can't you just tell me about it? Is annoying me really that fun? Humph. They walked through the forest until both suns disappeared below the horizon, turning the area into darkness, but this was not a problem for Alex and Emily. After transforming into a progenitor, Alex's eyes could see in the dark. As for Emily, she wore night vision goggles. She could use her ability, but that would be a waste of mana. On the way, they didn't meet any monster other than the wolf howler. Alex caught a few of them and then killed the rest, farming their life force. Passing through the forest with its giant trees, Alex started pondering the ecosystem on this planet. Weird, we only met one type of monster so far. If this were a novel, I would already think the author is too lazy to make more monsters for this dungeon run. Even the trees are this big, there should be some giant beasts too, but the biggest monster recorded in this dungeon is an ogre, twice the size of an average human. This made Alex wonder if the planet housed multiple sentient species and if goblins were the lowest tier, hence, they were pushed to sacrifice their population to deal with his planet. Vesa, since a progenitor represents a race, doesn't this mean they lead the species? Why have I never heard of a human progenitor then? It's just like an office boy will never meet the company owner, you are too far away from his level, king. I suggest you just focus on the task at hand. Alex clicked his tongue in annoyance. He wondered why he had to wait until later to find out. Just like in the novels he usually read, where the MC had a cheat-like system, why couldn't they just directly tell him what really mattered? This would allow him to avoid many pitfalls and ensure the journey was smoother. But then he remembered how some authors justified this by saying that higher-level beings would find out if they were mentioned or talked about. That still doesn't make sense. Vesa never warns me about talking about the progenitor. TCH. I'll try to find some information from the Hunter archive later, Alex decided in his mind. After traveling for a bit longer, Alex and Emily started lowering their movement speed, they were close now. Based on the information he got from Vesa, the goblins had made a makeshift stronghold, but he underestimated its size. Even from a distance, he could see the silhouette of a tall building. He wanted to move closer, but Emily pulled his hand. It's not time to joke, tell me what you know, Emily said in a serious tone. She had been to this dungeon before and read many reports from other hunters, but none of the goblin settlements were as big as what she was seeing. Based on Vasa's detection and my calculations, there should be 734 monsters inside that stronghold. 504 goblin civilians, 216 goblin soldiers, 14 ogres, and 36 high goblins, not counting the high goblin lord. Goblin soldiers refers to a mix of goblin archers, warriors, and riders. Hearing the numbers, Emily's lips twitched. And you still walk there nonchalantly like this? Normally, a settlement only has 100 goblins at most, even in the reported cases where a high goblin is seen, it should only increase the number by half. You think we can take them all? The usual strategy to clear goblin hollows was to locate the settlement first and then start hunting the goblin combat force one by one. As the scout located the goblin lord, if possible, they would go for a quick assassination to clear the dungeon quickly. The goblin warriors and the rest might drop some useful loot, but there was no value in hunting the normal goblins, and the biggest reward came after clearing the dungeon. Alex had thought the allure of clearing dungeons came only from the monster loot and exotic resources inside it. But that wasn't true. Every hunter who participated would gain a reward after killing the final boss. Why do we need to take them all? Since we know this place is another planet, I want to try to communicate first. Communicate? Emily asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes. With goblins? Yes, why do you need to ask again? Emily face-bombed herself. Even if you can somehow communicate with them, do you think they will just say, sure, let's talk? Other hunters have tried this before, but none have succeeded, bro. Don't think you are the only one who thought of this. Oh. Really? I never read any reports on that, but it's different, Emily. I'm not talking about negotiating for a truce or anything like that, I just want more information. And we are not the same, Emily. Alex, with a smirk, took out an awe cube. Come out, Patricia. Light emerged from the cube, materializing into the high goblin he had captured earlier. The moment she appeared, Patricia knelt on one knee. Yes, King, you called me. Underscore 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 underscore. Name, Patricia. Species, High Goblin. Power level, 3.5. Life force, 50-80. Asterisk. Needs. Hunger 78/100. Stamina 48 out of 100. Bond, white heart black heart 2/5. Notes, hopes for the king to free her species. Asterisk. Ability. Cunning plan. Underscore 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 underscore. Emily's eyes widened. What? She can talk. Emily wasn't surprised Patricia had healed now since her wound wasn't severe, a normal potion could easily help mend her body. But teaching a high goblin to talk fluently in just a few hours should have been impossible. She then quickly connected it to Vesa. With eyes filled with envy, she said in a sweet tone, "Brother, good things should be shared with the family, right?" Alex raised his eyebrow, seeing his sister raise her hand in a gesture asking for something. What do you want? The system, I want it. Alex's lips twitched. I cannot give it, you should know that. Why do you even want it? Didn't you say you could make these monsters loyal because of Vesa? I want to capture some monsters. Patricia frowned. She didn't like being called a monster by Emily, but she didn't say anything out of respect for Alex. Inside the awe cube, Vesa had given her some information she needed to know, including Alex's language. When Patricia first awoke, her soul felt like she was in the presence of some higher-level being. Instinctively, she knelt on the ground and prayed to the sky. Uka uka, uma ana uma. She spoke in the goblin's language, which meant, praise the Celestis. Finally, you answer our race's prayer. Before she could continue her prayer, Vasa's voice appeared in Patricia's mind. Since a wisp of her soul was now within Alex's inner world, it was easy for Vesa to do this. If not for Vesa, Patricia would have already been kneeling and calling Alex God Celestis, a deity that the whole goblin race prayed to, when she came out. Alex felt curious about his sister's wish. It had been a long time since she asked for something from him. What monster do you want to capture? The best I can do is order them to be loyal to you. Alex had thought before if it was possible to make a similar system for his mom and sister. The answer? It could be done, but only for non-intelligent beasts, utilizing the beast bond contract. But if they tried it with other intelligent species, there was a risk they could get enslaved in reverse, and Alex didn't want to take any chances with his family's safety. So, he scrapped the idea. Emily looked suspiciously at Alex. She knew he was skirting the topic. This probably means there is a way to do it, but brother doesn't want to tell me because it's risky, she thought. I'll tell you the details later. After the guild is settled, we need to bring members of the guild since it's a Category 3 dungeon. Emily didn't want to take risks. What if something like this happened in a Category 3 dungeon? That would really put their lives at high risk. Fine, but remember to bring only those you really trust. We cannot let the AW system be known by the public. Of course, I know. Emily replied with a smile, looking forward to capturing that monster. Since she had read about it in the monster encyclopedia, Emily knew it was a solution for her ability. Alex then turned his gaze to Patricia. Do you want to free your people? Yes, King. What do I need to do? Patricia replied wistfully, with hope in her eyes. Tell your lord I want to talk with him. We will negotiate then. Patricia quickly agreed and excused herself, heading toward the stronghold. Watching her leave, Alex felt conflicted. He felt guilty since he knew he couldn't fulfill her hope. At least not now. Some time passed after Patricia left. Emily, now that you know monsters like goblins are just another species, what do you think about this? Alex asked with a solemn expression. Do you think we are any different from dark hunters? Emily frowned. She had dived a few times into dungeons for practice and to raise her hunter star rank. Emily felt insulted being compared to dark hunters. It's different, brother. I don't like you comparing me with them. We are just protecting ourselves here. If we don't clear the dungeon, then a break happens. Do you think these goblins will spare us? But Emily, they also have their own society, kids, family, loved ones. Not everyone is a soldier, a lot of them are just civilians trying to survive. It doesn't give us the right to come and massacre them just like this. So what? Emily replied sharply. Are you saying I am cold-hearted and cruel? Bro, have you forgotten what happened in that city? What did those monsters do? Emily still remembered every single moment of it. She was deeply traumatized for months before she could move on and steel her resolve. Seeing the pain in his sister's eyes, Alex walked closer and hugged her. I'm sorry, Emily. That's not what I meant. Then, what did you mean? Nothing, forget it. It's my fault, Alex sighed. The horror of that day was like hell on earth. And when that happened, both of them were still kids. It also traumatized Alex, but he still felt there was no difference between what hunters did to other species inside the dungeons. Alex knew not all of them acted like that. Only some part of them did, but wasn't it the same with the goblins then? He had heard of some hunters brutally killing monsters, even those that weren't a threat. Some even sickeningly recorded it and sold the videos on the dark web. Even though the Hunter Association had banned this kind of recording, people still found a way to get it. Time passed, and Alex and Emily sat in silence. Emily was still in a bad mood, upset by what Alex had said. Deep down, she understood what he meant, but that didn't mean she could just forget the incident. Her happy childhood was all destroyed because of a monster from the dungeon, and their father's fate was still unknown. The area they were in now turned bright, thanks to the fires started by Alex. With the towering trees, the fire blazed brightly like a giant torch, slowly spreading its embers across the forest. Crack! The sound of a branch breaking prompted both of them to turn their gaze. Alex had been too absorbed in his thoughts, not even checking the radar. He wasn't worried since he knew Vesa would warn him if any danger came. Patricia returned with a smile on her face. She quickly kneeled down. King, the Goblin Lord has agreed to meet with you. Alex nodded and then turned his gaze to Emily. Before he could say anything, Emily spoke first. Don't you dare say it. I'm already in a bad mood now. I will go with you. Alex sighed and walked toward his sister. He then placed his index finger on the rune on her forehead. A gentle, warm energy with a green hue started moving through his finger, fueling the rune. Emily could feel her energy being rejuvenated. This improved her mood a bit. Let's go then, Alex said. Emily then stood up as the group walked toward the stronghold. The closer they got, the more amazed Alex was. The stronghold was completely made from wood, but it wasn't crude at all. It was engraved with some artistic style, giving Alex the feeling of seeing a castle from the medieval era, but this one was made entirely of wood. Emily, instead, became more wary. She could see many goblin archers eyeing them from the walls. She prepared herself to start fighting at any moment. Alex felt calm because Vesa had confirmed the High Goblin Lord's intentions through Patricia. The wooden gate then creaked open, revealing the inside of the stronghold. Alex could see two towering ogres waiting for him. They held wooden clubs with some makeshift armor. Their height was easily 3 times that of an average human. Ogre. Power level, 6. Life force, 150/150. Asterisk. Ability. Rampage. Unleashes a devastating series of attacks that deal massive damage to nearby enemies. During Rampage, the ogre's resistance to damage is increased, but it becomes significantly slower for a short duration once the ability ends. After the ogre nodded, Patricia turned toward Alex. "King, let's go. They will show the way." The group then started walking, passing through the goblin settlement. They could see many goblins looking out from the windows of their houses with wariness and fear. The houses inside were also made of wood, resembling simple village huts. As they kept walking, suddenly, a rock was thrown, almost hitting Emily, but the ogre intercepted it, putting its club in front just in time. A goblin child with snot and tears could be seen from where the rock was thrown. "Uka, ka. Ama. Nah," the goblin child screamed with a sob. The kid had no hair and wore plain leather as clothing. Normal goblins are about half the height of an average human. This kid was even shorter, at half the height of a normal goblin. "What is the kid saying?" Emily asked. Alex sighed. He didn't fully understand the words, but he knew what the kid meant. He had seen and heard everything Patricia did through Vesa. That's what had made him ask that question before Emily. When Patricia returned, she was bombarded by questions from other goblins. Where are the others? What about the hunt result? Patricia ignored all the questions and went directly to the Lord. She did this because she felt guilty toward the rest. She and one other goblin raider were the only survivors. The rest had died. Patricia didn't know what to say to them. She couldn't just come and say she had met the incarnation of a god. The normal goblins wouldn't understand its importance. Their minds were only focused on surviving each day. There was a reason why Alex had only found wolf howlers outside the settlement. The goblins had hunted the other animals to the point where they were almost extinct. Those that survived had run away from the goblin stronghold as far as they could. Alex had just entered this dungeon, but the goblins had been staying in this area for some time. The high goblins had already decided to start eating the wolf howlers if they couldn't get another meal. Each hunt resulted in casualties despite the small amount of meat they brought back. The monsters they could hunt had started gathering together, making every hunt even riskier. Even though goblins could breed like rabbits, it took time for them to grow, and not all goblins could be trained to become part of an army. What if the hunters arrived then? When all their army was dead, and they didn't even have the wolf howlers? The result was certain, only death. The food stock also kept dwindling, forcing them to make hard choices. They kept the army and higher-ups well fed, but as for the civilians, they started rationing. The goblins were in this dungeon, not by choice. Their only sin was trying to fight back for independence and failing. The whole clan was then punished and put in this place. Their mission was to kill the hunters. If they succeeded in defending, they would be forgiven. There was a reason the association rated Goblin Hollows as a Category 2 dungeon. The success rate of dungeon dives here was very high. And for every successful raid, the goblin clan residing there was massacred. Patricia bowed her head to Emily. She didn't like Emily much, but she was her king's sister, no matter what. I am sorry, Lady Emily. Please forgive him. He is just a boy, so he doesn't know any better. The rock hadn't even hit her, so Emily didn't feel mad. Even without the ogre's move, she could have easily caught it. If anything, she felt more wary when the ogre moved, but since she didn't sense any bad intentions, she didn't react. Lady. I don't care if you call Alex king, but for me, just call me Emily. The word lady makes me cringe, Emily said with a frown. All right, Lady Emily. So, why did that goblin throw a rock at me? Emily asked. He lost his father in the last hunt. He was one of the goblin warriors under me, Patricia said with a sigh, then continued. He doesn't have any other family, so he's like this. Don't mind him, there are many other kids like him. Hearing this, Emily could empathize since she also lost her father, but that didn't mean she would magically view them in the same light as fellow humans. After all, her hatred for monsters from dungeons had been festering for years. But she felt curious about Patricia's words. What do you mean, many kids like him? Patricia then told her about the situation in the goblin settlement. The more Emily learned, the more she couldn't see goblins as only monsters. She then glared at Alex again, her eyes silently cursing him for not telling her this. Emily was sure now that Alex knew about it, that's why he had asked her that strange question before. Sometimes, we believe we want to know the truth, only to discover we were happier in ignorance. This sentence quickly surfaced in Emily's mind. Every hunter knew these words, it was what the current association president told them when they became hunters and each time they got promoted. If she could turn back time, she would prefer not to know all these truths. Her mind knew this wasn't her problem, but Emily's heart couldn't help feeling guilty. Just like if someone throws a banana peel on the street without care and then returns to their activity, only a few hours later, an unsuspecting individual walks over it and falls. It can become a simple, silly joke that triggers laughter. But what if the one who falls is elderly? Or someone with special conditions? Or someone pregnant? That small thing can become a tragedy that results in someone's demise. If the one who threw it knew the result of their action, they might regret it, try their best to repent or go into a breakdown of depression. But as long as they don't know anything, they will continue their daily lives. Truly, being ignorant is bliss. Emily had entered this dungeon instance twice, and in one of those instances, the leader of her group used his ability to bombard the settlement from afar, giving her and the other hunters an easy clear. At that time, she felt envious of the leader's skill and happy not to have to work hard to clear the dungeon. But now, all of this had become a burden on her heart. She could steel her heart against killing goblin armies, but to kill someone innocent. They kept walking through the settlement. Before, Emily had focused on the ogre's movement and the danger they were in, now, her attention started to shift to the conditions in which the goblins lived. She then realized some of the goblins peeking out had sunken cheeks. How long have all of you been here? She asked. If I use time from Lady Emily's world, then it has been around 7 months now. Hearing his sister talk with Patricia made Alex wonder about the reason for this. Why had they stayed in the area for so long before allowing hunters to enter? He had checked the report on this dungeon before, it had been cleared every chance it got. This means there are many areas prepared for hunters, and one is chosen randomly. Or whoever put this goblin clan here did it on purpose, to push them to the edge before letting human hunters enter. This meant the current goblin clan had been weakened. Alex didn't know how many of them had died in all these months. Walking through the rough patch of road, it didn't take long for them to reach the place where the High Goblin Lord lived. To Alex's surprise, the place was empty. He didn't see any guards or ogres. It was different from what Vesa had told him. A dozen ogres should have been standing guard here, with many goblin soldiers moving around the hallway. Why has the place become empty now? Alex asked. Patricia spoke with the ogre before conveying its reply to Alex. King, they say it's the Lord's order. He wants to show you that he wants to avoid any conflict and. Seeing Patricia hesitate, Alex then asked her, "And what?" "The Lord says he knows you are not really a god." Patricia stopped for a moment, then added, "Please don't be mad, King." Alex chuckled. "Why should I be mad about that? I am no god, This made Patricia think Alex was just being modest, making her worship Alex even more. In her mind, the only way to describe Alex's ability and presence was by being a god. When she first woke up, she found herself in a new world, even though it was small, if not a god, who could create such a thing. She could also feel her life was in Alex's hands, and he could kill her anytime. After Patricia learned about the Awe system, the items she could purchase, and how there were 100 small worlds like where she lived, her worship grew even more. At this point, if things came to a head, Patricia would not hesitate to betray the High Goblin Lord, taking Alex's side, even without the threat of her life in Alex's hands. Alex's lips twitched, seeing Patricia's expression, he decided to ignore it. Having her worship him more was better for him, this would make it easier to raise her loyalty. Hearing Alex and Patricia's interaction made Emily cringe. Since it was her own brother being called a god, she felt even more embarrassed. She knew many of his embarrassing sides and how he often acted like a child. If he is a god, the world is really done for, she thought. In front of them now stood the High Goblin Lord. His eyes had dark patches around them, and his body was robust and taller than the average High Goblin. Patricia's height barely reached his shoulder. The High Goblin Lord had blue skin with golden tattoos on his face and hands. A sound then reverberated in Alex's mind, "Aka, ka-oma ka-kaka." He didn't understand what the voice meant, but he could pinpoint that it came from the High Goblin Lord. Alex could feel the thread of mana coming from his direction. Alex wanted to ask Patricia to translate, but a message from Vesa stopped him. "King, do you want me to translate it for you?" "You can do that. You should have told me before." Alex knitted his eyebrows together, feeling foolish for letting Patricia translate for him. If Emily knew this, she would laugh her head off and say, "Serves you right. How does it feel to be on the receiving end?" But Emily didn't know this. In her and Patricia's eyes, it seemed like the High Goblin Lord was silently communicating with Alex, and he appeared displeased. The High Goblin Lord also felt the same, he thought Alex still didn't trust him. He then sent another message that Alex ignored since he was still communicating with Vesa. "As long as I have the knowledge, I can do it, King. I thought you knew it since it should be obvious. Now I understand why your sister thinks your ability is bugged." Alex's lips twitched, he wanted to berate Vesa but knew it was his fault. How could he miss it? Vesa had already extracted all the information from Patricia. Since she could make the map, it was obvious Vesa had learned the goblin language too. He just felt glad that his sister didn't know this, otherwise, she would tease him to no end. "Translate it, Vesa. Just do it automatically from now on." "Alright, King." Vesa then told Alex what the High Goblin Lord had said. The first sentence meant, "Hunter, we should talk alone." Then, the next part was telling him that what they talked about was better not known by Greltha. Greltha was Patricia's name as a High Goblin before she came under Alex. The High Goblin Lord then introduced himself, his name was Zarnak. He could talk telepathically to Alex using a magic tool he had, but this tool had limited use now since he didn't have access to mana crystals after being exiled. Alex then told the High Goblin Lord he agreed to talk alone. Emily, Patricia, wait outside the room. Patricia bowed, then quickly left the area. She doesn't even ask if Alex would need a translator or not. For her, Alex is a god, nothing is impossible for him. The reason she translated before was just so Emily could hear it too. Even if Alex asks her to translate, Patricia will think that God is giving her a chance to prove her loyalty. Emily, still reluctant to leave, but seeing their interaction before where Alex had a look of displeasure on his expression and the Goblin Lord became panicked, made Emily feel it was alright to leave them alone. It's only the two of them anyway. She tough. If a fight broke out, Emily was sure Alex would win. The only problem is if the Goblin Lord prepares an ambush. But Alex should be able to detect it with his system. Alright, don't take too long, brother. After both of them were alone in the room, Zarnak and Alex sat at a nearby table. Hunter, I am sure you are not the incarnation of God like what Greltha told me. If you are really Seletus' incarnation we will be dead now. Zarnak said with a chuckle. He then continued, your identity doesn't matter to me. Greltha told me you have a way to bring her out of this forsaken place. Is it true? If a progenitor is a god, then technically Alex is an incarnation of one, but he never felt like someone special, so he doesn't feel the need to refute Zarnak. I will be blunt, there is a risk she will die, but yeah, I have a way to bring her back with me. Zarnak sighed. I know it, there is no way it would be that easy. How risky? I am 90% sure, I can bring her back. Safely. Based on what he knows Alex is 100% sure he can bring every monster he catches back. The 10% is if something outside his knowledge happens. Percent? Zarnak raised his eyebrow, puzzled by the new term. Alex sighed. He then realized the goblin probably only understands basic arithmetic. It basically means there's only a small chance she will die. Let me guess, you want me to bring your people back to my place? Zarnak nodded. Not everyone, at the very least I will need to stay here and be killed by you. There is no way to go around this. And why is that? It will be easier to show you. Zarnak's golden tattoo started to glow, and then a mark appeared on his forehead. The mark looked like 3 number 9s linked in a circular manner. Alex could feel a sinister energy coming from it. The mark then disappeared, and Zarnak's tattoo turned dim. He then breathed heavily, like someone who had just finished a marathon run. It was clear to Alex that it took a heavy toll on Zarnak to even show the mark. I don't understand how it works, but my life is linked with some mechanism here, the same one that doesn't allow us to leave. If one of my clan tries to leave the area, they will just be teleported back to this place. We have tried many ways, but there is nothing we can do. Alex put on a thoughtful look. What happens after I leave this place? To the goblins that are left here? They will be taken to another place like this area, put under a different leader to manage, Zarnak said with a sigh. The only way they can be free is if the leader somehow kills the hunter, but we know the chance of that is very small. After all, most leaders are just criminals, it's rare for a high goblin like me to be exiled. His voice then raised, filled with anger. Those traitors, they made a deal with invaders, to take over the kingdom. Now they put us here just to make a show to the populace, pretending they give us a chance. While they make sure none of us will return. Traitor? By invader, you mean us? Zarnak wanted to say something but then stopped. Sorry, I cannot answer that, there are limitations put on me. From the mark? Zarnak nodded. How about the god Celeste? Why do you say if I am really his incarnation, you will be dead now? Zarnak's eyes turned complicated. That is a long story of our race, but I am sorry, I cannot tell you this too. Alex then asked Vesa about the mark, but even Vesa didn't recognize it. King, I have been in slumber for so many eons before you and Queen awaken me. It's not weird for many new power systems to appear. You really have no clue, Vesa. Anything? No, King, there are many things that can create sinister energy like that, too many possibilities. If I could tinker with it, I could probably find out the origin, but doing so would be too risky now. The being that can create that mark is far above your level, even with regeneration ability, we would be doomed. Alex sighed, he knew he had hit a dead end. There is nothing he could do now. I can only bring 82 goblins with me at most. You should make the decision of who to bring. Alex then paused for a moment. He hesitated, but he knew it needed to be said. I am sorry to say this, but since you're going to die anyway, can you give me all your magic tools? Magic tools are similar to artifacts, the only difference is they're powered with mana, just like the hammer Alex used before. Don't worry, I will give them to you. I will also give all the resources we have here. It's better for you to use them than those traitors. Zarnak feels relieved, at least he can leave behind some of his descendants to survive. All the High Goblin that are still alive is his descendant. All the High Goblins that are still alive are his real descendants, but he never told them this since he didn't want to add more burden to them. If he tells them they are members of the last ruling party, some will then think that it's their responsibility to take their kingdom back. Zarnak wants them to move on and just go on with their life. I will leave Patricia here then. Tell her if you have chosen and are ready. I will wait outside this place. Alex feels it's better they wait outside since many goblins will probably hate them. Staying here will also make Emily more depressed, so it's better they stay away from the area. He then stood up and prepared to leave, but Zarnak stopped him. Hunter, you haven't told me your name. Just call me Alex. What do you want to talk about? I doubt you can tell me any useful information. I have 2 more requests. This made Alex frown, but he gestured for Zarnak to continue. I hope you won't mistreat my people, they've gone through a lot. I cannot tell you the details, but every goblin here still has much potential to become stronger. As long as you treat them right, I am sure you won't regret it. And for my last wish, I want you to kill me in a duel. Alex agreed since his wish was not too much. He also understood Zarnak's last request. If he had just killed him without Zarnak fighting back, it could probably have attracted some attention from the one who created this dungeon system. He felt more curious about the potential Zarnak mentioned, but Alex knew Zarnak could not tell him about it. Otherwise, he would have already spilled all the details to make sure Alex treated his people better. Meanwhile, in the cultivation world, Muua has arrived at the secret realm. The trip went smoothly, with only some monsters attacking them, but this posed no problem. Muua didn't even need to raise a finger. Mingho and Zanlu easily finished them off. The entrance to the secret realm is now moved deep in the mountain. Zanlu took out an engraved mana crystal that functions like a key. When it's near the portal, it reacts, making the portal appear. The mana crystal key was made by Alex with Vasa's help, the idea also came from Alex. Since the nature of the energy is different, this will confuse cultivators trying to find out the nature of the crystal in case they get their hands on it. The air started to vibrate, creating a portal that amazed Mingho and Jianfeng. In their knowledge, only a really big sect under an immortal can create its own base inside a secret realm. Inside the portal, they quickly could feel the rich energy in the air, but it was different than the one they were used to, they could not put a finger on it. It was just different. It's not weird since they breathe in concentrated mana, all coming from high-quality mana crystals Alex sent. Since there are already many studies on how mana affects the human body positively, they are not afraid of any bad side effects. As long the mana particle in the air doesn't pass a certain threshold. Alex looks forward to what will happen. They hope some people will mutate and get their own abilities, like on Inode, Alex's planet. In front of them, a big gate made of steel blocks the way, giving everyone a feeling of awe and reverence. Above it, there is no plank, instead, the sect name, Bayou Sect, is engraved directly on the wall. The name comes from Alex. Mingyu still remembers when he suggested it. In my world, vampires are often related to the red moon, but red also sometimes means something sinister, so let's just use white then. Bayou in my language, Bai means white, and Yu means moon, white moon. Your name also has Yu, so it's a good match. Mingyu liked the name Bayou, so she agreed to use it. In total, the Bayou sect now has 6 islands, with only Mingyu able to enter the highest area. The commoners all now stay on the first and second islands, with the sect members on the third to fifth islands, separated by their position. Vesa has merged a few islands to build bigger living spaces. Now, they only have outer disciples focusing on their practice to strengthen their foundation and discipline. However, the training they undergo is not the same as that of other sects, it's a mix of cultivation methods and modern professional army training. Usually, a cultivator's training would focus more on individuality. When they enter a sect and their potential is assessed, they then start strengthening their foundation, taking some resources from the sect to ensure the chi is infused into their body correctly. Depending on their talent, they will then be given a secret technique by the sect. Those in the sect who have low potential will then be given tasks to do the daily chores, while those with great potential focus on cultivation. After their foundation is stabilized, their schedule will then start to change, adding training for secret techniques. They then split into outer disciples, the low grunts that are basically just a better word for servants, the inner disciples that they will use as cannon fodder, and finally, their real students, the core disciples. The so-called geniuses or heaven chosen. This makes the social class even more defined, as the name suggests, the servants lick the cannon fodder's boots while they follow the geniuses, prepared to be ordered by them. Muua, don't you see this as a waste of resources? It's like the sect only needs some workers and servants, then they get it for free by baiting them with useless cultivation methods, in the end, all to feed those chosen ones. They then try to instill loyalty by giving them many privileges. So, we better change it. Cultivators still need their individuality, but we need to give them a sense of belonging. With how the sect works, how can they feel this? This is also why many sects ended up having the sect leaders' descendants continue the sect since they feel the sect is their family. But those genius ones? Those that succeed will just go out and build their own sect or family. What do you suggest then? Muua asked since what Alex said was correct. The good cultivators will still provide some backing to the sect they come from, while the others will just give them some resources and call it even. If the cultivator succeeded and became immortal, they would just announce the sect was under their protection and then not do anything since the words alone would bring a lot of benefits to the sect. We make them think of the sect as their family. Only when they endure hardships together will they develop a sense of comradeship. Alex suggested changing how it works. In the first year, every cultivator is required to practice together without the use of chi to make sure everyone has a similar strength level so they can cooperate with each other. Every cultivator will then be given a nickname that they will use for the entire year. This is done to give them a new identity, as he puts them through hellish training to the point they forget where they come from and what talents they have. This program will last 3 months, but Alex will make the training feel like 3 years of hell. After 3 months, everyone will then gather together and have a party to relieve their stress. Afterward, they will be reassessed based on their potential, and some will become inner and core disciples. But even though they will have different places to live, Alex won't really separate them. Depending on the number of people, Alex will separate them into their own groups. For example, if there are 2 core disciples, then there will be 2 groups. Each core disciple will then become responsible for the inner disciples and the inner disciples, in turn, for the outer disciples. Each group will have its own elders responsible for giving out missions and tasks for them to achieve. Alex wants the sect to feel like a second home for them to live in, where they can return to. Not just a checkpoint in their cultivation journey. Most sects are unable to do this because they are limited in strength and resources. Thankfully, Alex and Muua are progenitors, meaning their journey will not stop unless they are dead or they reach the peak of strength. Bayou sect also has another big cheat that will make every cultivator unable to leave, and that is Alex's world technology. It's not the weapons or even mana, but the entertainment from his world. Once tasting it, Alex is sure they will get addicted. This doesn't mean they'll give them everything from Alex's world. They will choose the ones that can increase the feeling of comradeship among the sect members. For example, having a MOBA tournament. But Alex needs to consider this thoroughly since it can also make a crack as they begin to call each other names. He still remembers some of the people in his high school stopped becoming friends because the others kept kill stealing, and then in retaliation, he became a feeder to the other group, resulting in their complete defeat. Afterward, neither of them can even talk to each other without calling each other names. You walking gold piñata. UKS artist. The sect will also give tasks to help people in their city and expand the sect's territory. There are still many details that haven't been fleshed out yet, but this is already enough for them to start running. It didn't take long for the steel gate to open, revealing a woman dressed in a white shirt and blue jeans. After Muua introduced modern clothing, many preferred to wear it since it was more comfortable and easier to use compared to their own old clothing. But Muua made a rule not to allow them to wear it outside the secret realm since it would make them the center of attention, something they wanted to avoid for now. The woman then greeted them. She looked at Zanlu affectionately with a beautiful smile, then bowed toward Muua. The woman had quite an attractive face, though not quite a beauty, with black hair in a bob-cut style. Her name was Hualu, Zanlu's wife. "Welcome back, Lady Muua," she said with respect. Muua nodded and then instructed Zanlu to let all the newcomers mingle with the current populace. They also needed to register all their names and information to create IDs, a concept still foreign to them. Usually, if they were just normal commoners, no one would care whom they married or how many kids they had. But it's different in this place. Not only did they need to put all their information, but each of them also needed to provide a vial of blood and have their weight and height measured. All these required someone to instruct to make sure everything ran smoothly. Thankfully, commoners in Minua's world are already accustomed to following instructions without asking why. If this were done with people from the prominent family, they would keep asking what this is for, resulting in a waste of time and resources. The group then entered through the gate, and inside, they found many camps built on the ground, as the real accommodation was still being built. Alex has sent many camping tools to allow them to live temporarily. It's nothing sophisticated for Alex, but for these people, they find it interesting. The newcomers feel like they are entering a completely new world. Zanlu then started instructing them on what they needed to do since almost everyone among them could not read. If not, Muua would just give them a starter guide. Muua also told the Jianfeng family to mingle with the others. She only took Mingho with her, as Hualu tells Muua about the current situation of the sect. After Muua left, Hualu is someone she chose to keep an eye on the progress, making sure nothing goes wrong. But when they reach the construction area, almost everything goes wrong. The first building they need to do now is laying a foundation. They need to dig the ground and then put a metal bar inside it. The task itself sounds simple but needs to be done with accurate calculations. Alex had already given them some tools to measure it, but they were commoners who had just learned basic math. Although the length is correct, most of the angles are not. A 1-degree difference can result in a significant gap. What Muua sees now leaves her speechless. In the image Alex showed her, the building should be square with some oriental decoration to suit her world, but what she sees now can't even be called square. It's messed up, one of the points is skewed, and the building itself hasn't finished, but Muua can already see it's tilting. "I thought I told you to make sure they understand all the instructions first." "Lady, they said they already understood it, so I let them take the materials to start building." Minua's vein popped. "Why didn't you test them about it then?" Hualu's eyes looked cast down. "Lady, it's not that I didn't want to test them. I also don't understand it. What does a degree even mean? Volume? Insulation? I get the concept, but my mind just cannot register it." Hearing the word also made Minua's brain freeze. If smoke could come out from her head, it would already be. It's the same reason she put the biology book in the corner side of her storage ring. Since even she, a cultivator, feels like this, she knows she cannot blame Hualu. "Forget it. Tell them to stop the construction now." "Sis. Why did you stop it?" Mingho asked, feeling puzzled. To him, the building was cool and very awe-inspiring. After all, he had never seen such a building before. It looked so strong and robust, and its unique form made him curious about the result. "You brat, the building is completely wrong. If I let them continue building it, it will just be a waste of materials. How is it completely wrong, sis? It looks so strong. Look, even tilted like that, the building still stands tall and high. Normally, we cannot even build that high, the building would just collapse on itself. The tilt itself is what makes it wrong, brat. Forget it. Let's go. Muua then moved past the construction site. They quickly moved to the second island. In this area, the results were more satisfying. They reused this island to create a farm and ranch for animals. The people were already used to the concept, the only different thing they did now was build it following a certain layout. The ranch was also built from wood, not modern materials, so it was easy for them to build. Currently, they are growing rice and potatoes. On the ranch, they have cows, sheep, and chickens. It all looks the same as one in the modern world, with some differences in size since all of them breathe in chi from the atmosphere. A single chicken basically becomes the size of a turkey, while cows and sheep are the size of elephants. Passing through the area, they reached the third island. There, Mingho could see a group of 20 people doing push-ups together. This made him question, sis, what are they doing? Can't you see they are practicing? But why would they do that? I could feel some of them were already at the foundation stage initial level. Shouldn't they just focus on infusing chi into their meridian and body? It would make them stronger. Mingho could understand if they did it before becoming cultivators to prepare their bodies to absorb chi, but he didn't feel it made sense for others to do it. Some people born with good talents, like his sister, never even had to practice like that, they were already born and grew naturally with fit bodies. To feel hardship. Can't you feel they don't use chi at all? Mingho then focused his senses more and realized they really weren't using any chi. This made him feel even more puzzled. What use was this? Wasn't it just pointless suffering? Seeing her brother's confused expression, Muua chuckled. As someone who had cultivated in a sect, she understood the benefits of getting used to suffering. This would temper their will. Many sects also did this but in different ways, usually through illusion arrays. The only difference Alex made was making them suffer together as a group. You will understand later, Mingho. Starting tomorrow, you will also join them. Mingho was still puzzled but nodded, agreeing to follow Mingua's instructions. The accommodation on the third island was also made from camps. Currently, there were no elders in the sect, so the outer disciples' training was supervised by wooden mannequins. Anyone who lazed around would be punished with a punch or kick. But so far, no one has been punished. For them, the chance to cultivate was a stroke of fortune, like someone winning a 777 jackpot in a casino. All of them had mortal-level spirit roots without any bloodline. They all dreamed of cultivating once but quickly gave up on it when no sect or family accepted them. Now that they had the opportunity in their hands, they put all their effort in, making sure not to waste it. Muua nodded satisfactorily with the progress, and then they walked toward the last island since both the fourth and fifth islands were still empty. The sixth island is far smaller than the rest of the islands. The biggest one is the first island, followed by the second one. The higher it goes, the smaller it becomes. On the island now, there is a luxury RV the size of a bus, something that makes Mingho's eyes widen. Alex bought it for Muua. The RV has 2 bedrooms, a modern kitchen and many other amenities, including its own water tank and a normal shower. One maid is responsible for cleaning up the house and filling out the water tank. Sis, what is that? Muua doesn't answer, instead, she looks at Hualu. You can return to your tasks now. Tomorrow, you and Zanlu can have a break. Enjoy your time. Hearing this, Hualu smiled and bowed respectfully. She then quickly left, looking forward to meeting her husband. Muua then placed her slender hand toward her face. She used her chi to activate the artifact. Her face began contorting, changing into a wooden mask. She took it off, revealing her beautiful face without any blemish. If Alex were here, he would be mesmerized by her beauty, but only Muua was here. He doesn't care about it since she is his sister. Instead, he is more interested in the RV house. Muua felt refreshed. Although the artifact was made with comfort in mind since it was for long-term use, it was still better to use her own face. She took a deep breath and basked in the sunlight momentarily before walking toward her home. In this secret realm, there is still sunlight, with night and morning alternating. Vesa also sometimes makes it rain to irrigate the farm since the infrastructure has not been built. In Alex's blueprint, he already included a water irrigation system. The only problem is that they need to bring water supply from outside, but with a storage ring, this is not too big of a hassle. Every single civilian in the Bayou sect is also required to learn basic math, reading, and writing. Muua will then choose the best of them and start spreading them to mingle with people in other cities and regions. This is to expand their influence and also get more information. For now, they have few people who can already do it teach the others, but Alex plans to give them a comprehensive education system using VR and AI. But this is still not ready since Alex wants to modify it to also instill loyalty for their sect. Muua has also made some requests for Alex to modify how the ID system works. In Alex's world, it's merely for database purposes, but Muua wants every single ID registration to act similarly to a slave contract agreement. This could be achieved with some modifications to the secret realm's formation by Vesa, but Alex would still need to create the object to interface with it. The goal is for a civilian to only need to drop a drop of blood on it for their information to be recorded, and at the same time, another object will be created that functions as their ID. However, achieving this has many challenges, as a slave bond contract requires both parties to agree to it, meaning Muua needs to be there too. If she wants to automate this process, Vesa needs to modify how it works. She took inspiration from the AW system, taking a wisp of their soul and placing it in their inner world, after which Vesa would manage them. She can then give punishment accordingly, in a manner similar to a slave contract. However, this has many limitations. For example, for it to work on powerful cultivators, they will need to beat them to submission first. Just like beating creatures before capturing them with an AW cube. Vesa also needs to link the secret realm to Muua's inner world, something that is currently beyond Muua's capabilities. Muua would have considered this impossible if it were the past, since even immortals cannot hold a secret realm within their inner world. However, with the possibility of being a progenitor, she knows this is feasible. Muua still doesn't understand how it works, but the thought of it being possible makes her want to start laying the foundation now so they won't have to make many changes later on. Inside the RV, Muua was astounded by how everything was different. He sat on the plush couch, feeling its comfort. Comparing it to the wooden chair he usually sits on was like comparing heaven and earth. Seeing her brother amazed by all the new stuff made Muua chuckle. She doesn't belittle him since Muua also does the same when she first sees this place. Muua then took out a jade lip from her storage ring and gave it to Mingho. You can learn how these items are used there, Muua said. Mingho catches the jade and quickly infuses his chi to get the information. It works like a jade scroll but can only hold limited information. Unfortunately, it can only be used by cultivators, otherwise, the sect could progress even quicker. Muua then left her brother as she headed toward the shower, having become addicted to it after trying it once. Feeling the water pressure dripping over her jade-like skin washed away not only her fatigue but also lowered her stress. Even though she looks alright now, she is still in a bad mood with everything that has happened in her family. Meanwhile, as Muua's bare body is embraced by the warmth of the water, Alex is also enveloped in liquid, only this one is smelly, thick, and colored green. His hand grips the ember-shift hammer, slamming an ogre's head into a pulp. Go to hell, Zarnark. Your whole clan deserves to get exiled. Alex cursed. He agreed to a duel, but he never thought the duel Zarnark proposed would be different from what he had in mind. It's not just him against Zarnark but against the rest of the goblin army that decided not to follow him. The monsters come in waves, the first wave making him fight 3 goblin armies, then it goes to 5, 10, 20, and keeps rising in number, with ogres starting to mix in. Based on his calculation, he still needs to fight 7 more ogres, a dozen more goblin armies, and Zarnark. Thankfully, the High Goblin doesn't participate in the fight. Emily looks on with worry from the side while Patricia is inside the awe cube. Zarnark has explained to him that this is part of goblin culture, and if he does this, the rest of the goblin will recognize him as their leader. Hearing this, Alex still hesitates, but Zarnark tells him they will fight in multiple rounds. After some thought, Alex agreed to do it. Their loyalty will make many things easier, and at the same time, it will allow him to gain more life force and combat experience. At first, Emily didn't agree and wanted to join the fray, but Alex convinced her, saying she could intervene if things really went south. With numerous enemies, Alex needed to maintain the use of his chi and mana energy efficiently. The first few waves were easy. Alex only needed a few swings of his hammer to finish them, but when ogres started to join the battle, the difficulty escalated. Despite their large bodies, ogres moved with surprising agility, and with a club in hand, their attacks were devastating. He also had to be wary of the barrage of arrows from goblin archers while goblin warriors kept harassing him with attacks from multiple directions. Alex couldn't counterattack recklessly, he had to make sure every hit killed a goblin warrior instantly. Otherwise, they would just activate their battle frenzy skill, increasing their combat strength. Feeling overwhelmed, Alex used Volcanic Smash, then adjusted the Embershift hammer's weight, crushing an ogre's head into a pancake. With a thud, the ogre's body dropped, and he then looked around to see there were still 3 more goblin riders and 5 goblin archers for him to finish. Alex had already planned how to finish them off. Based on the pattern of attacks so far, he knew the goblin riders would use their charge skill while the archers would only shoot a few projectiles since their stamina was still recovering. But this plan quickly became void, as Zarnark didn't wait for the wave to finish before entering the fray with the rest of the goblin army. This took Alex by surprise. Does Zarnark trap me? But it doesn't make sense for him to do this suddenly. If he really wanted to kill me, he should have overwhelmed me with numbers from the start. Vesa, any idea? I think he probably got insulted by the king's remark before. What? You translated what I cursed before? Alex's vein popped. Well, King, you told me to translate everything automatically without you asking. Fuck. Alex cursed in his mind. But he knew he didn't have time to debate with Vesa for this. In reality, Zarnark didn't do this out of anger, he thought Alex said it because he got bored with the fight and wanted to finish things quickly. Seeing his fight, Zarnark respects Alex a lot. His strength is not a joke, and even with all of those, he still wants to negotiate with them. He thought Alex didn't feel any challenge at all from the fight, so he said that on purpose to trigger him to attack them. He was also surprised by how Alex could absorb the bodies of the goblins after killing them. This made Zarnark think that Alex would grow stronger every time he killed a creature. Zarnark also felt relieved that he only allowed the High Goblin to watch, otherwise, the other goblins would complain about how Alex doesn't respect their deceased. Even goblins have their own culture for those who have died, they perform a burial ceremony. The only difference is that they don't bury the body in the ground, they offer the body to their wolves to eat. They believe this allows the goblin to contribute to their society, earning them good deeds, to be reborn again as a High Goblin. Since Zarnark thought Alex wanted more of a fight, he went all out from the start. All the ogres' eyes turned red, with their muscles becoming bulkier. They activated their rampage skill. Zarnark's golden tattoos also began to glow, activating his master tactician skill, which buffed every goblin's attack and allowed them to communicate telepathically with each other, increasing their coordination to a whole new level. The goblin archers launched a barrage of arrows toward Alex. Vesa, augment the skill with life force. Go all out, Alex ordered. He had tried his best to stockpile life force energy since it was not easy for him to gather it. Unlike Muua, who can easily look for a cultivator to kill left, Alex doesn't have that luxury. Outside of dungeons, his only option is hunting monsters in the forest, which is far less efficient compared to dungeons. Moreover, Alex can't just enter a dungeon whenever he wishes to gather life force, even when he has exclusive rights to a farm dungeon, he needs to share it with guild members. And Alex doesn't want to risk anyone seeing him absorb life force. Using life force to enhance a secret technique will significantly increase the damage output, but at the same time, the consumption is very high. Seeing the barrage of arrows and the imposing figure of the ogre, Alex's eyes turned sharp. He burned his chi, pointing the embershift hammer forward. The hammer head started glowing red intensely. Vesa starts sending life energy over it, making it glow even brighter. A flame started to ignite in front of the hammer, and it then grew larger. The once formless flame started changing shape into a real-life fox. The fox, completely made from flame, roared, creating a shockwave of heat, destroying all the arrows raining down toward Alex. Roar! The scorching heat didn't just halt the goblin archer's attack, the goblin warriors who had their skills activated with red eyes were also pushed back. Their skin melted, pushing them back further as they screamed in pain. If not for Zarnark's buff, they would have already been set ablaze by the heat, but their fate was still better than that of the wolf riders. Since the goblin riders used their skill charge, they were moving at high speed toward Alex, making them much closer. The heat flame scorched the wolf fur into cinders, exposing their bare, scorched skin beneath it. Unable to handle the pain, the wolves rolled on the ground, causing the riders to fall, their makeshift armor heated up, scorching their skin with the heat. But this was only the start. Alex told Vesa to go all out, and that is exactly what Vesa did. The fox kept growing in size, the flame grew even more intense, and the orange hue started flickering, changing into a whitish flame. As the flame grows, the heat also keeps rising. If Alex is not the one casting it, he will already burned by the heat. Emily, who saw what happened from a distance, can already feel the stinging heat on her skin despite using chi to protect it. The ground around Alex scorched all black. Vesa then told Alex that the hammer had reached its limit, more than this, it would break. Alex could feel the monstrous energy emanating from the firefox. He knew if he didn't release it now, it would blow up in his face instead. Bang! The fox launched with unnatural speed, targeting Zarnark. The ground it passed over was scorched black. All of this happened in only a few moments, not allowing Zarnark any time to dodge. They were too stupefied by the energy to react. By the time his mind caught up, it was already too late. Meanwhile, Emily watched in a daze. With the amount of energy condensed, she could already predict the outcome. She turned her gaze toward the area behind Zarnak. It wasn't just forest, part of the goblin settlement was there. "Brother, you are so stupid," she mumbled. Adrenaline then rushed over her mind. Without hesitation, Emily utilized her skill, boosting it with life force and turning her body into light. If before she wouldn't care about their life and death, but now she couldn't get it out of her mind that they were just innocent bystanders. Emily knew she would have nightmares if she didn't do anything. Seeing the huge energy ball in front of them, Zarnak quickly gave out his order. The goblin warriors and riders were already done for. He ordered the ogre to create a wall of flesh to block the attack. Zarnak also spread his ability to the high goblins behind him. With telepathy, the high goblins knew what to do. They jumped sideways, moving out from the impact area. As they did this, they poured their mana toward Zarnak. A bangle in his hand started to glow. He poured all his mana into it, creating a mana barrier to block the attack. Alex watched in surprise at the energy he had just unleashed. It was the first time he had imbued life force into a secret technique, and the result was astonishing. At this moment, his brain was busy calculating the impact of life force on the secret skill's damage, not yet realizing the aftermath of his attack. Even though his ability, Cognitive Matrix, allows Alex to analyze every single piece of information, his brain still needs to process it and focus on the goal he wants to achieve. At this moment, he is focused on combat, with his thoughts only on how to defeat Zarnark, so he ignores all data irrelevant to this. Otherwise, his brain, even with progenitor blood, would get overwhelmed by the sheer number of data points existing. If this were a normal situation, it would still be possible to manage since processing this data would take time, but Alex is currently in combat. Even a single second could mean the difference between life and death. Even though he can regenerate, with Emily watching, he doesn't want to traumatize her. He can already imagine how Emily will react. She will probably go ballistic and then start getting overprotective, not allowing him to go anywhere alone. The flickering orange fox then crashed into the barrier, creating a powerful shockwave. It only lasted for 2 seconds before Zarnark could feel it wouldn't hold. He decided to cancel it and recreate the barrier on his body since the target was him. The fox should not explode until it breaks through the barrier. Swoosh! The fox passed through the ogre like a knife cutting through butter. Zarnark then faced the fox head-on. The moment they met, it wasn't even a contest. Zarnark couldn't even hold his position, he got pushed through, turning into a streak of light, moving through the wall behind the arena, all the way to the goblin settlement, until it destroyed the outer wall and then some distance away. Boom! The ground quaked, mushroom smoke billowed out, and a deafening noise spread through, making all the survivors put their hands over their ears to protect their eardrums. A genderless voice then reverberated in the air, dungeon cleared. Checking the number of people that survive. Calculating clear rank. Congratulations, you get an S rank. A portal will appear above the boss. Make sure to bring all your loot before leaving. As the dust settled, what remained was just a huge trail of destruction left by the fox, stretching all the way into the forest. The ogre now only had their legs left, with dozens of the goblin army burned to crisps on the ground. Alex didn't even need to hear the message to realize Zarnark was dead. Fuck, he cursed. With the burden of the fight lifted, Alex started to register what had happened. He realized he had screwed up. Just as he was about to start moving, a familiar voice reached his ears. No need to go, I've already made sure no one is hurt. A particle of light started to gather in front of Alex, turning into Emily, her breath ragged. Emily was exhausted, she had used much of her mana and chi to rescue those in the way of Alex's attack. At first, Emily wanted to ask if Alex did it on purpose to farm life energy. But she quickly shook it off. She felt relieved when she saw Alex wanting to move toward the settlement. Deep in her heart, she was afraid that her brother had become drunk with power. The result of Alex's attack was devastating. Emily was sure even a 4-star hunter wouldn't survive the attack unscathed. Alex wanted to say something, but an amulet suddenly appeared in front of him. He was surprised to see it since this information was never mentioned in any media. Emily also never told him about this. A text box suddenly appeared hovering in the air, and a message appeared inside it. It looked like just a notification in a game. Flame Heart Amulet, B rank. Effect, enhance your flame output by 5%. 5% might look small in number, but Alex knew the impact would be significant if given to someone who uses flame-based attacks. He just didn't know if this magical tool would work for him since his secret technique comes from the Embershift hammer. Another item then materialized in front of Emily. A treasure chest appeared at her feet. She then put it inside her storage ring, already knowing what she would get. If she gets a chest, that means it's either a mana crystal, potion or some material. Every dungeon clear will give a random reward. The higher the clear rank and someone's contribution is, the better the item they get. If they get a magical tool, it usually will be suitable for the user. Magical tools also have grades from F, SSS rank. A Category 2 dungeon, at best, could only drop AB rank, and it's already very rare. But Ellie knew now was not the time to check their rewards. The goblin stronghold was made of wood, and Alex had just released a devastating fire attack. They needed to quickly evacuate. Alex also understood this, so he didn't inquire further about the reward system. Instead, he asked the High Goblin, who still stood in a daze, "Where are the goblins that will come with me?" They quickly nodded and showed Alex to the area on the side where the goblins all stood waiting for them. There were 12 high goblins, 2 ogres, 8 goblin archers, 10 goblin riders, and 20 goblin warriors. The rest were normal goblins. Alex could see that the normal goblins were mostly filled with kids. He realizes Zarnark probably did this on purpose. After all, the fate awaiting those who survived here is to face another death and live struggle. Alex knew there was no use in negotiating now. They didn't have much time. He captured them all into the awe cube. None chose to fight back. With Alex there, they knew it meant Alex had beaten their lord in their version of a fair duel, and they could also see the high goblins being respectful to him. For the goblins, this was more than enough reason to follow Alex without a second question. Even the kids that threw rocks before now behave. After putting all of them in, Alex asked the rest of the high goblins, "What will you guys do now?" One of the high goblins then said, "Lord, we will gather the survivors and bring them far away from the settlement." Seeing Alex's capabilities, none of them dared to disrespect him. "I see, good luck then." The high goblins then bowed in respect and quickly left them. As they walked past Emily, she informed the high goblins where she had put the goblins she rescued. They thanked Emily for this and then went on their way. The embers flickered, spreading their heat to the air as Alex and Emily walked following the trail of destruction. Along the way, Emily broke the silence. "Bro. Why did you do that?" Alex sighed, "I was too absorbed in the battle, so I just poured as much life force I could into my attack." "I didn't do it on purpose, Emily." "I see, that makes sense, but bro, now that I know about all this, I feel glad Mom blocked me from entering dungeons. To think of all those innocents that die at the hands of hunters," Emily said in a low voice. Alex stopped in his steps and then patted her head, "Don't think about it too much. I am sure you never kill innocents, you only kill those who attack you. Just treat it like hunting dark hunters." Hearing the word dark hunter made Emily's face turn dark. She knew the kind of atrocities they had committed in dungeons. It didn't take long for them to reach a portal. They then looked around. Other than the fire in the forest and the scorched ground, there were no remains of Zarnark anywhere. "Bro, you really overdid it," Emily commented, looking at Alex incredulously. In response, Alex coughed, ignoring her remark, "All right, let's go home." But his steps stopped when he felt Emily tug at his hand. He looked at her with questioning eyes. "The goblin children, what will you do with them, bro?" "I don't know. At first, I planned to send the normal goblins to Minua's world to become her workers after giving them some education here, but now I will need them to take care of the kids. I need to think about it first." "Bro, why don't you let me take care of them?" "What? Do you want to take care of them? You do realize they are goblins, right? You can't even talk with them. You can even make that strange cube. I am sure making a translation device is simple for you." She paused for a moment, then added, "I just want to learn more about their society and give them some basic education. They can use some tools. I am sure we can teach them to be civilized." "Civilized? What do you think, Emily? Don't tell me you think we should let them live in our society." Alex found his sister's idea ridiculous. After all, goblins have different values than humans, and he was sure other people wouldn't accept them. Many people have lost their family members due to dungeon breaks. Emily shook her head, "Of course not, that's too far-fetched." "Fine, I'll think about it," Alex said with a sigh. He knew his sister probably felt guilty and just wanted to do something to make herself feel better. It's not like Emily would really take care of them all the time, she would probably spend a few hours every few days. After all, she is quite busy with the guild. When they got close to the portal, Alex told Emily to enter alone first. Emily didn't think much about it and then left. Alex looked back one more time at the dungeon. When he entered, it was a lush forest with a big tree, but now it's better to call it a furnace. The temperature was very hot, with all the trees burned in flame, painting the sky in an orange hue. Now it's time to find the answer, Vesa. There should be no problem, right? Don't worry, King. I've already taken extra countermeasures to cover the ring with your life force. Even if this dungeon system can somehow look through another space inside the storage ring, I am sure this is enough to hide it. Alex sighed, he knew there was nothing more to do. Looking at the two suns in the sky reminded him once more that he was on another planet. What kind of being do you think is able to create this kind of system, Vesa? And for what purpose? Based on my observations so far, I am sure whoever made this is 10 times stronger than an immortal in the Queen's world. As for the purpose, I think this is like training, King. Training? Alex pondered the thought and realized that the theory was not far-fetched. After all, hunters enter here, learn to fight, acquire new powers and gear, and keep becoming stronger. The same can be said for the other side, the strong survive and become stronger, while the weak perish. Alex shook his head, he knew this method would certainly work, but he still didn't like it. For Alex, there are many types of strength, even the weak can find ways to fight against the strong using tools. Aren't guns, poison, and martial arts created with this purpose in mind? It's the same with technology, too, because humans used to have frail bodies, they invested a lot of resources to find other ways to progress. If awakener power existed since ancient times, Alex was sure his world would just turn like Minua's world. But he knew he could do nothing about it now, it was too far from him, and it was just a theory. Alex then walked through the portal. The surroundings quickly changed, he felt like he was walking underwater, filled with pressure, the same sensation Alex felt when he entered a dungeon, but it only lasted for a moment before he found himself back in his world. Meanwhile, in the cultivation world, Minua had just finished her shower. She now wore comfortable short pants and a t-shirt. Stepping out of her room, her lips curled into a smile upon seeing what her brother was doing. Mingho was now looking fervently at the TV, with his hands busily pressing a gamepad. Damn, I lost again. Mingho screamed as the big word, KO, was written on the screen. He was playing a fighting game while his character fought against a wooden mannequin that kept changing its style in every fight. Are you done playing games, brat? Hearing his sister's words quickly made Mingho stand on his feet. He turned his gaze toward the voice, seeing his sister sitting on the sofa with crossed legs, her hand holding a can of carbonated drink. Sis, I'm just training, don't you see? I'm looking for inspiration for creating new secret techniques. Minua raised her eyebrow, feeling her brother's reasoning was so ridiculous. With a smirk on her face, she asked, Oh, tell me about that. Yeah, I've played multiple of these fighting games. In one of them, I saw they can shoot energy beams from their palms, then I thought we could also try that, right? Mingho said as he posed, replicating the character's movement in the game. Mingho planted his feet firmly on the ground and extended his arms to the sides, with palms facing the empty air. He then tried to gather his chi in it, creating a flicker of light before it got snuffed out, making Mingho frown. Seeing it, Minua laughed, How much chi do you think you have, brat? That's just a game, it's okay to play it. I'm the one telling you to have fun. But don't take it too seriously. In the first place, pure chi won't be that destructive, otherwise, why would we bother learning secret techniques? Just go shoot and blast it everywhere. So it won't work at all? Mingho asked, feeling disappointed. Since he saw it in the game, he felt the movement was really cool, he wanted to replicate it, of course, not the shouting part. That would be stupid. Who screams their technique name before attacking? To tell their enemy? Hey, I will attack you now, prepare for it. Seeing her brother's crestfallen face made Minua laugh. Well, if you can find a way to directly change your chi nature with only breathing, then it may be possible. Isn't that something only immortals can do? Mingho remembers reading some explanations about it when he learned about cultivation stages. Mingyue nodded. Yes, but even when you reach the immortal stage, what you want to do is still not worth it. Shooting pure chi, how much of it do you think will disappear on the way? It's very ineffective, not to mention you are staying still when you need to use the attack. Well, forget it today, you can have fun, just go play again. Starting tomorrow, no more games. Seeing his sister stand up, Mingho quickly stopped her. Wait, sis, what about uncle and niece? What do you plan to do with them? Let them mingle with the others for now. I will go down and meet them tomorrow. Mingyue's gaze then turned complicated. You should understand, Mingho, your talent is not bad, but Uncle Jianfeng's is worse than you. I also know he doesn't like conflict. It's better for him to live with the populace and do some work managing them rather than pursuing a path as a cultivator. It's the same for his family, too. As for our newborn niece, she is still a baby. Let's talk about it when she grows older. Hearing this, Mingho felt relieved, making Mingyue frown. Why do you make a face like that? Well, I am glad sis thinks like that. Actually, I was afraid you would take revenge on uncle. After all, he was quite strict with you in the past. Hearing this, Mingyue's vein popped. You brat. Do you think I am that small-minded? Come here. Seeing his sister's expression, Mingho knew what was coming next, and he certainly didn't want to face it. His chi churned to the maximum, pushed away by panic. He ran away as fast as he could, as he screamed, I am sorry, sis. I will return at dinner. Mingyue looked dumbfounded at what her brother did, then mumbled with a smirk, stupid brat. He's really good at running away. She paused for a moment and then let out a chuckle. Well, that's good. At least I don't need to worry too much about his life. Her gaze then turned distant. Now alone in her home, her repressed emotions started coming out, and her heart throbbed with pain. Despite making decisions decisively, it would be a lie if she said she didn't feel anything. With glistening eyes, the memories she spent in that home started resurfacing in her mind. As a kid, cultivating was very boring and tedious, and even when she did her best and achieved better results than all her peers, no one was there to tell her she had done good work. When she went to her uncle, he would only say, good, but not enough. Her mother would nod and close her eyes, returning to her cultivation. Her father. If she could meet him, that would be amazing, he was always holed up in his room. All of this turned into overwhelming pressure for her. Living in the cultivation world, her options to vent were very limited. Friends. Everyone in her generation was her rival. Since she always bested them in everything, they were not close at all. Playing. There were no games she could play without friends. She tried playing board games with some elders, but their high egos instead made her feel annoyed. Destroying some target practice. That would just become another training session. Not knowing what to do, Mingyue wandered around the estate, looking for a way to decompress. In the end, she found a place that was almost empty, with only one person standing guard at the library. It wasn't a secret technique library, just a library containing some history books of the world. The moment she started reading, she quickly enjoyed it. Through every single word, her imagination ran wild, entering a new world where she was free from all the burdens in her life. But now, all of it turned to ashes. That is why she liked the novel that Alex gave her a lot, even more than games and others, since the story just immersed her so much. It's a way for her to decompress from all the stress. Although many things she read made her raise her eyebrow, ultimately those with a cultivation theme, she couldn't help making comparisons with her own world. In the novels she read, everything is always about young masters interested in the MC's lover, childhood friend, or sister. Young masters feel jealous of the MC's skill or talent, young masters have their fiancé stolen by the MC, young masters lose their inheritance to the MC, young masters lose bids at auctions. Young master this, young master that. Muua even wondered if the authors had some personal grudge against young masters. They always start rich and end up being miserable. Logically speaking, even without her real experience, with all the wealth and resources their rich families have, why don't they invest in educating their young prodigies? Or are all these young masters' brains made from mush? If an ugly person wants to marry a beauty, then it's called a toad lusting over a swan, but what if a genius cultivator lusts over a woman from the suburb when he is surrounded by other geniuses with more beauty and talent? Isn't that a swan lusting over a frog? They also keep doing it like idiots, even though they keep getting beaten again and again without any real reward behind it. Some do explain it's because of the secret the MC has, but if that happens in her world, the other sect will not waste time plotting, they will go all out from the start, her strength reigns supreme, and no one bothers making stupid plans. If they cannot take it with all their power, then what use getting a hand on the treasure? It will just invite disaster. After all, if they get it with a trap, there is a high risk others will find out about it. Same reason why she chose to hide in the secret realm now, without any plan to have contact with another sect till she has sufficient strength. Even the people with god-level cultivation act the same, it's just a repeat of brain-dead behavior. She wondered how they could act like that after living for thousands of years. If someone makes an immortal angry in her world, you will be slapped to death. Why would an immortal care about face when they hold absolute power? Would you think of your face when you squish an ant that bites your finger? A female voice then reverberated in her mind, Muua, I know you feel this is not my place to say this, but you need to find someone to talk to about things like this. It's not good to keep it bottled up. Who allowed you to peek at my emotions? Even though you stay in my inner world, can't you give me some privacy? Muua complained. Fengshue cannot hear what Muua thinks, but she can feel her mood. Muua, don't blame me. Your mood is so turbulent that I can sense it without even trying. If this were the outside world, the sky would already be filled with dark clouds and a heavy downpour. How could I not notice? Then use an umbrella and play dumb. Can't you even do that? Muua cursed in her mind, rendering Fengshue speechless. She was just worried about her. Alright, I'm sorry. I won't say anything more about this. But let me tell you one last thing. As cultivators, we live a long time and spend all our time cultivating. This makes us often hold our emotions back, thinking we can just deal with them later. But you're forgetting something. Death can come anytime, even with all our secret skills and artifacts. And when it does, the regret you feel isn't because you didn't try harder, but because you didn't spend more time with the people around you. Fengshue then fell silent. Muua used her slender finger to wipe the tears from the corner of her eyes. She drank some more soda and then took a deep breath to calm down. From how Fengshue said it, Muua was sure she spoke from her own experience. The reason she wanted a body was probably related to it, too. Her mind then started thinking that if she could go back in time, she would probably become more forceful in trying to get a reaction from her mom and dad or at least tell them how she felt. Now that she thought about it, she realized she had never told anyone about this, nor did she have anyone to tell about it. Who could she tell? Her brother? Uncle? If not for the incident, she wouldn't feel that close to them, but even now, the nature of their relationship made her need to appear strong in front of them. Friend? Ironically, in her sect, the one she interacted with the most was Linhua, and she pushed her into a void crack. In the end, only Alex came to mind. Our lives are interlinked anyway, we either spend eternity together or die together, we might as well try to get close, she thought to herself. Alex also already knew about her family problems, so she wouldn't need to explain much. Alex, are you busy? Alex had just finished from the dungeon. He had checked their loot. Luckily, before he fought Zarnak, he had already taken all the resources he had provided. Otherwise, he would have lost it all to the flames. The unique materials he got were a unique type of ore and wood. He had already obtained some information about it, but he still needed to check the details later on. Emily, as she expected, got a mana crystal from the chest, but it was just medium quality. Alex let her keep it for the guild's resources. They then both went their separate ways. Emily was mentally tired from what she had experienced and wanted some time alone for the day and to reset. Tomorrow, she needs to start managing the guild. She had already called everyone, and the facility was ready now. When Muua called him, he was sitting on the terrace, planning what to do with the goblin kids. "Nope, did something happen?" Alex asked. "Well, nothing much. I just returned back home." Hearing her low voice, he realized Muua was probably in a bad mood. He felt happy she looked for him. Alex didn't hesitate to use his ability to think about the best way to react to her. He concluded that Muua probably felt bad about her family and wanted someone to talk to but didn't know how to start. He then tried to think of a way to start a conversation related to that topic, narrowing it down to 3 options. First, ask her directly some questions related to her family. Second, ask about the progress in the secret realm. Third, talk about his own family. After more thought, he scratched the third option. Alex loves his family, but in contrast, Minua's relationship with her family is complicated now. Even if her parents really had a reason to do all that, it still doesn't change the fact they betrayed her. Alex knew if he were in that position, he would also hate them to the bone. What kind of reason can justify their actions? Then a possibility came to his mind. What if their parents knew that nothing would happen to her because they put some life-saving method that she didn't know about? If this is true, that is possible, but Alex stopped this train of thought since this is not what he needs now. He then thought about the second option. This would make Muua forget the problem since the talk would probably move to how they should develop the sect. But this would be a problem for Alex since it's rare for him to have a chance to learn more about her personal life. Then, only one option was left, and Alex thought this should be the best one. If Emily knew how much energy her brother used to talk to Muua, she would laugh her ass off and say, "Bro, just tell her what you have in mind. Are you planning to keep doing that every time you talk?" But she was not there. Alex then asked Muua directly, "Do you feel bad about what happened?" "Emichim." Muua replied. She then paused for a moment before she continued, "I just don't get it. Why would they do all this?" "Emichim." Muua replied. She then paused for a moment before she continued, "I just don't get it. Why would they do all this?" Alex had speculation from the patriarch's point of view. He didn't have much time to wait until Muua could protect the family. After all, based on all the stories he had heard so far, the patriarch was a selfish person. He didn't want to sacrifice his life for future generations, but Alex knew that's not what Muua was asking for, even though she said it like that. Well, that's not important. In the end, they betrayed you for their own selfish desire. Yeah, they are so stupid. If they knew what I'm capable of now, I'm sure they would regret it. I know it, she just wants approval to appease her guilt. She probably feels guilty about burning down her old home. Alex thought, then continued, "They should have known better and trusted you. Your patriarch really doesn't deserve his position. I wonder why all the elders agreed to the patriarch. No matter what, you are their best talent." Not just that. I'm not boasting, Alex. I have more talent than my mom, so in all 3 generations, I am the best, and they couldn't even patiently wait for me. I didn't even ask for their support and looked for resources with my own hands, those stupid geezers. And you know what the most annoying thing is? What? I even sent them some resources on my own. Sometimes, without the sect knowing, I slipped some resources I hadn't used, risking punishment. I did my best for them. And how do they repay me? Not even a single shred of appreciation. They just went ahead and sold my information and profited from it. Those stupid geezers deserve to burn in hell. A family like this doesn't need to exist. Muua cursed, her voice rising high in tone. Alex could then hear her voice turn to sobs. Even my mom and dad. Why don't they even glance at me? They just come and say it to Mingho. Don't I deserve it too? Can't they say those things directly to me? Tell me the truth. Am I not family to them? Am I adopted? What is with this unfair treatment? Just drop dead for all I care. Hearing her voice crack in the end, Alex sighed. He stopped using his ability, as he could relate to part of it. Her mouth and lips may spit curse, but what she really felt was clear as day to Alex. Don't worry. I am sure both of them are alive. At that time, you can tell it to their faces. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Her cracked voice trailed off. She paused for a few moments, then asked in a low voice, how are you sure they are alive? Because they should stay alive to make it up to you. You deserve an explanation from their own mouth. Alex says with a sigh, then continues. Muua, they left some items for you. That means they knew you would survive somehow, even though this doesn't justify in not telling you anything. This is just a suggestion. Next time you meet them, be more selfish. Selfish? What do you mean? Do you think I am not selfish? As a cultivator, how many people do you think lost their lives at my hand? I know how other people see me, Alex. But that's not how your parents see you. Since you were a kid, you always acted maturely in front of them. You never complain, you never make trouble. Doesn't your brother do all those? Humph, that brat. Every day, he always plays pranks and creates problems. You don't know how many times I've asked for forgiveness for his actions. That's what I mean. Since you never do all those, they probably see you as someone who will understand and know what needs to be done. They don't realize all this is not just burdening your shoulders but also causing pain in your heart. It's better to vent and make a problem than to keep it in, Muua. I know it firsthand, holding those emotions is like cancer, it will not do you any good. Muua turned silent for a moment, then asked in a low voice, what do you mean, you know it firsthand? I have told you what happened with my dad. After that, my mom and sis got into fights a lot, and even now, their relationship is not mended. But me? I kept it all in. Who could I tell what I feel? My mom and sis still tried hard to face the truth when I had already accepted he was dead. With nowhere to vent, I turned to games, manga, and novels. I spent all my time doing those and barely interacted with anyone. When I met my mother and sister, I put a smile on my face. And you know what? Every single day, before I slept, my heart felt pain inside. People say time will heal pain, then I will tell you that's just bullshit. The more time spent, the more it festers. It will reach a point where you learn to live with it, not that it heals. Muua had always seen Alex as someone cheerful and positive, she had never realized he was burdened by things like that. Even now, she could hear him saying it in a normal tone, I never knew you had that kind of pain, Alex. You never show it. Yes, that's why I told you. When you meet them, tell it to their faces. It's alright to act like a spoiled child toward them. Aren't they your parents? You're right. I will do that next time. How about you then? Why don't you do the same? Muua then heard a dry chuckle from the other side, I'm fine. As I said, you learn to live with it. Anyway, Muua is just an example. There is no need to think about it too much. Now that you feel better, I want to tell you about the dungeon. Alex changed the topic and then started talking about the goblins and what he found out about the dungeon. Alex also told her about the dragon race, other progenitors, and his theory that, at some point, they will need to face them. So, what do you think about the goblins? Will it scare people there? Even if they are scared, they won't turn into panic. We already have beastmen in our world, having goblins won't be weird. In Mingyue's world, qi has been spreading in the atmosphere for as long as she can remember. Some animals not only transformed into monsters, but they also started getting intelligence and learned to cultivate in their own way. Those successful can then transform into humanoids. There are not many in her area, but she heard in the central region, they are quite common. But I think we will need to separate the accommodations at first to make sure there are fewer conflicts brewing. At least until they get used to working with each other. The apartment is also still being built, so they will need to make a new camp area. Mingyue then told him about the progress on the construction, making Alex laugh his ass off. I told you before, there is no way they can build it without you guiding them. Humph, I'm not spending time learning all those stupid jargon. I don't get it, you can just make Vesa pour that information into your brain. Why are you so against it? Look, Alex, even reading one word makes my brain hurt. What do you think will happen if all that information is poured into my mind at the same time? No, thank you. I won't try to find out. Why don't you just train some of those goblins and send them to me? Alex had asked Vesa about this before, and it's possible to send the Awe cube with living creatures inside it to Mingyue's world as long as he pays the life force for it. At first, this gave Alex the idea to send himself in, but Vesa shut it down. Alex is the anchor she uses to send those items, how can he send himself that way? Impossible. The only way for Alex to do this is to recover Vasa's strength enough that it can create a portal to another world, like a dungeon. However, in Vasa's plan, it might as well send both of them to take another progenitor's blood to quickly enhance their growth. It needs to make sure every energy is used effectively. That is my plan since those goblins are no use on my side, but what about the goblin kids? Alex still doesn't know what to do with them. Don't you plan to make those games using their souls to play? Why not make a prototype of it using the goblin kids? When they take a break, let them stay in the Awe cube. When they wake up, let them enter a game like that where they can do quests. Alex pondered it, but he doubted he could make one now. His understanding of formations is not that deep yet, and it needs to interact with their souls. Without making sure there were no bad side effects, Alex didn't dare use them as an experiment. Hearing his concern, Mingyue chuckled. Look, Alex, you don't need to use their souls for the prototype. Doesn't the Awe system already work like a game? Just make a bigger storage ring, but this one fills it with things you need for the quests and their study. Since there aren't many goblin kids, I am sure it's doable. Alex felt like a light bulb turned on in his brain, he then realized it could be done. He didn't need a big space for all those kids. His mind then started churning with many ideas on how to do it. Not hearing any response back from Alex made Mingyue chuckle, she had already gotten used to it. He often forgot everything when he was really focused on one thing. Alex, before you get into whatever project is in your mind, I think I will need more material for the construction since this one is wasted. Hearing Mingyue's voice brought him back to reality. Don't worry, the material I sent last time is already more than you need, but I will send you another batch soon. Now that there are many people, I will also send some more food so you can start introducing them to the populace. That's good, don't forget to send me more novels and anime. I've almost run out of everything. Also, no need to send more games here, I just see my brother getting weird ideas when playing those games. Mingyue then told him about what happened, making Alex laugh. Your brother really is afraid of you, he commented. Well, it's not weird. I'm the one punishing him every time he makes a mess. Really, I'm more like his mother than his sister. They then exchanged a few more words before ending the talk. Mingyue felt better after talking with Alex. She then took a few more sips and started thinking about what they talked about. She realized Alex changed the topic when it came to his own emotions. Vesa, you should know why he did that. Can you tell me? I know, but no, Queen. I will not interject on this. I doubt you would like it if the king also asked things about your personal life, and I answered it. Mingyue raised her eyebrow, did he ever do that? No. That's good, Muua mumbled, her mind still busy thinking about why Alex did that. Since he talks about it, isn't he also in pain? Why doesn't he do what he suggests, then? But her thoughts didn't last long when suddenly a familiar voice reached her ears. Sis, what are you daydreaming about? Mingho asked, feeling confused. Never in his life had he seen his sister lost in thought like that. When he returned back to the RV, Muua didn't even realize he had entered. Oh, you returned, brat, Muua said. Mingho looked at his sister's face, then asked, are you thinking about a man, sis? Do I have a brother-in-law? His question made Mingua's cheeks turn red. What are you saying, brat? Don't say something like that again. Here, catch, this is for you. Mingyu threw the storage ring, where Vesa sealed the Sweki ancestor. Minghao caught it easily, but he looked at his sister with widened eyes. Did she just blush? My cold-hearted sister, he asked in his mind, but Mingho didn't dare to talk further about this topic. Mingyu could guess what Minghao was thinking, but she didn't want to talk about it. Come here, sit, tell me what happened in detail. Minghao walked in a daze and then started telling his story to Muua. Even though she had already known what had happened, she wanted to know everything in more detail, what her parents had said to him and how they had acted before it all happened. She wants to try to understand what is running in their mind when they choose to leave their own kids. Meanwhile, after the talk with Mingyu, Alex had already made some plans for what he could do with the goblin kids, but he lacked the tools and equipment to do it at his home. Having some free time, Alex returned to his hobby, reading novels. But this time, he wanted to try it with an app he had just created. It's something he made as a side project from the AW system. Using Vasa's help, he translated how it works in modifying the environment inside the AW cube into computer code. He then linked it with AI, which he named the Novel Realistic Visualization Project. By inputting a novel chapter into the app, it will process it and recreate the scene in VR, allowing him to watch what is happening like a VR movie. After achieving this, Alex wondered why such an app had never existed in the market. He then realized the only reason he achieved this easily was Vasa's help. It's not impossible to do, but significant investment is required to develop AI. However, the biggest problem is if it succeeds, it will eliminate many jobs and industries. Who would bother watching a movie if they could just copy a story online and put it there? It's the same with anime, manga, and VR. The reason novels still succeed to this day, even with anime, movies, and VR, is because it allows those who read them to recreate the scene using their own imagination, and everyone has a different take on this. However, anime, movies, and other media take all of it away, turning the imagination into something tangible, but often, it's not the same as the reader's expectation. Thankfully, in Alex's world, there are solutions for this. With the URX chip, which can accept people's thoughts as input, this problem is solved. It will take both the scene and the reader's imagination, then recreate everything in VR, allowing senses of touch and everything, the wet dream of all novel readers. Or at least, it's like that for Alex. He feels very excited about his creation. This, in his opinion, is the ultimate entertainment system. Even compared to VR, where people can do everything they want, most people, when given complete freedom, instead become blank on what to do or choose. However, using the NRV combines both the freedom of imagination and direction from the scene by the author. The user only needs to turn off their brain and enjoy everything. Not only that, with AI like Vesa, they could even remake everything in a game, inserting themselves into the story. There are almost no limitations on what they can do. His creation could easily turn the industry upside down and earn them tons of money, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's a good idea. This money would come from dominating the entertainment market, making all the other giants lose their share. This would then incite conflict even worse than his family's rise to the 1% of the richest people on the planet. So, Alex decided to use it only for his personal use. He also didn't plan to introduce it to the Bayou sect, as he was worried this would make them addicted and choose to live in the imagined VR world forever. But his creation has a big downside: since it recreates the scene, it will take time to enjoy it, far longer than just reading a novel chapter. Alex then chooses a specific chapter with a good scene. But he didn't choose one with an epic fight. His mood wasn't that good after his talk with Muua. Instead, he chose a bittersweet scene. In this scene, the MC succeeds in his life's goal. He beats the main villain and finally becomes a god, gaining the ability to resurrect everyone dear to him. But it turns out that even that ability is not enough. He needs to choose between his parents and loved ones. Caught in a dilemma, the protagonist finally decides to choose the most important thing for him. He burns his whole cultivation, resurrecting both his parents and lover. Seeing all of it in an immersive virtual environment made Alex's mood turn even more somber because he knew this scene was not the ending. Alex doesn't know if the author just wants to prolong the story or really had that plan in mind, since the next plot gets a lot of hate from the readers, where they thought after reading 1,000 plus chapters the story ended, but it still continued, writing how the MC, in the end, dies and leaves his family alone because he sacrificed his cultivation. His lifespan becomes short, making him leave everyone first. The author then continues to write how the rest of his family lives in agony afterward. It's weird. I learn many more things from novels than from school, he mumbled. The author then continues to write how the rest of his family lives in agony afterward. It's weird. I learn many more things from novels than from school, he mumbled. Alex paralleled this with his own life. He had chosen to bottle up his own problem in his heart. However, his situation is different. He is not as selfish as the MC. The main character knows what it's like to live without them, but now subjects them to the same fate. If Alex were in his position, he would choose differently. He would find a way to revive both without sacrificing himself, even if it took far longer. No matter what, I would not do something like this. I am sure Dad wouldn't sacrifice his own life for others either. He knows how much Mom loves him. If I can realize this, Dad should too. His eyes start stinging with tears, his heart throbbing. Dad, are you really still alive? Memories of the past start surfacing in his mind, the laughter, the jokes, the conversations they had. When his dad was alive, their family always dined together, and they often went on family trips. But after he was gone, everything changed. His mother fought with Emily, the mood in the house became heavy, and the once joy-filled mansion turned silent. Alex sighed, looking at the scene in VR again as his heart throbbed with pain. But who could he share these emotions with? In the past, his mom and sister were also struggling at that time. He had no friends, let alone a lover. And now? He has gotten used to it, nor does he feel any need to express it. If his dad is alive, then it's all fine in the end. If not, he is more worried about how his mother and sister will take it. He is afraid they will do something drastic. The sun rises again, signaling the change of day. Emily is now on her way to the Suzaku Genesis Complex, SGE, feeling excited for this day. Today is the day the guild will start operating again, like a phoenix rising from the ashes. She has already planned that they will undertake their first dungeon dive a week from now, followed by a public conference. As a guild, there are many things Emily needs to prepare, the most important being the hunter and creating a team to clear dungeons. She already has a candidate for it, Zold. Emily trusts him a lot since they both face the same tragedy and have the same goal. And his ability is no joke. Zold can create electricity around his body. Other than him, there are only two more people who can still go into the dungeon. They are a veteran member of the Suzaku Guild. When the tragedy happened, they had some other task outside the country, allowing them to avoid the tragedy. But both of them don't feel happy about it. They keep regret not being there for their guild mate. Both of them are girls. The first one is named Olivia, and the second is Quartz. Olivia has the ability to heal, while Quartz's ability allows her to draw everyone's focus toward her. Simply put, she is a tank that can pull all monster aggro. Olivia and Quartz are a team, their abilities complement each other, making them almost inseparable. If they go on a mission, they will go at it together. But with only 4 hunters, it won't be enough to really run a guild. She needs to recruit more people and create a system for it. To do this, Emily didn't follow the approach of other guilds. Usually, other guilds get their new members by getting information from the Hunter Association and then sending their scouts after new, strong awakeners. As for the weaker ones, they will either try to join by themselves by sending an application and passing an interview or turn to the association. The association will accept any awakener. Depending on their abilities, they will then be allocated a suitable position. However, a lot of awakeners don't want to work for the association since even those working in administration are often sent to dangerous places, and the pay is not worth it. The association offers them low pay but many incentives. This forces most of the hunters to stay with the association, creating a bad reputation among the awakeners. This leads them to prefer working in other industries instead. For example, those with mind-type abilities, like Alex, often work as researchers. Some ability users are also marked as too dangerous. These individuals are forced to work with the association but receive special bonuses and guarantees of a good life for their families. But, not all awakeners are registered with the association. For example, dark hunters and people from prominent families, the so-called 1%ers, often do not register with the association. The new Suzaku Guild adopted a recruitment method similar to the Baiwa sect, but they changed how it works. The system operates more like a school where every person, with or without ability, can enroll by paying an affordable fee. They will then undergo a 6-month training program. Those who graduate proceed to the next level of training. This initial 6-month period is designed to test their determination, so it will be challenging but not excessive. In the next 6 months, they will undergo another training session. This one is intended to filter out individuals based on their nature, distinguishing those with good intentions from those with bad. Alex doesn't want to use slave contracts like Muua, so he needs to find a way to discern people's nature before he can make the game in his mind, where he can just see it from their soul. At this phase, Alex still doesn't know what method he can implement to truly achieve this. This group will then be divided into 2 branches, those who learn the cultivation he provides to the association and those he can trust who will undergo another test. This one will be a hellish training similar to the one Baiwa sect conducts for their outer sect disciples. However, there are many details that need to be fleshed out. For now, the Suzaku Guild will start the first phase as Alex prepares the rest. He also still needs to reach an agreement with the Hunter Association regarding the new cultivation method. The way the Suzaku Guild operates will also change now. In the past, they obtained artifacts and commissioned other researchers to develop a product, just like other top guilds. Meanwhile, the low and medium-sized ones usually just sell all their loot directly to the association. The way the Suzaku Guild will work now is to give all the loot to the research division under Professor Ferrith. As for the magic tools, they will be shared by the guild members who do the hunt. Other than this, the guild will also give them a fixed salary and gear based on their contribution to the guild. Compared to this, other guilds usually pay a sign-up bonus, offer some monthly incentives, and then provide a percentage of every dungeon clear based on the contract. The loot then becomes owned by the guild. S-class ability users usually receive up to 60% of the reward, but for those A, B, or the lowest, C class, they can only get 20 to 30% at first, which will rise based on how long they have been with the guild. A guild will never accept those with powers worse than C class. This makes Suzaku operate very differently from other guilds. There are others that work in a similar manner, where they take all the loot and research it themselves, only giving a report to the association, but usually, this kind of guild is operated under a specific group or family where outsiders cannot join. Only those from the family or who are scouted can enter. Currently, in Alex's country, only 3 guilds operate like this, one from the 1%er Valhalla, and the other 2 guilds are made by families in the same class as Alex, Arcane Fury and Crimson Blades. But all these guilds are just branches, so Emily is not worried about them. It didn't take long for Emily to reach the building. She glanced around the parking lot and, not seeing Alex's car, she quickly made her way to the meeting area. Entering the room, she saw 3 people already inside, Quartz and Olivia among them, both wearing smiles on their faces. After the incident, both of them received numerous offers from other guilds but rejected them all. For them, the Suzaku Guild was not just a workplace but their home. They heard from Emily that the guild would start again, so they didn't hesitate to rejoin. Quartz has black hair and a beautiful Middle Eastern face, her brown skin is smooth, but one can see a scar if one looks closely, stretching from her eye all the way to her cheek. Rather than make her ugly, the scar, in a strange way, enhances her beauty. She is taller than Emily and Alex. Sitting beside her is Olivia, with golden hair that curls at the tips and her golden eyes warmly greeting Emily. Golden eyes are rare in Alex's world, but no one has found them strange since the advent of mana in the atmosphere. Not only do people get the ability, but some also get new hair and eye color. Olivia's height often leads people to mistake her for a child. Her face is round and beautiful, but cute is the better word to describe her. In contrast, a young man with silver hair sits opposite her, his expression cold, not even turning his gaze when Emily enters. Everyone is familiar with his icy demeanor, and if anything, they feel pity for the young man, Zold. As a child, Zold was separated from his family due to a dungeon break. But, his fate took an even darker turn when he was kidnapped by dark hunters and trained as an assassin. It took years until the Suzaku Guild succeeded in rescuing him. Not long after he was reunited with his father, they were separated again. His mother died from stress during Zold's disappearance, and he also has a sister who was declared dead in the incident that separated him from his family. If Alex were to read his backstory, despite the situation, he would chuckle inwardly, unable to help but compare him to a main character in a novel. Now, what Zold lacks is just a system or golden finger to turn his life around, and in the future, he will meet his sister as a brainwashed villain and have a fight before finally reconciling. But fortunately, Alex is not here, otherwise, Emily would read all his thoughts with one look at his expression and end up knocking him on the head. Quartz stood up from her chair, then ran toward Emily and hugged her. "Long time no see, Emily. You look stronger now." She then stepped back to take a better look at her face and let out a chuckle. "I still remember when you were a kid running around the guild office. Now, you've already become a beautiful lady and even a hunter." Emily smiled. "It's good to see you too, and Quartz." She had often played with both of them as a child. Turning to her other aunt, who was now shorter than her, she greeted, "Good to see you too, Aunt Chibi." The word chibi made Olivia's veins pop, and she glared sternly at Quartz. "This is all because of you. I told you not to tell anyone about it." Quartz chuckled. "Hey, don't blame me. Every member of our guild knows you're called Chibi. That's because you blurted it out. No one else would know if you hadn't said anything. Have you seen yourself in the mirror, Olivia? Do you think no one else would think the same thing?" Seeing their interaction make Emily's heart warm, she said with a chuckle, "Both of you are still as close as ever." Both of them looked at her at the same time and said in unison, "How can this be called close?" Hearing this, Emily's laughter grew even louder. It looked comical, not only because of the timing but also because of how their height difference made the scene even more amusing. It's not weird everyone calls Olivia Chibi, since even Emily would be considered short even when walking with Quartz, not to mention Olivia. It will make her short height even more obvious. "Emily, can you start?" "If there's nothing important, I'll go back to my training," Zold asked, his cold voice cutting through the atmosphere, making everyone turn silent. Quartz chuckled as she took a seat at the table. "You're always so serious, Zold. If you keep that up, no woman will like you," she said jokingly. Zold replied with a serious tone, "Aunt Quartz, I have no time for women, not until I see my father again. Quartz wanted to say something more, but Olivia chimed in, shut it, Quartz. You should know what Zold's personality is like. Not everyone likes to joke all day like you. Quartz clicked his tongue with annoyance, just say you want a reason to berate me, Chibi. Emily shook her head, knowing if she didn't say something, it would turn back into another round of bickering. Alright, first, thank you for coming and rejoining the guild, Quartz, Olivia, Zold. As the new guild master of Suzaku, I really give my heartfelt thanks. All of you left your jobs and quickly came here without a second thought. No need for formalities, Emily. It's just us here. Just get to the point. You should have known we would return here. If anything, I am sorry instead, Quartz said with a solemn tone. For once, what Quartz says is true. We should have been there for you. Emily's heart felt warm because she knew what both of them really did. They said they didn't do anything, while all this time, they were making their way to the Red region. They had gone on multiple expeditions, fighting on the front line, trying to find a way to locate the rest of the guildmates. She then looked at Zold, who nodded back at her. This made Emily smile. She also knew Zold had quit his job at the association, just like her, since people who work for the guild cannot work for the association. Alright, I'll skip the formalities then. As you know, since our guild will start operating again, we will soon have our first dungeon dive. I already have a dungeon in mind and have also booked a slot for us. It's a Category 3 dungeon. Category 3. Are you sure, Emily? Quartz asked. Yes. But there are only 4 of us. Even if you're confident in our abilities, we still need more people for a Category 3 dungeon, Olivia chimed into the discussion. Don't worry, I am sure it's enough, Aunt. My brother will also join our next dive. Olivia's golden eyes gleamed with interest. Alex? Didn't you say he is a useless shut-in now? Compared to other members of the guild, Olivia knows Alex. She has taken care of him before as his tutor since Edward was worried about him. Despite his ability, he always wondered why his son never got the best scores, and sometimes even bad ones, which made him send Olivia. Emily chuckled, he has changed now, Aunt. You will see when you meet him later. They then exchanged a few more details about the dungeon, the monster there, and the items they needed to prepare. Emily also explained the change she would make for the guild and how they would take part in it. Zold didn't offer any opinions, but after the discussion finished, he asked, Emily, you haven't told us about Category 5. You told me you have a plan to go there. Olivia and Quartz's expressions changed the moment they heard about it. They turned serious, their eyes sharpened. They have tried so hard all this time, but they are barely able to make their way past the front line. They will need to fight hordes of monsters to reach that place, and it will turn worse as they get closer to the city. The Category 5 dungeon they all want to enter is deep in the middle of it, in the nest of Category 5 monsters. Yes, I can guarantee you we have a plan to go there, but I am sorry. If it were up to me, I would tell all of you. However, the plan is not from me, Emily replied with a solemn expression. Since you guarantee it, that is enough for me, Zold answered, then excused himself. For him, time is better spent doing something that can improve his strength. After he left, Quartz asked Emily, can't you tell us anything at all? It's not that we don't believe you, but if you had seen what we have, you would understand it's hard to believe. The situation on the front line is beyond your imagination, Emily. It's a real war. Believe me, Aunt, I have seen with my own eyes what happens when the dungeon breaks. I am not underestimating it. All this time, while I worked for the association until I reached 2 stars, I always looked for any information regarding the frontline situation there. I know what we need to face. But Quartz still felt disbelief with what Emily said. After all, seeing it with your own eyes and reading information is very different. We can easily read about a war between thousands of people, lady. They often had some talk when Emily visited the Goblin Kids. Alright, that is enough, Patricia. You can return. Alex then called her back to the awe cube. Olivia and Quartz still looked at it, stupefied. They understood the implication of what Alex did, and seeing how the goblin treated him like a king meant she was absolutely loyal. Ho! How? Quartz asked. Returning to her senses, Olivia walked toward Alex and raised both hands up with open palms. Alex remembered that gesture. He looked at Emily, who held back her laughter. Good things should be shared with family. Give me one, Olivia said, as if it were common sense. Emily couldn't hold it and laughed out loud. She learned that saying when she often hung out with guild members. Her father always said it every time they had an after-party to share the dungeon loot. The same is true at every holiday or good event, it's like the Suzaku Guild motto at this point. But Alex didn't know this, so he thought Emily was the one putting Olivia up to it. But he shook off the thought since he believed Emily wouldn't tell her about the awe system. With a sigh, Alex replied, I can catch one for you. Just tell me what kind of monster you want. Olivia grinned, putting her finger over her chin as she thought about what she wanted. She felt happy. Alex agreed quickly. Feeling the glare from Quartz, Alex added, of course, you too, Aunt. You can ask for it, but I think I don't need to point out we need to keep this system a secret. Quartz nodded. She understood the implication of this. Basically, Alex could have as much military power as he wanted at any time, something unprecedented. Don't worry. I won't use it in front of other people. So, do you have any limitations? How many can you bring? As many as I catch, Aunt. That is why I am sure we have a way to go there. What he needed now was to raise his personal strength and make as many awe boxes as he could. How did you achieve this, Alex? Quartz asked. In response to this, Alex took out 2 low-quality chi crystals and gave them to Olivia and Quartz. Feeling the energy inside, they realized it was different from mana. Alex then told them about the cultivation system, but he still didn't tell them where he got it or anything about Vesa. Even though he trusted them, for now, he wanted as few people as possible to know about Vesa. If not because of his hunger, Alex would also still hide it from Emily. Both of you can use that to reach the Foundation realm. It should be enough to use the storage ring. Alex then sighed as this reminded him of the astronomical amount of money he needed to get more high-grade mana crystals. Looking at Quartz and Olivia, Alex then remembers the reason he needed many crystals was because he is a progenitor. The cost of doing it for them should be cheaper. But he quickly shook off the thought, they are not strangers. He cannot just test new methods on them, making them guinea pigs. Even for strangers, Alex will feel guilty doing it. It's better to test it first on some criminals, but Emily has already left her job, and after some further thought, taking them on official missions is not that easy. The report will check where the body is if it's reported dead. It seems I need to do it with my own hands. Look for some dark hunter to catch. Emily and Olivia frowned, seeing Alex's expression. Bro, you're thinking of doing something dangerous again, right? Emily asked with concern. Olivia nodded, I won't ask where you got all this, Alex, but are you alright? What kind of danger do you need to face for all this? You can always tell us if you need any help. Remember that, Alex, Quartz chimed in. It's not that she doesn't care about Alex. Her mind is too busy thinking about what kind of monster they will need to better increase their odds of going to that place. She cannot contain the excitement in her heart. She knows the chance they are alive is small. But alive or dead, she wants to bring all of them home. They then exchanged some more discussion before going on their own way, leaving only Alex and Olivia in the forest. Olivia's expression turned solemn. Follow me. Alex was puzzled by her sudden request but still followed her. They walked through the forest maze until they arrived at a clearing. In the middle was a tree slightly larger than the others, while many fireflies brightened the area with their light. Beautiful, isn't it? Olivia asked, smiling at Alex. Alex, his gaze still focused on the scenery, could not help but nod in agreement with Olivia. He had never known a place like this existed in the forest. He was mesmerized by the beauty. Olivia walked toward one of the tree roots and then sat there cross-legged. What are you dilly-dallying about? Come, sit here. Alex looked at Olivia. He came closer but didn't sit. Instead, he took out a table and 2 pairs of chairs from his storage ring. Olivia smiled at it. Nice, do you have some wine and food too? I am hungry. If you're hungry, why do you look for a wine? Alex asked, puzzled. Because I want to enjoy the scenery, so do you have it or not? I do have it, he said, taking out a bottle from his storage ring and placing it on the table with 2 wine glasses. So, sis, do you want me to grill some meat? Or do you have other food requests? I miss your food, cook for me, anything will do, Olivia said with a smile on her face. Alex rarely cooked, but Olivia knew he was very good at it, just like his father. Olivia thought this was because of his ability, allowing him to know the best timing for it. Alex took out charcoal and some grills. He then used an ember-shift hammer to make the charcoal burn, making Olivia chuckle. You do that to show off, right? Cough, can you not point it out, sis? Alex replied. Olivia laughed as she watched Alex start grilling the meat, the delicious aroma spreading in the forest. But Alex didn't feel worried any monster would attack them. It would be a good source of life force for him. The sound of sizzling meat filled the air as Olivia enjoyed the smell. How has your life been lately? She asked. Well, many things have changed, big sis, but honestly, for me, it's the same. I just do the things I do in the VR world now in the real world. Olivia's voice then turned solemn. I see, that is good. Tell me about it, Alex. Alex nodded. He told her some of his life stories, even one in the game world, including how Luca took his VR headset when he killed the Calamity Dragon and what kind of novels he read. Melodious laughter reverberated in the air. You really are the only one that can make her mad, Alex. Did she never get mad in the guild? Alex asked as he brought 2 plates of steak to the table. She does get mad, but it's only for something serious, Alex. And when she does, your dad will also shut up. Your mom is really scary at times like that. Seeing the meat in front of her eyes, Olivia could feel her mouth salivating. She cut the meat, and seeing it cooked medium rare made her smile and feel warm. He still remembers what I like. She thought. They exchanged some small stories as they ate the meat. A few wolves came by, but Alex took out Patricia to kill them all and took the corpses inside the awe cube. She then stayed guard on the perimeter, making sure none disturbed them. After finishing dinner, Olivia's eyes turned serious. How many years have you been avoiding me, Alex? I am sorry, sis, it's my fault, Alex replied with cast-down eyes. He knew the number, but saying it would just hurt her more. Are you still mad at me for rejecting your confession? Alex's cheeks turned red, remembering it. Olivia was his first crush. He didn't know if it was love or not, but in a moment of impulse after the incident, he confessed to her, but she shut it down directly. Remembering what he did afterward made him want to bury himself in the ground now. He lashed out at Olivia at that time. With a low voice, he replied, I am not, sis. I'm just too ashamed to face you. I was being a brat at that time. I know I was unfair to you. Alex looked up again to see Olivia's expression. What he saw pained his heart. Even though he didn't love her like before now, Alex still didn't want to see her like that. Olivia's golden eyes glimmered in the night, with tears dripping from the corners of her eyes. Leader is gone, Alex. Arya, Jasper, Orion, Uncle Silva, Aunt Ariadne, Cain. Everyone disappeared from my life. And you. You kicked me from your life. You didn't even give me a chance to explain myself. How can you be so cruel to me? Just why, Alex? Do you know I really thought you hated me until we just met now? When I hug you again, I am so afraid you will reject me. Her voice cracked into sobbing, her hands starting to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. I really thought you would. Her cry became louder, muffling her voice, making Alex unable to hear it clearly. Alex approached her and took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears, but to his surprise, Olivia moved closer and hugged him as she kept hitting his chest. Alex sighed, knowing it was his fault. He should have at least called her. To think he let her in pain just because he felt too ashamed made him feel even guiltier. After calming down, Olivia continued, when you confessed to me, I was really surprised, Alex. I always thought of you as my little brother. It's not that I cannot try to think of you like that, but I am afraid, Alex. What if we have a fight? What if we then hate each other? I cannot bear the thought of it, Alex. I have heard many stories where couples break up, and then they end up not being able to stay in the same room forever. I don't want our relationship to be like that. I am really afraid to lose you. I am sorry, sis. Let's just forget about it, okay? Think of it as just my bad joke, Alex said in a low voice. Olivia looked upward, her cheeks pouted, and her golden eyes gleamed, reflecting his face. Are you telling me you ignored me for years over a joke, Alex? That's not what I mean, sis. I was just being stupid at that time, you know. I was a teenager full of hormones. So, confessing to me is stupid? Come on, sis, don't do this to me. Alex thought to himself, I take back my words. It's better facing that sly geezer rather than doing this. Olivia turned silent for a moment, then cupped his face and asked, do you still want to be with me, Alex? I have thought about it many times. If you really say yes and promise to never leave me, then I will try to love you more than just my brother. Alex gulped. If this had happened in the past, he would have jumped happily to cloud 9, but now he didn't. Instead, he felt complicated and turned his gaze away, making Olivia's heart clench. She didn't need to hear his words to understand his feelings now. I see. Do you have another woman you like now? Tell your big sis about her. Alex still looked away, making Olivia pout. She then pinched his cheeks, pulling them both, making him scream in pain. Ouch! Ouch! Sis! Olivia released his cheeks, making them return with a plop. Seeing Alex with both cheeks red made her chuckle and smile. She took the handkerchief and wiped the corner of her eyes. Now tell me unless you want me to pull your cheeks again. Olivia said sternly. Alex still hesitated. Telling her about Muua meant he needed to tell her about the cultivation world and Vesa. But Alex realized, with how much suffering he caused her, the least he could do was tell her about it. If he hid it again, it would hurt Olivia, making her think he didn't believe in her. Sis, it's a long story, Alex said. He then took a steak knife from the table and, with one swift motion, made a small slash on his hand. This made Olivia, who was close to him, scream in panic. What the hell are you doing? Her hand glowed as she wanted to use her abilities to heal him. But before she could do that, the wound had already healed with a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. Alex then started to narrate his story again, this time from the start, where he went to meet with Professor Ferrith, then met up with Vesa, and then the cultivation world. Alex wanted to stop the story at that point, but Olivia's glare made him continue. When he reached the point where he was going into hunger and hunting for life force, a slap hit him in the face. The slap was so loud that it reverberated in the air, leaving a red mark on his cheek. Alex was surprised by what Olivia did. He wanted to complain, but seeing the deep pain flickering in her golden eyes, he shut up. She moved her hand, glowing with golden light, back to the slapped cheek, recovering it to its normal color. Patricia, who was watching from afar, at first wanted to intervene and take Olivia down since she hurt his king, but seeing Olivia heal him back, she decided to just watch from afar. Do you think your life is only yours, Alex? You gamble with your life like that? There are so many things that can go wrong. Just one, and your life could end there. If your mother knew about this, she would beat you down until you cannot move. Alex couldn't believe his mother would hit him, she never did that in her entire life. But she also didn't know what Alex did, and he now knew it was better for him to shut up. But deep in his heart, he still felt nothing was wrong with it. He was sure his decision was right in that situation. I know that look. You think you did nothing wrong, right? Maybe the situation called for it, but do you still not see your fault, Alex? Doesn't your ability allow you to see every probability? Now tell me the answer. Alex frowned. He felt wronged since he still thought he was right. He kept thinking about what he could have done better at that time, but other than gathering life force from the beginning, he had no other idea. Alex, did you really not find the answer? I don't believe it. The answer is there, you just don't want to say it. Alex, I know you are capable, even when your sister tells me you play games all day at home. I know you are one of the people I can depend on if something happens. But sometimes, you're dumb to a fault. How could you forget about the people around you? Alex, if something happened at that time to you and Emily, who would feel the pain afterward? Tell me. Mom, you, Quartz, that kid named Zold, everyone still in the guild, Emily's hunter friend, whom I don't know, Alex replied as he still thought about who else. Now, tell me, do you have the right to forbid me and everyone else from protecting those we hold dear? Tell me, Alex. Alex turned silent at her question because he knew he didn't have the right to it, and he realized her point now. Why didn't you tell me, your mom, Quartz? Why didn't you tell anyone to help? Don't you, more than anyone else, know how painful it is when your loved one is in danger and you can't do anything about it? How much pain do those left behind feel? How much regret do we feel for not being able to do anything until their last moment? At the end of her words, Olivia's voice cracked. She then continued, did you even think of me as your family, Alex? Did you recognize me? Like your dad always said, good things should be shared with family, but he also always taught us bad things should always be faced together as a family. Are you even his son? Didn't he ever tell you that? Seeing Alex silent and unable to answer, Olivia continued, progenitor, vampire, even if you become a god, I don't care about that, Alex. You will always be my little brother. Engrave that deeply into your mind. If you have trouble, we face them together as a family. Even if you are stronger than us at some point, that doesn't mean you can just ignore us. Even small help is still helpful, Alex. Your father, the leader, always made sure everyone contributed in one way or another. And with your ability, I don't believe you cannot find a way to make us helpful to you. Olivia then stood up from her seat and gazed at Alex. Think about it deeply, Alex. What I really mean to be a family. You cannot just treat us like that. Olivia then left, leaving Alex alone in the forest. Alex, looking at her disappearing back, called for Patricia. Yes, King. Protect her until she arrived back at home. Patricia nodded, then quickly left. Even though Alex knew despite Olivia was a veteran hunter, her role was always that of a healer. He sent Patricia just in case something happened. Alex cleaned up the table, grill, and chairs, putting it all back into his storage ring. He then lay in the grass, looking at the bright moon in the sky. Vesa, what do you think? Do you think I am at fault? No comment, King. I asked what you think. Don't you have a personal opinion? In the vampire race, we are individualistic creatures. The concept that Olivia mentioned is completely new to me. But, King, I cannot help but remember the memory of your father and the guild members in the past. This makes me think if the past progenitor had this kind of family, would he still have been betrayed? The bond between the members of the Suzaku Guild in the past is not something that I can easily comment on. Still, King, don't you also have a similar idea? That is why you made that rule in the Bayou sect. Alex remembered the rule he made. He wanted the sect members to think of Bayou sect as home, but now that he thought about it, what is home? Does home mean a location? It's not necessarily that. For Olivia and Quartz, the Suzaku Guild is their home. No matter if it's under the bridge, inside hell, or in the most luxurious mansion, the Suzaku Guild will always be their home. There are many things I still need to learn, Vesa. Of course, King. Even the late progenitor still needed to learn many things each day despite his long life. Alex chuckled, you are right. Every day, there are always new things to learn. I have become complacent since my ability augmented, arrogantly thinking to do everything with my own hands. Even if I can really do it, that is irresponsible to the people I love. Who likes to be left behind? His gaze then drifted to the sky, where there were no clouds, allowing him to see the stars and moon, with fireflies floating all around him, giving him a good view. Vesa, send this view to Muua. Vesa can pour information directly into their brains, allowing them a unique way to exchange information. They can send each other what they see and hear, just like they are there in person. Alright, King. Any message for the Queen? No, just send it like that, Alex mumbled. His eyebrows then raised when he saw a trail of stars moving in the sky. A comet? People say I can make a wish if I see one, then I wish you all were still alive, Dad, everyone. Meanwhile, Muua was meditating to stabilize her foundation when Alex sent the message. Seeing it, Muua opened her eyes. That is beautiful, she mumbled with a smile. Why did you send me that, Alex? Muua asked, contacting Alex in her mind. No reason, I just thought it was beautiful, then I remembered you. Well, don't blame me, your name, Mingyu, means bright moon in my language, I cannot help it, he said with a chuckle. Surprisingly, the moon in your world is not that different from my world, Alex. My uncle told me my mother gave birth to me on a night like this. That's why I am named Muua. What about you? My dad told me Alex means a king that protects their people. He wished for me to become one. Mingyu chuckled, hearing it, is your dad a prophet? You really became one now, a king that needs to revive a whole species. Yours is also not that far, Muua. Your name means moon, and in my world, the moon is related to vampires, Alex said with a laugh. Muua, sometimes I wonder, is it all fate? Fate? That is bullshit, Alex. Your life is carved by your own hands. If at that time you rejected Vesa, or you decided not to go to that research facility, would you become a progenitor? The same is true for me, there are so many things that just one difference would make me end up somewhere else. Our lives now are the culmination of our own personal choices. I will never agree it's decided by fate. You are right. What is with you today? Being so sentimental now. One of my family just reminded me how selfish I am, and I realize she is right. Oh, what did you do, Alex? Alex then told her what had happened with Olivia and what she had told him about her family. Family. Alex, I don't know what to say about that. You know my own family situation. I do feel happy with what my little brother and uncle do for me, but to ask for their help with my problem would just be a burden to them. It's out of their scope. I know, Muua. I used to think the same too. I am not telling this to preach at you or tell you what you should do. I am just thinking about it, and I think she is right. To help with a problem there are many ways to do it, and with my ability, I have no excuse for it. Muua turned silent for a moment, then with a soft voice, she said, a family where you share all good fortune together and face hardships together. That feels like a fairy tale to me, Alex. You should know how people in my world do things. But if it can be true, what a wonderful thing that will be. You should cherish them, Alex. I know. What are you doing now? I am just stabilizing my foundation now and taking a break based on Vasa's direction. Tomorrow, I should reach the chi crystal vein. Hearing this, Alex's eyes lit up. With many chi crystal resources, he can start mass producing the AW cube, including the normal storage cube, meaning more money for him. He can then start whaling to raise his cultivation level quickly and become stronger. That is good. How is the situation? It seems the vein is deep inside a cavern of a monster nest, but based on Vasa's calculation, they should not be my match. I see. Do you need me to send some goblins for you to use? No need, thank you. I told you before I prefer fighting with my own hands. Alright, be careful then, Muua. Have a good rest. Sure, you too. Meanwhile, Olivia was sulking as she walked back toward SGE, cursing, "Stupid Alex, Baka Alex." Feeling tired, she then sighed and took a rest near one of the trees. In the past, Olivia also stayed at SGE for a while, so she knows the forests like the back of her hand, just like how she knows the place she showed Alex. Did I act too hard? She mumbled, asking herself, then shook her head. No. No, he deserves it. Not only did he ignore me for years, but he even risked his life without telling us. Bored, she then took out her phone to look at the message inside. As I expected, Madam really went after Leader. No wonder Alex does things like that. He really takes after his mother in things like this. What should I do now? Tell them? Or not? She then scratched all over her hair, feeling it was better not to tell since it was for Luca to tell them, but she just gave a whole speech about it to Alex. Doesn't that make her a hypocrite? But if she tells Alex and Emily, she is also afraid they will go after her without any preparation. After all, neither of them knows how strong Luca is. She bit her lips, then sighed, forget it, I should believe in him. I will tell Alex tomorrow. She shook her head and then started walking again. The dark night then turned bright with the sun rising from the east. Minyu opened her eyes. She was sleeping in a sitting position, something she had mastered after living in the wilderness for a while since she needed to be prepared for an attack at any time. She stretched her stiff body, then took out breakfast from her storage ring, first a special kettle, using mana to warm up the water inside it, then she took out a cup of noodles, pouring the water over it. Afterward, she made tea using a tea bag from Alex's world, but she changed the inside with tea from her world. In her opinion, the tea Alex gave her is too bitter, the one she uses is tastier since it gives a mild, sweet taste without any sugar. After a few minutes, she took the cap from the cup noodle, smelled the aroma, and slurped it, enjoying the taste. It didn't take long for her to finish. Alex is right. I will never be able to come back to eating bland food after this. The food in his world is really addicting. He says it's because of something called MSG. I wonder if I can get that in my world. What do you think, Vasa? I am sure you can, Queen, but it would be a waste of time. Minyu chuckled, that is true, tell Alex to send many MSGs next time, that should be a good item to sell, both cultivators and commoners will go crazy over it. You will sell them for money? Of course not, we will make something similar to Treasure Pavilion, open a restaurant in every city that allows members to buy food with MSG, and high level will be allowed to buy MSG to bring home then. This way, we can build our influence easily. Sometimes, we will also sell it in the auction. I remember Alex said there are a few tastes of it, so let's make a few grades. We need one that people can easily get so they don't get mad and attack our place, and one that is rare enough so it keeps some value. I will make my uncle start this after I go back. Vasa, listening to her idea, turned speechless. Queen, you seem changed now. Before, you would never have thought of an idea like this. This is more like something a king would say. Really? Maybe you are right, but my ideas should not be bad. Minyu said as she walked out of the cave. She could take out some camp from Alex's world, but Minyu prefers to do it safely. She only took out items that would leave no evidence at all, a camp would still leave marks on the ground since it needed stakes to ensure its stability. Well, if the king hears it, I am sure he will say something like capitalism at its finest and then laugh with pride. Mingyu chuckled, "You are right, well, I will discuss it more with him later." Her face then turned serious. "How far is it, Vesa?" "Not far, Queen, do you forget you can just see from the map?" "I know, I just want someone to talk to, Feng Shui is still sleeping." "Didn't you used to walk alone in the past, Queen?" "I did that not because I wanted to, Vesa. It's better to have someone to talk to. But you should know from my memory, with how cutthroat the competition is, walking with sect members will just make me unable to sleep. There are many cases like this where fellow sect members attack each other for resources, just like what Linhua did to her in the past. The only time they behave is if an elder joins them." "Queen, there are groups of people coming after you." Mingyue stopped in her tracks. She now wears a hood to make sure no one can see her face. However, that didn't stop some ruffians and thugs from targeting her. After all, they could still see her feminine figure. A group of 7 thugs came out, surrounding Mingyue. "What is a young girl like you doing alone in the forest? Do you need some company?" one of the men asked. But Mingyue didn't listen to what the man said, she didn't care. There was no value in listening to the yapping of a dead person. Mingyue sighed in her mind, this was not the first time she got ambushed. The reason this happened is that Mingyue made Vesa hide her chi completely. This made people think she was just a commoner. What a waste of time. Well, it's better than a cultivator tracking my location, she thought. If a cultivator passed by and saw another lone cultivator walking toward an uncharted area, they would start wondering what treasure exists there. Most of the time, cultivators will only move if there is something of value, otherwise, they will just spend time training. Only useless cultivators or immortals spend their time lazing around. The man kept yapping, but seeing no response from Mingyue made him frown. He started feeling weird, this was not the first time he had ambushed someone in the forest. Usually, women would already scream and ask to be spared. Some even offer their body directly as long as they don't get killed. But the woman in front of him now didn't even move even after being surrounded. And that was the man's last thought before the world suddenly spun in his eyes. He didn't even register what happened, the next thing he knew, he saw the world become taller, and then everything turned dark. With one move, Mingyue slashed their heads off, and blood spurted out from his neck, but before even a drop of it fell to the ground, the rest of the thugs faced the same fate. Their bodies then disappeared, turning into life energy that got absorbed into her body. 322 life force absorbed. Mingyue sighed, with the number she got, she knew it would still be a while for her to unlock the pendant now hanging around her neck. She would also prioritize her own cultivation, every time it was stable enough, she would quickly raise her cultivation level. She knew she was very close now to reaching the next major realm, the nascent soul stage. Mingyue wanted to break through and, if possible, reach the late stage before returning to her sect. At that time, she wouldn't need to worry about their retaliation. She then continued on her path, it didn't take long for her to reach the destination. From the outside, it just looked like a normal cave with its entrance closed by many veins. No wonder no one found out about this place, I cannot even detect any chi at all. Mingyue then walked closer to the vein, covered her body with chi, and tried to slip through the gap of the vein. She did this because she didn't want to leave any marks for someone entering the cavern. Inside the cavern, it was dark and damp, she could also hear running water dripping from inside. But for Mingyue, this darkness was just as bright as daylight. Just like Alex, darkness doesn't impede her view. Vesa, show me the map. Then, a map of the surrounding area, with the tunnel and the living beings inside, appeared in her eyes. It's not really detailed like the one in the secret realm, but enough for Mingyue to navigate the place. Walking deeper inside toward the Chi crystal mine area, she could hear the sound of water running even closer. On her way, to her surprise, there were no monsters, not even a bat, only many small insects chirping around the cave. It didn't take long for her to reach an opening. Inside, she found a lake with a luminous crystal on top of it. It's different from chi crystal. Looking at it, Muua was sure there should be some other function to use it. But she is not an alchemist or blacksmith, so she doesn't know what it can be used for. Looking at the calm surface of the lake, Muua smiled. A cold aura started coming out from her body. Looking at the calm surface of the lake, Muua smiled. A cold aura started emanating from her body. She took a step onto the surface, and the moment her feet were about to touch the water, it turned into an ice surface. She took a step forward until she reached the middle of the lake. Muua then closed her eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, then she jumped. At the same time, a giant maw appeared where she had been standing, with a large volume of water being splashed. Looking down, Muua smirked. A giant snake covered with silver scales came out from inside the water. Realizing its ambush failed, the snake didn't give up. It pounced once more, using its long body to lunge toward Muua. 2 swords appeared in Minua's hands, her body moving with grace as if she were dancing in the air. Slash, slash, each slash easily pierced through the snake's body, but no blood came out, as it was quickly sealed by the ice. Muua moved like a fairy, spinning around the snake's body, each slash limiting the snake's movements. The frostbite also acted like poison, making the snake feel numb. The snake roared in pain, its body thrashing around, making the water and cave walls vibrate under its weight. But the snake was not an opponent for Muua. With another slash, the snake turned into an ice statue that then broke into pieces. However, Muua didn't let her guard down. She glided back as another snake, the same size, came out from the water, lunging at her. 1 snake, 2 snakes, and dozens of snakes came out. But Muua kept calm through it all. As she dodged all their attacks, she finally smiled when she reached the middle of all the snakes. Muua then checked the map, counting the life forces. Only 3 more snakes remain underwater. This should not be a problem for me. Muua already knew the lake was infested by some monster, so she purposefully stood above the lake, using herself as bait to make them come out from the water. A fight in the water would be more dangerous for her. It's better for her to fight on the ground. After one of the snakes died, the rest of the herd, enraged, came out pouncing at Muua, just as she had planned. She could use Feng Shui Qi to make the snakes avoid her, but this was not ideal for Muua since she wanted to move the secret realm to the spirit crystal mine. If the snakes survived and started ambushing her people, it would give her more headaches at that time. She could not just use her secret skill without worrying the many miners around. Now, in the middle of the snakes, her sword started emanating frost chi. Her body spun as she used the secret technique from the artifact combined with her own secret art, enhancing the damage to a new level. The 2 swords slashed in the air, creating a sharp ice shockwave exploding outward. The secret skill allowed Muua to explode ice attacks on all surrounding enemies. It's named Ice Lotus Flower, Absolute Zero. Boom! The shockwave exploded, turning the clear water and all the snakes into ice. Muua landed gracefully on the ground. All the frozen snakes then turned into ice shards, dropping to the frozen water lake surface, but the ice surface could not bear their weight. It cracked, making many splashing sounds, falling deep into the water. All the bodies then turned into green particles, absorbed into Minua's body. She then, without hesitation, jumped into the lake. She used her chi to coat her clothes, making sure they weren't wet, and before jumping, she put on an oxygen mask for diving from Alex. This allowed her to swim underwater without worry. Splash! Muua swam, moving deeper into the water. She could see the snake survivors fleeing from her. Based on their speed, she knew she couldn't catch up. Forget it. I will make Mingho hunt them later, she thought. Muua then continued her journey until she reached the lake bed. Based on Vesa detection, the chi crystals should be even deeper. Muua then started looking for an entrance to find a way in. Not finding any, she sighed. She returned the sword to her storage ring. She could use her sword to explode the ground, making a tunnel, but that would be a waste of her own chi. She took a gun and then set it to maximum, pointing downward, she shot it with major power to the ground. Bang! The ground exploded, making a hole in another area under it. This made the air pressure explode at once, creating a current pushing the water upward. Muua then moved quickly into the tunnel. After the whole air exploded, the water in the lake started moving down, creating an undercurrent that pushed Minua's movement down even faster. Passing down the hole she made, Muua was surprised to find a bigger space, surrounded by chi crystals everywhere, the walls, the ceiling, even the ground, and in the middle of it, a creature seemed to be asleep. Muua didn't waste time. She set the gun to the max, and she also threw a few grenades right to the creature's face. Based on the appearance alone, Muua knew she could not underestimate it. The creature was like the snake above, but this one had 4 claws, just like a dragon, its size smaller, covered with azure scales. Boom! Boom! The grenades exploded but not on the creature's face, they exploded in the air. Just before reaching the creature's face, it opened its eyes. The reptilian eyes locked onto the projectile and hid it away with its tail. The creature then growled at Muua. A spirit beast, she mumbled. Just like humans, beasts also have their own cultivation stages. They have fewer stages, but each one takes a longer time. Muua knew this one was a spirit beast since it had intelligence but didn't infuse any element into its attacks. They have fewer stages, but each one takes a longer time. Muua knew this one was a spirit beast since it had intelligence but didn't infuse any element into its attacks. The cultivation of the beast begins at the spirit stage and then progresses to the elemental, core, mystic, divine, and eternal stages. Creatures at the core stage usually can transform into humanoid forms, the divine stage allows them to turn completely into humans, and in the next stage, mystic, their beast form will be enhanced even further. But even though this one is only at the spirit stage, it doesn't mean Muua can defeat it easily. As a beast, it always has more raw strength compared to a human at the same level. And as spirit beasts, they have intelligence. The creature locks its eyes on Muua, and just when it wants to retaliate, bang! Muua already shoots the gun in her hand with maximum power. Feeling the enormous power coming from it, the creature knows it should dodge. But that is what Muua targets. With elegance, she moves toward the area where she predicts the snake will arrive. However, she miscalculates. Bang! Just as she predicted the snake's movement, the snake also predicted hers. The creature launches its tail to swipe at Muua, launching her into the air. Meanwhile, the bullet that Muua shot hits the creature, but it only grazes its skin since the snake moved. Boom! The projectile exploded on the ground, making a crater, while Muua hit a chi crystal on the wall. Muua could feel pain all over her body, but it quickly started mending and healing by itself. Her eyes sharply locked on the beast. Muua then starts absorbing the surrounding chi, mixing it with her own and then moves it toward her sword, twin frostbites. The cold chi emanating from her body starts intensifying, creating an icy mist in the surrounding area. This makes the spirit beast turn alert, feeling the threat from the Muua attack. It now only has 2 choices, attack or escape, but the spirit beast doesn't want to escape. This is the best spot for it to cultivate. It knows going outside hoping to get a good spot like this will be very hard. Its reptilian eye then gleamed, chi started coming out, strengthening its whole body. The snake then starts moving, forming its body like a spring. With a swift movement, it launches itself like a rocket, cutting through the air toward Muua. With the creature's speed, Muua knew it would reach her first before she could even unleash her attack. With annoyance, she slashes her sword in the air, creating many ice projectiles shooting toward the snake. Clang! 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 The ice spikes failed to penetrate the snake, but they served their use to slow the snake down even by a bit. Muua kicked the wall behind her and then launched herself toward the snake. In the air, her body moved in motion, her sword dancing in the air, creating streaks of ice from its tip. Each ice is formed like a petal of an ice flower. Bang! They clashed in the middle. The snake beat Muua in raw force, pushing her back, but since she angled her body as she moved in the air, instead of shooting to the back, she instead got deflected up to the ceiling where water was still pouring, filling out the chi crystal mine. The creature then started maneuvering in the air, crashing into all the ice flower petals that Muua made. But the petals don't get destroyed. Instead, with their small size, they cling to the creature's body. The creature used its tail to anchor itself to the wall before launching through the air again to attack Muua, this time its jaw open wide, wanting to eat her whole. But the moment it moved through the water, as the ice petals made contact with the liquid, they quickly froze all the water. This created an ice trap blocking the creature from moving forward. It then started struggling, creating creaking sounds on the ice. Muua knew it wouldn't hold long. She moved in motion, creating ice with every step she took. Ice chi started concentrating only on the sword in her right hand. She then sprinted and threw the sword toward the creature's mouth. A fox's roar could be heard from the sword as it lunged itself deep inside the snake's body. Gore! The spirit beast cried in pain, but it didn't last long until its stomach bulged and then exploded. An ice lotus came from its stomach with one of Minua's swords in the middle of it. Minua's lips curled into a smile. She then jumped toward the creature's head. Despite part of its body already blown off, its reptilian eyes still glared at Muua with hatred. It's still alive. Muua thrust her sword toward its head, but it didn't pierce all the way, only enough until it reached its flesh. Muua then spread her ice chi all over the creature, freezing it alive, and took out an awe cube in her hand. The frozen snake, with all its remains, turned into particles of light disappearing into the awe cube. Alex asked me for a living specimen of a spirit beast. I hope it will last until it reaches his hand. Vesa, send it to him. Alright, Queen, I am sure it will still be alive when it reaches the king. I just doubt he has a way to heal it. Well, it doesn't matter. I can look for another next time. Muua then looked up toward the hole where the water that fell into the chi mine was now frozen, making an ice pillar with a circular hole in the middle area where the snake had been before. Muua used her chi to close the hole to make it more stable. She then went down to the area where the spirit beast had stayed before. There, a big chi crystal that looked like a tree without any leaves and fruits stood tall. It's the chi crystal vein. As long as the vein exists, chi crystals will keep regenerating. Based on the information Muua knows, the chi vein takes chi from the atmosphere and earth and then creates a chi crystal around its area. The bigger the vein, the higher its efficiency and the result. The chi vein is also separated into a few grades, and based on Minua's observation, this one should be a middle grade. A middle-grade vein capable of growing many medium-grade chi crystals with occasionally a high-grade chi crystal appearing. Muua knew she had hit the jackpot. Even her family in the past only owned multiple low-quality chi veins. A medium grade is more than enough to satisfy her and Alex's needs for now. Unfortunately, we cannot move this chi vein somewhere else, she mumbled. If it were possible to move the chi vein, Muua would put it in the secret realm. Many cultivators have tried this before, but they always fail. The moment the chi vein is moved from the ground, or even when the ground around it is lifted, the chi vein will implode. It will then leave behind a perfect sphere of condensed pure chi. Cultivators call this sphere chi essence. Using it will increase a cultivator's control over chi to a whole new level. Some even use it to create a divine-level heaven artifact. Of course, the one they use is not medium-grade chi essence, it's something even higher. She also heard rumors before that an immortal has created a formation replicating the function of a chi vein, allowing them to create chi crystals as needed. Muua then took out a sphere from her storage ring, carved with many unique symbols. It's the core of the secret realm. But moving it is not as simple as bringing the core around. Based on Vasa's explanation, a secret realm is created by making a new space in the void. They then use a core to anchor the space's energy toward a specific point. When first hearing it, Muua asked, "Does that mean it is possible to go to the secret realm from the void?" "It's possible, Queen, but the void is not a place everyone can easily navigate. It also stretches into infinity, even the progenitor never reached its end. So, the possibility that someone can travel through the void at will is really low." Muua remembered she barely survived in the void, and then a question appeared in her mind: since the void is so vast, how did I get lucky entering another world that easily? Is it really just coincidence? She then asked Vasa. She doesn't believe someone would call it fate, but if a high-level being planned it all out, that is still possible. But the thought of this made Muua feel annoyed. Who wouldn't? Knowing your entire life is just a dance in someone else's palm. If at least it's a good, happy life, then maybe you wouldn't complain that much. But Minua's life cannot be called a good, happy life. Don't worry, Queen, it's part of both. Both a coincidence and planned. After Adonia's destruction, the survivors of the vampire race moved through the universe, hiding from their pursuers. Some created many descendants all over the place, and you, Queen, have part of vampire blood. No matter how faint it is, it reacted with the progenitor's blood, allowing you to be moved to that place. Doesn't that mean there are other vampire survivors? Why wouldn't the old progenitor choose one of them to inherit his mantle, then? Why go through all of this? I am sure he should know this is very risky. There are no guarantees the one who takes his mantle is not affiliated with the vampire race's enemy. And what if the person is completely evil and instead eats the vampire race whole? The evil Muua means those that act like evil cultivators, consuming other creatures to boost their own strength. Since evil cultivators exist, Muua is sure some species out there focused all their power systems on devouring exist. I don't know, Queen, but I am sure he has his reasons. Based on what I know about him, he probably thought somewhere along the line, since the old way failed, what's the use of trying it again? Muua felt that made sense. The old vampire race was stuck with their own ways and culture, but it's already proven not enough since their species was almost driven to extinction. Vasa, are you really just a system? Or what Alex usually calls AI? Every time you mention the old progenitor, it's like you're his old friend. Well, the old progenitor created me since he felt lonely, Queen. Being at the top of power for hundreds, thousands, even millions and billions of years alone is tiring. I don't know how long he was alive before I came into being, but after that, I was always by his side. Why would he feel lonely? Doesn't he have a family too? At that time, the vampire race also flourished, he should have many people under him. It's different, Queen. Just like you are facing your sect leader, can you act friendly with him? And this is on another level. The progenitor's power is like God to the masses, everyone in their species worships him. As for relationships with other progenitors, it's more like politics rather than friendship. Even if some of them hit it off, they are busy with their own tasks, so they just meet occasionally. As for family, even they cannot share the progenitor's burden. It's like your thought, Queen, how can you ask your little brother and uncle to help with your problems? Even if we do it the king's way, finding ways for them to contribute, the burden still falls under the king's shoulders since he is the one deciding everything. What the progenitor wishes for his future inheritor is for them to have someone they can share all their burdens with. It's his long-time wish, Queen. Muua still doesn't understand it since the time span Vasa talks about is so far away from her. Vasa, me and Alex got the progenitor's blood almost at the same time, what if that didn't happen? Since the old progenitor wanted their inheritor to be a couple. In that case, Queen, then it would not activate at all, the same if the one that got it is of the same gender. If it's more than two, then it will choose which one is more suitable. The old progenitor didn't want others to have the same curse he had. It's better to wait longer than someone else gets the same curse as him. Progenitor's blood cannot be destroyed. In the eternity of time, the possibility of two people of opposite genders activating it at the same time is just a matter of time. Muua understands this, but this revelation makes her both relieved and afraid. There are so many ifs for this to happen. If someone told her it was the plan of a higher being, or in Alex's words, fate, it wouldn't be weird. If Alex didn't have the vampire blood, if he didn't go to that place, she would probably be dead now. Muua shook her head. The what-if scenario was not important to her now. She looked toward the chi vein tree and then started walking toward it step by step. After absorbing the life force from all the snakes and experiencing fighting the spirit beast, Muua knows she is now on the periphery of a breakthrough. The next level is the nascent soul stage. She needs to evolve the core in her body into an embryo of a soul, the beginning of life. She has pondered over this many times but still found no way to create this. Just what is a soul? What is life? She has asked Vesa about this before, as Vesa should have a deep understanding of life force energy. Based on Vasa's answer, life force is just energy, the basis that makes the creation of organic beings possible. As for the soul, it's a result of compounding experiences and memories throughout life. This made Muua understand the soul is a shelf, it's her own personality. Then what does it mean to create a soul? Is it to create a personality? Doesn't that just mean she will need to go crazy, then? But Muua quickly shook off the idea. The concept of multiple personalities doesn't exist in her world, she only thought of this because of some novels she read from Alex. And it's not like nascent soul cultivators in her world have a new personality. She placed her palm over the chi vein, closing her eyes to feel the flow of chi. The next step after the nascent soul is the golden core, creating it into my own core, not transforming the nascent soul into a new being. This means my way of thinking is wrong. She then remembered Vesa's explanation that life force needs to be filtered before it can be used to enhance her cultivation. Soul is the result after life force is mixed with life experience and memories, which means I need to make the chi source in my own body mine, dyeing it with my will and life. Having an epiphany, Muua sat cross-legged under the tree, starting to look at her inner world where the core formation exists. This is made with all the chi, passing through my body in my life, meaning my life should already be etched on it. The only thing I need to do now is to acknowledge it as part of my existence, not just an energy source, she mumbled. She started to feel over the core formation, then focused on her mind. The core formation then began transforming, a wave of ice chi emanating from Minua's body, starting as a gentle breeze at first but soon spinning, turning into a storm of ice chi. Muua could see the core, which she had been expanding every time she raised a minor level, now started condensing and making a connection with her will. This allowed her even more control over her chi, reducing the necessary motions she needed to perform for secret techniques. Boom! The chi exploded, and the core formation now turned into a small sphere, spreading ice chi all over. She was about to finish when Vesa interjected. Queen, why not test King's theory? Let's infuse the life force energy into the newly born nascent soul and transform its nature. Muua thought about it. It was quite risky, but the reward was worth it. In the worst case, she wouldn't die but would need to recultivate the core formation. Alex's idea was to use life force to add another attribute to the core, making it work not just from chi but life force energy, and also add an attribute to accept the use of chi and mana to mix it with the life force energy. But Alex's idea was to start doing it since core formation and then grow it from there. Muua could feel the nascent soul energy she just made could still be transformed. Using Vesa's help to implement how the core would work, Muua then took out 2 high-grade mana crystals, turning them into dust and allowing the energy of mana to surround her. Vesa then released some life force energy she had saved for Muua toward the nascent soul. Feeling the pour of pure energy, Muua started feeling pain from the nascent soul since it wasn't made to accept this type of energy, but she forced it by will and started creating a pathway based on Vesa's guidance. The process was excruciatingly painful and slow, but she could feel the progress. They kept going from the outer layer, then started permeating it into the core of the nascent soul. But the moment she tried to etch onto it, the nascent soul imploded, a searing feeling of pain assailing her whole existence. She threw up blood as her cultivation dropped back to the late foundation stage. Queen. Muua felt like part of her being was cut off, screaming in pain as she couldn't hold it back. Vesa started pouring all the life force energy Muua had stockpiled to recover her soul and body. The backlash not only destroyed her nascent soul but also damaged parts of her meridian. At this point, Muua was barely conscious. With Vasa's current capability, healing Minua's soul took a heavy toll on her, making her waste a lot of life force energy. Even after using all the life force stockpiled by Muua, it was still not enough. And since Muua was not conscious, she couldn't actively use her own life force to heal. Vesa hurriedly sent a message to Alex. At that moment, Alex was busy modifying a generator to accept chi so it could be used in Minua's world. He was experimenting with the material, testing which one could be used without affecting how the machine works. In the end, he used the moonlight ore he got from the Goblin Hollow to make the generator part. He is now waiting over a furnace to get the specific temperature he wanted. Alex could use Embershift Warhammer for this, but he decided not to since it's hard to maintain the temperature at a specific number. He knows he needs to train a lot for this, but for now, he will just opt for existing tools that can do this easily. A message then appeared in front of him. King, I need all your stockpiled life force energy for Queen. Even though her life is not in danger, damage to the soul can have unforeseen consequences. It can make her lose part of her memory or even change her personality. As time passes, Muua will recover her own soul since she has the trait of a vampire progenitor, but Vesa doesn't want to take any chances in case some lingering damage persists, and it's a waste of time. They don't know how long it will take for Muua to completely heal, and now she also needs to recultivate to the core formation realm. Alex quickly turned alert upon reading the message, but he didn't waste time asking for the reason. If Vesa asks for it like this, he is sure it means an emergency. Go ahead, use it all, if not enough, tell me I will give some more, Alex replied in his mind. He then stopped the furnace and went out from the facility toward the forest to hunt for some monsters in case Muua needed more life force. On the way, Alex sighed. He feels worried about what happened to Muua but even more so about his mother. After returning from guarding Olivia, Patricia reported everything that happened to Alex, including what Olivia mumbled to herself. His eyes widened in surprise. If it were before what Olivia told him, he would already have run away to look for his mother, but now he realizes going out like that would just put everything even more at risk. Since he heard Olivia already decided to tell him about it, he plans to wait and then tell Emily, too. For now, he will try his best to get stronger as fast as possible. Alex already ordered another batch of high-grade mana crystals. Since he used his name and has dealings with the association, they processed his order, but that means he needs another $1 billion in a week to pay for it. Alex does this on purpose to put more pressure on himself. He's also sure he will have enough money to pay for all of it since the association will have a huge order for the storage cube. They already asked Alex about the price, but he hasn't given them any number. Alex needs to make sure of a stable source for the chi crystal and all the expenses first before calculating how much he will sell it. As Alex hunts more life force, Vesa starts healing Minua's soul. Vesa does it carefully to make sure there is no lingering damage. Thankfully, the life force from Alex's stockpile is more than enough to heal her soul, with some to spare, but Muua is still unconscious. As Muua lay on the ground, the secret realm core is still floating in the air near the chi vein. Muua wanted to activate it to change the anchor to this location at first, but she had an epiphany first and tried to break through, making her forget to activate the core. Meanwhile, in the middle of the forest, Alex is in combat. Bang! Alex punched one of the wolf's bodies, smashing it to pieces. The body disappeared, turning into a life force that he absorbed. He already got information from Vesa that Muua is alright now. Vesa also told him what happened. This makes Alex frown. He feels guilty since the idea came from him. He feels he should have thought better before telling her a half-baked idea, even though it was her own decision. As he keeps killing monsters and gathering more life force, Alex unknowingly returns back to the place where he talks with Olivia. What they talked about resurfaced in his mind, making him reflect again. He sighed, knowing he could have done everything better. With his ability, he could calculate how others would react to his actions, but doing that feels tiring for him. This is why he didn't do it before. But now, Alex feels it's just an excuse since his decisions hurt people around him. Alex took a deep breath, looking toward the sky. He screamed from the top of his lungs, letting out all his frustration. Feeling a bit better, Alex lay down on the grass, looking toward the twilight sky. It's now noon when the sun starts setting, turning the sky to an orange hue. But his view of the sky changed into a round face looking at him with a smirk on her face. Did screaming make you feel better? Olivia asked. She was here because she was looking for Alex to talk about Luca, but instead, she found him going out to the forest, hunting monsters left and right before he reached this place. At first, Olivia was worried. Did Alex go into a hunger state? Does he lack life force? But after some observation, she realized Alex was just venting. Alex's cheeks turned red. You heard it, while in his mind, he berated Vesa, starting now, warn me even if it's someone I know. It had already happened a few times. Vesa would warn him if danger was coming, but if it's someone Alex trusts and there are no feelings of malice, Vesa will not tell him about it. Olivia chuckled. She didn't answer. Instead, she lay on the ground, too, her head side by side with Alex, gazing toward the sky. No need to be shy, Alex. It's good if you feel frustrated. That means you understand your fault. Alex sighed. I understand, big sis. Thanks for reminding me. No problem. That's what family is for. It's not like I am perfect and free of fault, Alex. Olivia then turned silent. She still hesitated, even though she had decided. Now, facing Alex, her mind started running through many worst-case scenarios that could happen after he learned about his mother's decision. Olivia turned her body, making her face directly above Alex again. She did this on purpose in case Alex moved in panic, trying to go after his mom. I need to tell you something, Alex. With a deep breath, Olivia told him everything she knew about it, adding more detail, like how his mother, Luca, is a strong hunter, her skill, ability, and experience. The information surprised Alex. His mother always fought on the front line since her ability was basically overpowered. It allows her to see 3 seconds into the future, and she has already mastered how to use the ability. She can choose when to use it, with manageable consumption of energy, and that was in the past. Olivia doesn't know how strong Luca is now. She doubts Luca stopped practicing, even after she stopped going to any dungeon. After all, with the incident, Luca was the one who was hurt the most. She lost her husband. Since Mom is also a hunter, why has she never told us about this? Don't you know your mother's personality? She probably does it, so you don't get any idea how to become a hunter. If not because of that dungeon break, your mother would never have returned to being a hunter. You don't know much, but your mom always loves helping people. She doesn't just give out money and then leave, Alex. If you go around the world, many people respect your mother, even calling her a saint. She made sure to train them with skills to survive on their own. As time passed, some of these people then volunteered and helped your mom with her work. She helped more people with what she did, Alex, compared to when she was a hunter. Mom did that? Alex asked. He had never thought much of his mom's charitable actions. He thought she was just doing it to fill her empty time and also to help the company with a good image. Olivia sighed. You really don't know anything about your own mom, Alex. She then proceeded to tell Alex about his mom, a woman named Luca. In the past, Luca didn't have a good childhood, she faced many hardships and was an orphan without any relatives. Living on the street, Luca tried to find work for herself to eat, but no one dared to recruit her since she was still a minor at that time. Most outright rejected her, those who felt pity gave her some bread. But this was not enough to fill her and her friends' hunger. Even though her life was hard, Luca had a positive outlook on life, making her a cheerful child. This made her have many friends, even on the street, and as time passed, they started huddling up together, creating their own group to survive. For them, the street was no different than a jungle. If the forest had beasts as the predator, then on the street, it was other humans. Even though dungeons didn't exist at this time, and everyone was a normal human, there still existed those who preyed on the weak. Power and abilities just made this even more prominent. Some gangs on the street would look for these kids, forcing them to be beggars or thieves. She had tried reporting it to the cops, asking for solutions from the government office, but as a kid living on the street, no one took her seriously. There are very limited options for Luca at that moment. Following the rules of the street? Luca hated the idea. She might be hungry, but begging or stealing was out of the question for Luca. Since staying in the city would just mean confronting the gangs, and she still needed to find a way to earn money, Luca decided to do something most people would never do in her situation. Luca brought the kids together with her, scavenging over the trash, but what she was looking for was not food, she looked for tools, knives, and anything that could be used as a weapon. Luca didn't go out of her way to kill the gangs, she led them out of the city, walking toward the forest. Luca didn't do this out of impulse, she had already gathered the required information for it. Even though they were kids on the street, she still found her way to get a phone and internet. With the knowledge she had, they started living in the forest. Luca picked a place near some villages to make it easier if they wanted to trade. At first, life in the forest was harsh. As a bunch of kids, many of them were filled with fear and didn't know what to do other than follow Luca's guidance. Time passed by, weeks, months, years. From kids who didn't know anything, they became experienced teenagers. They made their own small village using wood, and from the meat they hunted, they often traded with nearby villages for hygiene products, clothes, and some tools. But this didn't come easy. Through the years, many things happened, from losing one of their friends to wild beasts, dying of illness, and confrontations with the village. Finally, they became close and made a deal. One time, they also had a problem with the local government since most of them were minors, and the government wanted to take them all to an orphanage. No one agreed to this, they fought back, turning it into a confrontation with the local police. Luckily, the villagers stepped forward. They already had an amiable relationship at this moment, so they agreed to take guardianship over Luca and the others. After this, their lives started to stabilize. Time passed, and Luca had already gathered some money to send some of them to take college courses in the city. She knew living in the forest all the time would have no future. They could keep living like this, but what would they do when they got old? Or if one of them wanted to look for someone to marry? Most of them who survived avoided romance with each other since it happened once, and the end was not pretty. They had a big fight and separated to the point they could not stay with each other in the same place and ended up leaving the camp. But things rarely happen as planned. At first, it started with strange phenomena where snow dropped even when it wasn't winter, then the weirdest part was at night, it wouldn't turn cold but instead became very hot, like in a desert. After a few more days, the phenomena became weirder until one day, a big earthquake hit the place. After that, everything returned to normal. This was the first wave of dungeons that appeared. Some were found and then locked down by the government, making sure no news came out to the public, but most of them were in places everyone didn't know about. The same is true of the one that appeared near Luca's village. A few more weeks after the earthquake, Luca was having dinner with her friends and some people from the village, one of them a boy named Edward. This boy liked Luca and tried to get close to her. Luca knew about this but never responded since her mind was burdened thinking about her friends. Luca, can't you give us a chance at least? Edward asked with a hopeful look in his eye as he turned over the meat on the grill. Luca sighed, it's not that I hate you, Edward, it's just. Well, you know. Edward let out a chuckle at her response, since you don't hate me, that should mean you like me. Don't worry, I will wait. Luca's cheeks turned red. That's not what I mean, Edward. Then what do you mean? If you don't hate me, then you like me. The opposite of hate is like. Edward's words made Luca speechless. Just as she wanted to say something again, a piercing scream of terror filled the air, making them quickly turn their focus toward it. Edward didn't waste time and quickly ran toward the area. He remembered one of Luca's friends had gone there before to take a pee. Edward expected to see a snake or beast attacking the man, but then he remembered every single one of them was experienced in hunting wild beasts. They wouldn't scream just because some dangerous animal came. Edward and Luca arrived at the place, and what they saw made their eyes widen in surprise. It was something out of logic. A two-headed dog the size of a lion was biting at the man's torso, blood coming out from it. The man, with his dying breath, screamed, "What are you standing there for, Luca? Run! Warn the others. This is not the only one." Luca didn't hear what he said. She took out a machete that was saddled on her waist and wanted to run to help her friend. But Edward stopped her. "What are you doing, Luca? Do you want to make his sacrifice useless?" "But Edward, I am sure we still can do something for him." "Luca, look again clearly. If it's only one, I will help you fight it." Luca took a deep breath, looked to the front, and cold sweat started appearing on her forehead. There were many red eyes locked on them, all coming from similar creatures, just like the one biting at her friend. Before she could even process it, Edward pulled Luca and ran back toward the encampment. But he kept getting a bad feeling in his mind, and his bad feeling became reality. When they reached the encampment, the place was filled with similar monsters, but they could fight back better since they had more weapons, including firearms. Even though it's not a military weapon, the hunting rifle was more than enough to make the creatures bleed. The problem was the amount of the monster. They were overwhelmed by the number. Luca was in shock through this. She couldn't think straight. Her friends, practically her family now, people she grew up with, were killed brutally in front of her eyes. Edward was the one pulling her together. Olivia didn't know the details after this, she just knew they somehow escaped from that place and awakened their powers in the process. Other than the two of them, there was only one other survivor, Ariadne. Afterward, they became hunters and built their own guilds and business empires. Olivia also told Alex one of the motivations Edward started the Campbell Group was to support his mother, Luca. If other big companies use charity to hide taxes and launder money, then Campbell is the opposite, it exists solely to support Luca's wish. Hearing about the harshness of his parents' lives made Alex's eyes shimmer with tears. His mom often told him the love story of her and his father, but not this part, more on how his father built their business empire. Why is mom so obsessed with helping people, big sis? Anyone I know in her position wouldn't be like her. She built her own life with her own hands, no one helped her in that situation other than dad. If anything, she should have hated society, letting them as kids fend for themselves. Some people even tried to force her to become a beggar or thief. I'm also curious about it, Alex. You might not know this, but your mom has had her own experiences with ungrateful people who bite the hand that feeds them. In her words, she would say, that's why the world never changes. Everyone keeps acting like that. It's not that I am selfless, Olivia. If anything, I am selfish. I want to change the world to suit my own wishes, it's just that my wish is a little different from others. I want a world where even orphans living on the street don't need to face what I experienced. Instead, they have many ways in their path to a better life without compromising their integrity. Why would mom want such a world? Big sis. She says it's for her descendants. She would hate it if one day, one of her great-grandchildren faced the same problems as her. How do you know all these? Uncle Silva and Aunt Ariadne told me about it, Olivia chuckled. Uncle Silva was also a friend of your mom in the past. Didn't you say before that only Aunt Ariadne survived with mom and dad? Yes, even those from your father's village were not spared. But Uncle Silva is the one that left the camp because he and his ex could not stand each other. What happened with his ex then? Is she still alive? No, she is Zold's mother. After leaving the camp, they somehow met again and then made up, but they were too ashamed to return to the camp after how they made a scene. Even after the dungeon happened, it took them a while to meet up again, and by that time, Zold's mom was already dead. Olivia's tone then turned solemn. That's why, Alex, don't kick me out of your life again, no matter what kind of fight we have. We never know if it will be our last meeting. Alex wanted to say something, but it got caught in his throat. In the end, he could only say he was sorry. Both of them then turned silent as they gazed at each other. After some time passed, Alex said in a low voice, "Sis, can you get up already?" Olivia smiled. Why do you feel shy? Didn't you say you don't like me anymore? It's not that, sis, Alex said in a low voice. What is it then? Can't a big sis see her own brother's face? Alex's lips quivered for a moment. I need to go to the bathroom, sis. Nature calls. Olivia was stupefied by his words since they were not what she had expected. Then, a loud noise filled the air, making Olivia stand up and burst into laughter while Alex's face turned red. He quickly left the area, saying, "Don't talk about this." "Don't worry, Alex. Farting is normal," Olivia said with a laugh. Seeing Alex's back disappear into the forest, Olivia mumbled, "He is still like a kid, yet he tells me he will become a king that will resurrect a whole species." She shook her head. Then a question appeared in her mind, why would Alex not panic at all when she told him the truth about his mom? That is not his typical behavior, except he knew it beforehand. Olivia refused to believe Alex could change just because of her speech. People don't change that easily. Then she remembered the only time she mumbled about this was when she left the forest. Her smile grew wider as she put her hand over her chest, feeling her heart beat faster and warm inside. Did he send the goblin to protect me, even though I just slapped him? Olivia asked herself. Her cheeks turned a little redder, then she shook her head. Forget it, Olivia, it's too late now. Olivia was not completely honest with Alex, even though she really never thought about him that way in the past. After his confession and his ignoring her, she started thinking of Alex as the opposite gender. The more she thought about it, the more her feelings grew. Despite looking more like his mother, there are still some similarities between Alex and his father, Edward, and Olivia looks up to Edward. Every time she sees Edward and Luca being lovey-dovey, she feels a little jealous, wishing she had someone to do the same. It's not like Olivia likes Edward, she sees him as a father figure, but many of his characteristics have become criteria for Olivia's ideal man. That's why she felt hurt when Alex turned his gaze away despite her confession back then. If I had told him I liked him at that time, how would he have answered? Her gaze turned distant, and then she dismissed the notion. No, that will just make it harder for Alex. He has already decided to move on. She then sighed, deep inside wishing she could turn back time. Meanwhile, in the cultivation world, deep underground in the Chi crystal mine, Mingyue's eyes fluttered open, she woke up with a headache, feeling like her head was split into two. After some time, memories of what happened returned to her. Queen, are you alright? I'm fine. Show me my status, Vesa. Name, Mingyue Sweki. Power level, 7. Progenitor transformation, 7.35/100%. Life force, 500/500. Cultivation level, foundation stage, late level. Secret arts, absolute 0 tempest sweep. Mingyue frowned, mumbling in annoyance. I really failed back then. Tell me what happened, Vesa. Vesa then started narrating what happened after Mingyue got hit by the backlash in her cultivation, how she healed her soul, took out all her life force stockpile, and then asked Alex to help her. Hearing Alex help her without hesitation made her feel warm. I will need to thank him later, she thought. She closed her eyes and then started looking at her body condition and the inner world, seeing no lingering wound made her feel relieved. Queen, since you returned back to the foundation stage, might as well strengthen it first. I know, Vesa. I will strengthen my foundation, but I will need many mana crystals for it since I doubt I can use chi energy to strengthen my internal organs. I will need to find something to exchange for it. Maybe I could catch some more spirit beasts for him. Mingyue then sighed. She knows this can wait for later. For now, she needed to recuperate and settle the anchor for the secret realm. Looking toward the sphere hovering in the air, Mingyue said, Vesa, let's start. Information started pouring into Mingyue's mind, and her chi began moving toward the sphere and manipulating it based on Vasa's instruction. The pattern on it started glowing, making the surrounding air vibrate. Boom! Chi exploded outward from the sphere, filling the chi mine with its light. After the light subsided, what was left was a shimmering portal to the secret realm. Mingyue's lips curled upward into a smile. She took out a mask and then wore it before entering the secret realm again. Even though everyone in the Bayou sect should be loyal under the slave contract, Mingyue doesn't want them to find out her cultivation has fallen, particularly her little brother and uncle. A week passed, and Mingyue and Alex focused on strengthening their cultivation realm. Alex succeeded in making a chi generator and sent it over to Mingyue. This drastically changed the way of life for everyone in the secret realm. With electricity, people who usually use torches to light the night now use LED lights. Hot water became available 24/7, and many old tools they got used to are now thrown away, replaced by new items from Alex's world. The apartment building is fixed now, with the progress almost completed. They just need to put on the tiles and finish on the wall, but the first 2 floors are already habitable now. Some people have already moved in there, making others feel envious of them. The leap is so large that even though they know about cultivation and chi, they still feel like seeing magic. Their quality of life practically leaped from the medieval era to modern society. From being used to living in wooden huts, they can now live in a fully concrete building with proper insulation and air conditioning. From plank beds to real mattresses, drinkable water, which they usually put inside a big jar, can now be drunk directly from the tap. But this is only the start. After the first building is finished, they will continue to the next one and then start building accommodations for the sect disciples. From the outside, the apartment building looks like a giant, tall pagoda, but when people come inside, they will feel like they are entering an entirely new world. Irrigation and farming also started getting automated with many new machines. This allowed them to reduce workload and send people to go mining the chi crystals. With a steady chi crystal supply, Alex started mass-producing the storage cube. After its first exhibition and demo, the product quickly became a big hit. Orders flooded over them like water, but Alex rejected every individual order. He only accepted big suppliers, allowing them to resell the product. Alex does this to allow his competitors to earn some money, too, sharing the cake. He doesn't want to waste time on business competition. His time is better used to strengthen himself, as his main goal for now is to go to a Category 5 dungeon. With all the deals, orders from associations, and some auctions, Alex earned a total of $3 billion, but not all of this was received with money. Some are paid with high-grade mana crystals if possible. As Alex spent almost everything on a high-grade mana crystal, his competitors started thinking this was the main material for creating the storage cube. This made other companies buy them in bulk, too. With high demand, the market quickly had a shortage of high-grade mana crystals, making Alex curse in anger. The money he gathered evaporated quickly. He didn't just need to buy for his needs but also for Mingyue. Not counting other expenses for the guild and people at Bayou sect. After returning to the secret realm, Muua had some talks with Alex, telling him about her situation. Alex felt relieved since there were no lingering wounds on her body other than the need to recultivate. Alex thought it was a good idea, but he knew it would burn a huge hole in their finances. Luckily, he had gathered enough mana crystals to strengthen their internal organs. For the rest, like veins, they use chi crystals since they're cheaper. With their foundation finished, Alex gained even more understanding of how his cultivation method would work. First, it starts with their bone marrow being strengthened, which improves the quality of the blood produced to a new level. It doesn't change much for Alex since he has already started transforming into a progenitor, but for normal humans and hunters, the effect will be very apparent. In theory, the blood will dramatically raise their immune system and also make them thicker. This means when they are wounded, less blood will get out since it will quickly clot by themselves. But this is not the biggest change. The new blood is capable of absorbing mana and chi directly. However, for this to work efficiently, they need to strengthen the next organ, the lung. After being produced in bone marrow, blood will move into veins and then pass through the lungs to acquire oxygen and release carbon dioxide. But with this new blood, they also absorb any chi and mana the person inhales without letting out much waste in the process. When the lung is strengthened, it will boost this ability since the lung will then be able to hold more chi and mana. From the lung, the blood will next move toward the heart to be pumped through the body, spreading their oxygen, chi, and mana. This process allows chi and mana to permeate directly with the vein and every single cell of their body, making the process of the foundation realm automated. Before, cultivators needed to move chi by themselves and slowly permeate it into their bodies, but now, since the energy is circulated with every breath, their cultivation will progress every time they take a breath. The progress will turn even faster after they strengthen the heart, increasing the capability to a new level. But this method has its risks. Even with mana, everything must be done quickly. With chi, it will need to be done even faster. Since the blood carries chi and mana in it, as time passes, if they don't strengthen their whole internal organ, it will instead damage their body, rupturing their veins and creating internal bleeding that can result in death. After infusions with the bone marrow, lung, and heart, the next organ they need to strengthen is the kidney. This will enhance the cycle even more, raising their strength to a new level. Since the kidney will filter through the mana and chi, making them purer, this makes Alex wonder if he can change his kidney to harness life force. However, Vesa dismissed the idea. Even though Vesa has ways to use life force to boost their cultivation, it doesn't mean Alex could derive it from chi and mana. It's completely different. And as a vampire progenitor, he doesn't need to bother with it since he can already absorb it at will. Realizing it was futile, Alex gave up the idea. After finishing with the kidney, he proceeded to strengthen his digestive organs and liver, then moved on to veins, flesh, and muscle. The last ones he enhanced were his eyes and nose. This enhancement took Alex and Minua's strength to a new level. If other cultivators are like turbine engines, then Alex and Minua are jet engines. Not to mention those in the same realm as them, even those one major realm above them will not be their match. This isn't even counting their boost with life force, which makes them completely overpowered. After finishing this cultivation method, the next step will be testing it on normal humans. Alex needed to capture a criminal to test it out, but with Minua in the loop, she suggested testing it on people in the Muua sect. This made Alex feel worried, but Minua said, "We are not forcing them, Alex. I will tell them the risks and rewards. For you, it may be an experiment, but for these people, it's like a bottle of water when they are dying of thirst in the desert. Their whole life, they wanted to cultivate but had no way to do it, and now here is an opportunity in their face. You should remember, Alex, even for those talented like me, cultivation is filled with challenges and death. On the path to the peak, how many perish? It has been so many years since cultivation existed, but how many succeed in becoming immortal? I estimate not more than 100. So, don't worry about this. I am sure many will flock over. I already understand how the cultivation works, so I will just send you the report later. Muua then paused for a moment and added, Alex, I know you have your own problems, and I am not looking down on you, but your life is quite peaceful. You don't face the risk of dying every day. So this makes you approach everything with the soft method. Alex, sometimes we need to put our hands in blood to survive. Don't forget we are trying to resurrect a whole species that has been massacred. How many do you think we need to kill? Do you think every single one of them is a bad person? Alex knew Muua was right, just like the goblin camp, they have innocent kids and families. Every time he kills one of the goblin soldiers, even though he doesn't directly kill the kids, it's still the same. With the soldier dead, no one will bring food to the encampment, and with no food, the place will turn into chaos, which will end up taking the goblin kids' lives in the end. But he still felt guilty about it. I know, Muua, I will face it when I go there. I just hope you prepare your heart, Alex, because any hesitation can be fatal for us. Even though we can regenerate, I am sure you know better not to underestimate our enemy. Don't worry, Muua, I will not become a burden. Muua sighed, that is not what I mean, Alex. Alex then turned silent. He knew what Muua really meant, but he didn't know what to say about it. Muua then added, firstly, Alex, you can start with the goblins in the AW system. Isn't one of your purposes in making that to test the cultivation system? I will also test it with Lily here, so you should do what you need to do. In these weeks, Alex also sent a high goblin and some goblins that can work to Muua. After some consideration, Muua made them work at her place since they are already 100% loyal to Alex. It's also the same for Muua since their souls are linked. If they use a normal beast bond contract, then any beast contracted to Muua will automatically be contracted to Alex and vice versa. With a goblin and a high goblin under her, Muua changed the maid working for her to one of the high goblins named Lily. The other goblins were then ordered by Muua to start building on the island. Muua already had some plans on what to build, but first, it will start with a mansion. This time, the design comes to Vesa. There is only one high goblin under Muua. At first, Alex wanted to send more, but she declined. In her opinion, this high goblin will work better under Alex since he will soon need them to fight against waves of monsters when making their way toward the Category 5 dungeon. If she could go there, Muua would help Alex by herself, but she cannot, so she can only do this. Muua also promised to catch more spirit beasts for Alex. The last one that she caught died and Alex received it, but it's not useless. Zhang released his chi, pressuring the elder who spoke. Watch your mouth. Didn't we discuss this together? Are you putting the blame on me now? What together? You single-handedly pushed the narrative at that time, making everyone who disagreed not dare to say it. He cursed in his mind but didn't dare say it out loud. What should we do now, then, Patriarch? A young woman asked. She came from the same generation as Muua. How about this? Let's split up, Zhang suggested, then pointed at the young woman. Just like her, we also have many descendants still cultivating with other sect. We should split up and lay low for now. After some time, we will gather again and rebuild the family. Zhang's suggestion made the rest of the Sweki family frown. This meant they were giving up on their family. Patriarch, how could you say that? They desecrated our ancestors' graves. Another added, that is true. How will other families take us seriously while we cannot even protect our ancestors' pride? Others also voiced their opinions, none agreeing with Zhang. Their respect for him has dropped a lot. They respected the patriarch because he was the family head, not for his strength. If all of them cooperated together, Zhang would not be their match, but the thought of this never even crossed their minds because they respected the family rules. That is, until now. Desecrating their ancestors' grave is unacceptable for them, and their patriarch, instead, nonchalantly suggests for them to escape. He is not even trying to retaliate. This also made them hate the Hua family to the core. they didn't remember having a blood feud with them to the point of desecrating their ancestors' graves. Even the most vile demon cultivator wouldn't do that without a personal vendetta, since there's no upside to this. While everyone else will judge what they do. The only thing they could get from such action was satisfaction and to erase all proof the family ever existed. Even though the cultivation world is harsh, cutting someone down to the root, to the point of leaving nothing behind, is something that rarely happens. Zhang's veins popped, and his tone rose. Pride? Face? Getting revenge? What use is all that if we are wiped out then? You think dead people have any right to talk about those? Wiped out? You are the one who says for us to take refuge like cowards in other sects where our younger generation is. As long as they survive, our family will continue the line, but how could they even hold their heads high and focus on the cultivation road when their elders ran away with tails between their legs? This will become a heart demon for all of them. How could you, as our patriarch, not even realize that? That is true. Doing this will kill our family for good. Yeah, just like the Lu clan, now even their descendant feels shame having that surname. Some even change it. The rest of the family agreed with what the elders said, none of them taking Zhang's side at this moment. Seeing the situation, Zhang knew he could not convince them anymore, and he didn't plan to go on a suicide mission with them. For him, doing it for their own face is stupid, and what use is the family glory if they are not alive to enjoy it? But he knew he could not just outright say it. Otherwise, they would really rebel and attack him now. How about this then? Let me try to convince Chuiying again. Without her help, we really don't have any choice other than to lay low and gather enough strength. The elders looked at each other. They know Zhang didn't want to take any risks. If they kept forcing it, this would instead turn into infighting. Alright, Patriarch, but then can you give us the storage ring from Lady Chuiying? We need the money for capital to take revenge. Zhang froze at the request. The amount in the storage ring was enough for him to have a leisurely life for 100 years, he didn't want to give it to the family. The rest of the elders also knew the amount since the treasure that was given to Chuiying was bought with the wealth in the family treasury, but Zhang convinced them to get favor from the Situ family. His reasoning was, what use is letting the money lie around if they cannot use it for the family's betterment, and the Situ clan is famous for always fulfilling their promise. Even though they each still had some wealth, it wouldn't be enough to do what they wanted. Just like Chuiying said, they need to find out who the golden cultivator behind the Hua family is, then infiltrate their city and make a plan to strike back at them. At the very least, desecrate their ancestors' graves just like they did to them. The elders also want to buy some cultivation resources for their younger generation. All of the elders had already burned out all their potential, they knew they could not become stronger anymore, but if they became martyrs now, after giving resources to them, they were sure this would make every single one of their descendants wear the Sweki name with pride, making sure the Sweki family continued, and hoping one day it would rise again. After some consideration, Zhang took out the storage ring, looked at his palm, and then asked, who wants to go with me then? Seeing no one from the family agreed with him, Zhang sighed, then threw the storage ring toward them and quickly left the place. But Zhang didn't plan to look for Chuiying, he had another place in mind, the Yang clan. He also had some acquaintances there, this time, he wanted to use the favor to find someplace to hide. Lucidly these people forgot, we still have some connection with another family in the other region, now I should look for a formation to get here.